Ready?
Welcome back to day two between the Western Province and the DP World Lions. On day one, 268 for 3, the Lions were, due to the good batting of Hendricks. Mana got a 60. Mana got 60, and Zuba Hamza also going very well with 77. And so Hendricks will carry on today with Fakure coming at number 5 on the bowling side of things. Yeah, Nyaku opened the bowling with Lawrence. Obviously missing quite a few of the stalwarts today, Western Province, in this game. He picked up 1 wicket, Nyaku, and Lawrence, making his debut, picked up 1 wicket. And then the other wicket, the third wicket, went to Carl Simmons, who picked up the 3rd wicket last night. So we're looking forward to another good day of cricket here on day 2 here at the DP World Lions at the Wanderers. And here to start things off with me, Ken Boland.
Morning, Mondays on deck here. Yeah, it's a lot more overcast this morning at the DP World Wanderers Stadium than it was yesterday, but we're hopeful that it's going to burn off. There are a few patches of blue sky. And how well Dominic Hendricks batted yesterday, all through the day, 102 not out, was there for 296 balls, 7 hours at the crease. And just chatting to Dom Hendricks after the close of play yesterday, it was a very slow start for the Lions. They were only 60 for 1 at lunch. Western Province bowled well, and obviously the Lions, having won the toss, were trying to set up the game, and they did that very well. But Dom Hendricks said that the pitch was pretty slow. The odd ball had a bit of pace on it. But the big factor in what really determined the Lions' approach was that it seemed around for most of the day. So that's why it was a grind for the Lions batters, led by Hendricks, and they did it outstandingly well.
How did you think the wicket played yesterday? Because there's a bit of tinge of green grass, but as you said, I think Hendricks did say, quote you a little bit yesterday, that it was a little bit on the slower side of the wicket.
Yeah, first of all, I don't think it's a 268 for 3 wicket. Western Province bowled really well in the morning, but then kind of went away from that in the afternoon session, and it was a hot day and they flagged and they got a bit loose in the afternoon. I think there's always a bit in this pitch for the seam bowlers, and I think if you bowl really well on it, you should get more than 3 wickets in a day.
Yeah, about to start. Pongwane to Hendricks.
Now, Western Province beat the bat a lot yesterday, especially Matlali Pongwana, who started with 8 successive maidens. But what I would love to keep an eye on today is just the lengths at Western Province bowl. And maybe they were that little bit short yesterday, that sure, the ball beats the bat, but it's not full enough to get the edge.
I think I did a game with the Titans versus the Lions a couple of weeks ago. And we spoke a lot about their length and how you need to be bowling lengths that are hitting top of off stump instead of hitting where, yes, they might have beat the bat a couple of times, but sometimes it looks good to beat in the bat and the keeper catching it above his shoulders and whatnot. But it doesn't look too good on the scoreboard in terms of wickets taken. And that's where I think sometimes we get our length wrong, especially here in the Highveld. We need to be touch fuller. And I wouldn't think a team like Western Province coming from the coast where you generally need to bowl a little bit fuller than you do bowl up here, that they would be able to find those lengths a little bit easier because they're used to them.
Yeah, you kind of get seduced, don't you, bowling here, because of the lovely bounce and carry and the seam movement. And also, coupled with bowling a bit short, the slow nature of the pitch yesterday, also giving the batsman time to adjust if the ball does move around.
Yeah, and the slower it is and the shorter it is, even if it does beat you, again, if you don't follow the ball and you stick to your lines, then a lot of the times you will actually miss the ball instead of nicking it off. Whereas you go a little bit fuller and you play the wrong line or the right line, but it does nip, then you can nick people off. So I think as we talk about the lengths, they are very, very important, especially on day one of slow wickets here up here in the Highveld. Seems to have found his length in his first over, Pongwane, that is. Just want to talk about Dom Hendricks a little bit, and I've just seen the test squad, and we've been asking and talking a lot about the top six and where our runs are going to be got in this series against Sri Lanka coming up. Hendricks, Senekwane on the squad? Surprised?
Interesting, yeah. Toss another name in there, maybe Neil Brunt, carried his bat yesterday, another left-handed opener, but Shukri Conrad seems to have gone away from the sort of classic, obdurate opening batsman style.
Overpitched. Very good shot. Through the covers for 4. Half volley this time. I was looking for the fuller length, the one we're talking about. And got driven really nicely by Dom Hendricks. Through the covers for a boundary.
Yeah, classic Dom Hendricks. That's what he was like yesterday. He'll just sit in his bubble. But as soon as he gets something that he knows he can score off, that's in his area, he's pretty ruthless in putting it away. So, yeah, Shukri Conrad seems to prefer a more fluent opening batsman for the test side, having encouraged Dean Elgar to go into retirement.
Encourage is a good word.
But certainly, Dom Hendricks is such a consistent run scorer at four-day domestic level. And for me, he's got the game that, you could imagine him as a test opener. 34 now, but certainly knows his game. I'm very excited about Lesego Senekwane. He had a good season last season. He's started this season very well with a double 100. He's a guy who seems to be able to also bat time and score big runs.
Yeah, that was the end of the first over of the morning. Opening the bowling from the corner drive end. Okay, Nyaku. Back into the attack. Was a tad bit expensive yesterday. Going at almost 5 runs and over in a 4-day game. So I think one thing you know about 4-day cricket and test cricket is once you rack up those dot balls, you do tend to get wickets when you don't give away runs quite easily. I think Western Province will have that discussion about, especially Nyako will be thinking to himself, I need to bring down my run rate and be able to be tighter and with a partnership with a guy like Pongwane on the other end.
Onke Nyako actually bowled really well yesterday morning with the new ball. He was very tight. He swung it away. Really asked a lot of questions. But, yeah, certainly as the day progressed, he lost his zip. And he's not the paciest to begin with. So in the afternoon, he took a bit of punishment, I'm afraid. But he's got a ball that's just 18 overs old. So hopefully there's a bit for him to use there. And hopefully he's got his energy back this morning.
Yeah, Western Province are missing some of their stalwarts in terms of their bowling attack. Berger obviously out with an injury. Patterson being called up to the national team. Buren Hendricks didn't pass the fitness test yesterday. Hamstring injury, if I'm not mistaken. So they are missing some big names in their bowling attack. And if they had all those guys back, it'd be a really strong bowling attack, wouldn't it? Probably one of the best in the country. If I can really think about which other province might have a better bowling attack.
Absolutely. We saw last season how effective as a trio Buren Hendricks, Nande Berger and Dane Patterson were, especially in that one-day cup, which Western Province thoroughly dominated and ended up winning. A couple of youngsters in the Western Cape setup who have been promising. You look at Wesley Bedger, who did well in the T20 campaign. Abdullah Bayumi, not sure where they are this weekend.
Short, slightly short. Pulled away, but no real harm done. Went down to fine leg. Yeah, that's a good question. I think we asked that earlier. The guys did a good job, I thought. They looked promising in the one-day competition, also missing. So hopefully they're not all injured. It would mean they're missing a lot of the frontline bowlers. Western Province, that is.
Yeah, it has, though, provided a wonderful story for Jody Lawrence. 34 years old, University of the Western Cape stalwart, and then now Durbanville Cricket Club. At the age of 34, making his senior provincial debut for Western Province, and got a wicket in his first over.
Great story. It's not too late for Dom Hendricks then at 34, then I assume for the national team, especially for a batter. I mean, the bowlers at 34, you probably think you're at the back end of your career. But I think these days, at 34 as a batter, you still got some time to try and play for your country if you can. I was doing the game the other day, the women's 50-over game between the Lions and Western Province, and Sunette Viljoen she's 42 now, if I'm not mistaken.
I think still 41, but yeah, close.
She still seems like she could play for the country, for South Africa, the way she's gone about this season. A couple of 90s in the 50-over competition, looking really good. So it's never too old. That's the end of the 99th over, 273 for 3.
Yeah, and Sunette Viljoen is still very agile in the field. That's the other thing. Great fielder, can bowl a bit of medium pace as well. So she's still a very good cricketing package.
I thought she was the best athlete on the field the other day in terms of running between the stumps, and she was challenging the very young, much younger ladies playing in the team. So yeah, as an athlete, she certainly kept her body in really good shape, and still looking very good. Doesn't look like a 41-year-old the way she's moving.
Yeah, former Olympic javelin silver medalist, of course. And yeah, there are often games where you feel she is the best fielder, the best athlete on the park.
What we're saying, it's not too late for Dom Hendricks if Lawrence and Hendricks, of course, still have ambitions of playing for his country. That is, Dominic Hendricks, I'm sure he does. And I'm sure he'll be knocking on the door, because I do think there's still opportunities in the national team. We'll see how the summer goes. Obviously, there's only 4 test matches this summer, but I think in our batting in our top 6, top 7, there's still some question marks over some players. I think a lot of them are still young and some of them are out of form. So opportunities for sure, I think.
Yeah, if Dom Hendricks keeps piling on the runs and the limited number of first-class games the teams play, Shukri Conrad can't help but at least have a look at him.
Oh, deja vu. I think someone needs to remind him he's bowling to a right-hander now. Left-right combination, maybe just doing a bit of, giving him a bit of trouble in terms of his lines.
And of course, the Lions have had that left-right combination right through the innings. Josh Richards, right-hander, fell in the second over, but then Mo Manak, right-hander, came on and put on 108 with Hendricks. Zubair Hamza came in and put on 132 with Dom Hendricks.
Big swish outside or stop. It was full. There was a bit of width on it. Player miss once again. Fakude.
Not sure the sort of shot you want to see third over of the day. There was a bit of width there, but it was a very fierce drive. Fakude did well yesterday. He came in at an awkward time at 5:15 in the evening. He hasn't had a good campaign so far, just 13 runs in 3 innings. But he hung around well and made it to stumps.
Better, good leave, just outside O stump. I think that's where Western Province want to be today, just patience outside O stump. And you know that eventually batters are going to get sick and tired of leaving and they're going to try to have a go and maybe nick a couple of off. Just don't get impatient. Stay patient.
I think yesterday Dom Hendricks kind of won the battle of patience. So Western Province did try that. They were very patient in the morning and kept the run rate down. And Dom Hendricks just outlasted them. His powers of concentration.
I think he's one guy that does do that very well. Maybe LBW shot, not given. Maybe a bit of height.
I thought I maybe heard a bit of bat as well. But it's been a recurring theme for Western Province that they've really struggled to get anything out of umpire Bongile Sadumo, and mostly because of bounce. That's been the main reason. It's hard to get an LBW here at the Wanderers often.
Yeah, I think maybe just outside O stump as well.
We may be heading into the festive season, but umpire Abungile Sadumo has not been very charitable yet in this match. He's making the bowlers work really hard for any positive decisions.
Another good over. Good patience by Mpongwana. 100 overs up. 273 for 3.
Maria Erasmus, the other umpire, you see him walking into shot there. Both former players, both had long playing careers at first-class cricket. Abongile Siduma, of course, is an up-and-coming umpire. I think he's only been on the panel for 2 or 3 years now, whereas Maria Erasmus is at the other end of the spectrum. Enjoyed a hugely successful international career, and now it's great to see him back in the domestic game in a mentoring capacity and also standing.
Yeah, very experienced umpire. Retired from international, if I'm not mistaken, but obviously still doing some work in the local game, which is really great for the umpires and for the players as well to have some. Oh, there's a. No, not given. Players went up. Marais, as we talked about him, he says no. Clearly there was a sound, just wasn't the bat.
Yeah, I think it went right through Hendricks, maybe just brushing the back leg or something. Very good delivery from Nyaku.
Can't tell. Looked like he missed it to me, but like maybe they obviously must have heard something. Maybe the bat brushing the pad, perhaps. Abongile has been around for a while, actually. I think more than just 2 or 3 years. He's been around for a couple of years. He started off, I think, pretty much after he retired from the game. And as you said, he played for Border for many years, played a couple of games for Western Province, the amateur team back then, and then he went back to the Border. Was captain of Border when they won 1 or 2 trophies a couple of years ago. Actually, a teammate of mine at Border when we first started off. And I went to school with him, actually played first team cricket with him, so I know him pretty well.
I remember him as being definitely one of the best wicket keepers going around. Fantastic hands.
Two for driven. That was a half volley. Deserved to be driven for 4. That's a nice drive by Fakude.
Yeah, that'll hopefully settle him this morning. It's a big morning for Kaya Fakude today. He's got a chance to play an innings that can really establish himself in this DP World Lions middle order, and that was a very handsome shot indeed. Monday, interesting that Western Province have decided to start this morning with Onke Nyaku and Matlali Pongwana, as well as Pongwana bowled the whole day yesterday, and Nyaku was very good with the new ball. Both of them are sort of more fast medium than pace. Would you have gone with this combination, or would you maybe have looked at Jody Lawrence just because of that extra pace that he's got?
Yeah, I almost think sometimes it's just a feel from the captain and the players about who to start off with in the morning, depending again on conditions and who suits the conditions better. I don't think a guy like a Dom Hendricks will be too bothered by the extra pace maybe of a Lawrence. I think they're probably looking at who hits the areas who can make people play, especially with the newer ball on hand. So which guys do we trust to maybe hit the areas more often and more consistently that challenge the batters? Because you do want to pick up wickets early, especially when you're 279 for 3 down. And the day before didn't go as well as you would liked. And so I think picking up wickets early this morning was very important for them. And I think they went to the 2 guys they feel can pick up those wickets early on.
Yeah, they're definitely good cricketing reasons to go with these two. And Nyaku is always going to be more effective with a newer ball, just the way he bowls. And Pongwana was probably the best bowler yesterday. So certainly not critical of the decision.
Bit of a discussion between the umpire and Dom Hendricks looking at the ball. Not sure what the issue is. Yeah, there seems to be an issue with the cricket ball. Not exactly sure, sorry, what the issue is, but there certainly is some sort of an issue. Third umpire is coming out, so they will be swapping that ball. Can't remember it hitting or anything specific that happened to it in terms of maybe hitting something when it went for one of these fours, those boundaries, but certainly an issue.
Yeah, it's quite strange this early in the day, just the fourth over of the day, and as you say, it's not as if it's been hit into the stands or anything. Maybe it's just lost its shape.
4 overs into this morning, the fourth over, I think. I'm really trying to change the ball, so it's quite early into the innings.
I don't think Western Province will mind because it's not as if the ball's done a huge amount this morning. They'll be hoping the replacement is a bit more lively.
Cricketers have been so superstitious. Happens so often. When they swap the ball, something always happens, and then they think, oh yeah, it was a swapping of the ball instead of really a good ball that you bowled. But yeah, that's how superstitious we are.
I love the discussion that goes around the selection of the ball at the start of play. The senior bowler normally gets the chance to choose the ball, and when you ask them, well, what makes you decide, they use vague terms like, well, it just felt nice in the hand, and it. You must have been responsible for choosing a few balls in your day. What went through your mind?
Well, there's a couple of theories. I think I might have picked up mine from Sean Pollack. He reckons the darker ball is probably the better ball.
He's got lots of theories.
He's got a lot of theories
Sean Pollack,
about everything and everything that's got to do with cricket. But one of his other theories is the darker ball. I'm not exactly sure if I buy the darker ball theory or concept, but for whatever reason, I took that upon myself to go in that direction. And then again, just to feel in your hand. And there's a theory: if you throw it up and the seam wobbles, if it wobbles, it's not the one. If the seam stays up, another shot, but nothing given. It's the end of the 101st over, 279 for 3. Yeah, so that's the theory. But some guys have, as far as I know, darker shade of the color of the ball, and if you throw it up and the seam stays upright without wobbling, then that's probably your ball. And obviously, the more oval shaped it is, the better, instead of the more rounder shaped it is.
Very interesting, yeah. All those things meant to try and encourage the ball to hit the seam more often than not. Let's say there's something about a nice shiny red ball, which is just very attractive. It might not be the best ball to bowl with, but it looks good.
Yeah, I think everybody's got their own theory. Oh, nick off. Down to third man for 4. Bit of luck for Dom Hendricks. Very good delivery by Mpongwana. Nice challenging lines and lengths. But unfortunately for him, it was in the air for a little bit, but didn't go to any hand.
Hendricks had a couple of edges drop short of the slips yesterday, but he'll argue he was in control of them with soft hands. That's probably the luckiest escape he's had in his innings so far.
Bit tentative with his feet movement, I thought was an issue there. The ball was kind of full, and you would have thought maybe slightly bigger stride. Actually, the front foot of his didn't go to the ball, just went a little bit forward, but didn't go to the ball, and then just threw the ball, his hands at the ball, sorry. Through the gap this time around. Short side of the field this time, but 2 runs.
One of the features of Dom Hendricks' batting yesterday was his decisive footwork. Mondi Zondeki just picking up there that there was only a half stride and it was straight down the pitch to the previous delivery. Maybe feeling a little bit tired after batting all day yesterday on a very hot day.
It's not early in the morning, I guess. Maybe just still getting the feel of it. It's the length he'll be looking for. See a bit of Australia this morning versus India. Here, India won the toss, sorry. Put that for 150. It's not a good start to the tour.
I saw the scores. Didn't actually watch any of it, but I suppose the only thing we can say is that at least they weren't bowled out for 35 this time.
Oh, player miss outside off stump. Maybe a little bit too close for him to cut to his body.
Was it their previous tour of Australia where they were bowled out for 35 in one of the early games and then still went on to win the series? That was
Yeah, I
an
remember a
embarrassing
low
day.
score. I can't remember exactly what it is, but yeah, but India have, for whatever reason, the test side has been struggling a tad bit lately. I mean, I think New Zealand went over there and beat them in India, which was a very big surprise. And now, obviously, a bad start in Australia. So, with their one-day team and the T20 team going so well, and the test team, yeah, seems to be struggling just a tad bit.
Of course, the Proteas will be watching that series with keen interest because the winners of that series will quite possibly play in the World Test Championship final, which South Africa are still in contention to make as well.
Australia 30 for 3. They're not going too well either. Travis is still there. Well, so maybe it's one of those wickets where he goes around a bit. But India won the toss and decided to bat. I can't imagine they would have known the wicket was going to go around a lot and decided to bat on day one, and Australia's in trouble. So perhaps they just read the pitch wrong, or maybe they just wanted to bat first as their philosophy. But just obviously Australia bowled well, and I didn't watch it. I was assuming at 150 Australia bowled well. Oh. Outside off stump. Outside off stump, I think. Another one. As you say, so Duma not in a given mood this year, or this game anyway. It's the end of the over. 102 gone, 285 for 3.
Well, I think it's been good umpiring because especially this one, you'll see it's not the sort of decision you give out LBW, outside the line, well forward, bounce. That's a very optimistic appeal.
Yeah, and as a tall man, Mpongwana, he will extract a bit of extra bounce, more than the average bowler. So far, so good for the Lions. No wickets down this morning. Steadily going along, 285 for 3. Western Province, on the other hand, will be desperate for a wicket. Just especially Dom Hendricks. You can open up that side of it, and he's been there since the start, from ball one. Short and pulled. Oof. I was looking on the onside. Fooled me once. Not the timing he was looking for. I think he might have been a little bit late on it.
Yeah, it looked like a good shot he played, and it made a decent sound off the bat, but he just shaped him off, as you see there.
Yeah, I was looking on the onside thinking, where's the ball? I couldn't find it until I realized it was mid-off. You know, I often try to see someone trying to pull the ball, and it ends up at mid-off. Good run by Dom Hendricks. Very aware to the left hand of the point fielder. Had to go around the ball just to get it. So very good running.
I'm going to mention a batter who you definitely would have played against, and possibly with a bit as well, with the Proteas, who routinely used to aim to pull the ball and slice it over point for 4, or try and hit offside and hit it over mid-on.
Rudolf van der Merwe?
Bang on, quite right.
Yeah, it's easy one. He used to come in as a pinch hitter for the Titans, especially when Richard Piebush was coaching. And he used to like to use him at number 3. I think they've done away with pinch hitters these days, but back then we used to have them. Driven. No run. Again, I'm not a big fan. Sorry, once again. The point is out on the boundary. I have no idea why. There's been no runs been hit there at all today besides the one that was nicked off down to third man. All of a sudden, you've opened up the offside for the fielders, and that's good. And that for a bowler sometimes can be so irritating, and they rotate the strike so easily. I just, if they were going at 5 runs and over, and the game was getting away from Western Province, I would maybe understand it. But the game's been pretty quiet. I haven't been seeing the odd boundary here or there, but it's been a quiet game. Why would you want to do that at this point of the game?
I 100% agree with you, Mondi. It always seems to me like you're setting a field for a bad ball. But I've heard it said recently that it's a modern thing now that bowlers want to be able to keep bowling outside off stump, but they don't want to concede a boundary, so they have a man there just as a sort of protection thing. But I don't like it.
Isn't the game about more taking wickets as a bowler more than worrying about how many runs and over you're going at? Yeah. On his legs this time around, thought it was going to be one, but nothing.
I'm with you. I mean, there is a place for a deep point, maybe for guys who are known to hit the cut in the air. I think of Virender Sehwag, for instance. He was a guy that you'd always have a deep point to. But yeah, this early in the day.
Here's another one.
Yep.
We used to have a third man from a flying third man, even in 4-day cricket sometimes, or in test cricket, because you knew anything outside or stop, you had a big go at it. And a lot of it, because especially in South Africa, they weren't really using their feet too much, the subcontinent batters. So when they did throw their hands at the ball, it did sometimes squirt out to the third man deep point region. So I would have understood that, but not yet today, especially in this situation they're in. End of the 103rd over, 286 for 3.
Just this last ball of the over from Onke and Yaku is very interesting, and it kind of spat up at Dom Hendricks. A bowler of his pace made it quite uncomfortable for a guy who's got 113, and it wasn't that short. And I think the extra pace of some of the Lions attack, like Cody Yusuf, Chepo Moreki, they'll be interested to see that, I think, and especially with Western Province probably having to bat last.
Did it not do that yesterday much?
No, not as pronounced as that, I'd say.
Pongwane to continue. Ooh, that came back quite a lot. There's still something in his wicket. That came back a long way off. Cut him in half.
Do you like his length here, Mondi, or should he still be a little bit fuller?
I mean, ideally, you want it to be slightly fuller. If that's a foot fuller, that might be hitting top of or stump or middle, coming back so much. But it's hard to be so critical of a really good delivery. But yeah, if you want to be overly critical, then maybe a foot fuller.
And also, as a very tall man who uses bounce, Pongwana probably naturally is going to pitch it a little bit further back than, than say Onke and Yaku.
It's good bowling. Again, we still have a point for Pongwana as well to the right hand. I can't remember one delivery going there from Pongwana bowling to Fakude at all today this morning. Not too many have actually gone in that direction at all. I mean, the boundaries that I can remember was obviously one down to third man. There was a couple of drives from Hendricks through the covers, which was a little bit too full. And Fakude also had a very nice drive off Nyaku earlier. That was a bit too full going past mid-off. Nothing's really gone past the point area, gone to that region. So I'm just a little surprised that they decided to open up that region.
Yeah, as a bowler, you're bowling to a young man who's still inexperienced, desperate to make a score. He's under pressure out there. Wouldn't you want another man in the slips? I mean, give yourself a chance of getting him out. I mean, imagine the ball sailing between gully and second slip for 4.
Yeah, I mean, you could easily take out the cover and put him in the slips, the third slip, if you will, because again, the only really, really full deliveries are the ones been driven.
I'm saying take deep point and put him in the slips.
And have no point?
Oh, okay. You can bring him up.
You bring in the point and you take,
one
one of the covers out.
Yeah.
Basically 2 in the covers with the mid-off and a point.
Yeah, encouraging the drive.
And also, Pongwana's natural length, I think, is probably that, not that fuller length, as you say, because of his height. It is quite full, and I like the length he's bowling in general. But not too many of his deliveries have been driven through the covers this morning so far. And so I think it is fine for you to have a third slip and have the point up in the circle. Ooh, bat on that. Frustration for the bowler.
Yeah, he's had really no luck at all in this innings. Matlali Pongwana has bowled really well yesterday, consistently, bowling very well this morning as well.
Oh yeah, bat. Again, we haven't had too much rotation of the strike. Again, that's why I'm so surprised that they've opened up the field to be able to, for the batters to be able to do that. It's been pretty steady bowling from Province and not too many runs coming off the bat this morning. As we give him a praise, bit of width and off up through the covers, that's gone for 4. That beats the point. It is on the boundary there, and that's how well hit it was by Dom Hendricks. And that finishes off the over. Western Province, 291 for 3 now, after 104 overs. And with that, we do have a change in commentary. Takalani joins me, taking over from Ken. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Monde. Thank you very much, Ken Boland. And it's day number 2 of this CSA 4-day challenge match between the DP World Lions and the WSB Western Province. Yesterday, the DP World Lions finished the day on 268 for 3. First 30 minutes, they are 291 for 3, as we see on Kenyaku. Beautiful, driven by Kaya Fakude, but straight to the fielder in the deep. How are you, Monde?
Oh, very well, thanks. Just quickly, sorry, just an overthrows there. A bit of naughty backing up and fielding from Western Province. Disciplines just might be leaving them. No need to give away those extra runs, but I'm okay, thank you. How are you this morning?
I'm very good. It's day number 2. We see the DP World Lions starting the day like they started yesterday, being patient, not trying to do too much, not trying to take too many risks. It's a new day, and what a knock by the captain, Dominic Hendricks.
Yeah, so far so good from Hendricks, yeah. He's left very well. And when the bowlers do come to him and is there to be hit, he's been certainly on the mark.
Yeah, good delivery by Onkenyaku. I was very impressed, Monde, by Kaya Fakude yesterday. His techniques looks very sound, looks very solid, and I think this is a big day for him if he want to try and cement his place in this Lions middle order batting lineup. He really need to play well, and he's got the captain to guide him throughout the day. So this is a big opportunity for him to try and do something different here today.
Yeah, I think Ken did mention he's had a bit of a rough start this season. So obviously important, Khan.
Yeah.
Talked to him about him 2 seconds ago, talking about how important it is for him to get runs because he had a bit of a slow start to his 4-day career, first-class career. But as we talk about him, he's gone, picked up by Nyaku. And they picked up their first wicket this morning. Fakude gone for 17. Lions, 293 for 4.
Yeah, that's the commentator's curses in this morning. But that was a good delivery by Onkenyaku. Oh, throw his bat at that is Kaya Fakude. And that's the first wicket of the day for the WSB Western Province. They'll be happy about this. And the score now is 293 for 4. Yeah, that was a good delivery by Onkenyaku. Just the way you called it throughout the morning. Outside that off stump, but a bit fuller, inviting Kaya Fakude onto the drive. You spoke about opening that cover region. That's the kind of delivery you want the batsman to drive, isn't it? And it was solid edge. We saw yesterday a lot of edges didn't carry to the slip cordon, more especially to Dominic Hendricks. He was playing with soft hands, but this time around, Onkenyaku flashes onto that one. And it's the first wicket of the day for the WSB Western Province. As we see the new batsman in, Just look at that. Conor Esterhazen will be joining the captain, Dominic Hendricks.
Yeah, very good catch at Gully as well. But yeah, a new batter, Conor Esterhazen. A man with a lot of talent. And, he comes to join the captain at 293 for 4. Times had a good time for for the Lions. Very good score they have on the board at the moment. 293 for 4 is a very good score. So no pressure at all on him in terms of getting runs and where the Lions are right now. But another good partnership would really cement a really good day for the Lions.
Yeah, a very attacking batsman is Conor Esterhazen. He has played 7 first-class matches, just 150 to his name so far.
Short wide to start off with. For the new batter, they've got the point back up in the circle now. Still just 2 slips and a gully. No third slip. A little bit surprised about that with the new ball, overcast conditions.
Yeah, it was really hot and sunny yesterday. The bowlers really worked very hard, but today it's an overcast day. Again, beautiful delivery from Onke Nyaku. He really bowled well even yesterday early on. Used the new ball well, made the batsmen play most of his deliveries, and they just continue with his work. But later on during the day, maybe he was a bit tired, did struggle with his line. He tried to bowl too short, and it was just easy picking, more especially for a batsman like Mohamed Manak, who was very attacking yesterday, but today he started the day so well. Those kind of deliveries from Onke Nyaku, if he continue to bowl them, definitely he will get some reward. They didn't get much joy yesterday, but the wicket column doesn't really show the true reflection of how they bowled yesterday. Is the WSB Western Province. Just looking at the batting card, the first batsman to go yesterday, it was Joshua Richard, bowled by Lawrence, and Dominic Hendricks, the captain, still there on 117. Mohamed Manak came in early yesterday, played really well with the captain for his 64. Zubair Hamza, the experienced Zubair Hamza, was bowled by Onke Nyaku. What a pile of a delivery to dismiss him on 77. And right now the score is 293 for 4 at the WSB, at the DP World Lions, after winning the toss and electing to bat first. As we see now, change in bowling. And it is the debutant, Jody Lawrence. He will be bowling from the golf course end. Did bowl well yesterday. A bit of pace, a bit of bounce. He was the first to pick up that wicket very early on, second over of the morning, the wicket of Joshua Richard. Just outside of stump this time to the captain, Dominic Hendricks.
Field hasn't changed. Point still on the boundary for Dom Hendricks. 2 slips and a gully.
Conor Esterhazen, the new batter, not yet off the mark this morning. He loves to feel bat on ball is Conor Esterhazen. A bit of a wayward delivery this time around from Jody Lawrence. We saw a lot of them yesterday from the WSB Western Province bowlers.
Yeah, short and wide. Probably a bit too far for Dominic to try and tempt him to play a shot at that.
And it's a wasted delivery. You were talking about Dominic Hendricks playing for the Proteas maybe in the next year or 2. He's not going to play at that. He's just going to leave it the whole day. He's a very patient batter, is Dominic Hendricks. This time on the leg side from Jody Lawrence.
Yeah, a bit wayward. Just wide outside off stump, a bit too wide, and then next delivery, down leg. So just needs to settle down, maybe perhaps a bit nervous again this morning, and get back on these lines and lengths.
Yeah, he started off so well yesterday. I think it was his second delivery of the morning, if I can remember well, when he picked up that wicket of Joshua Richard. Maybe today a bit of nerves, like you said it Monday. Or maybe just trying to bowl too quick. It looks like there isn't much happening for the medium pacers. Maybe he's trying to bowl too quick, and that's why he's straying off his lines. The other one was too wide on the offside. The other one was on the leg side. He needs to try and stay consistent, and that was the word we used a lot yesterday during the commentary, talking about bowlers being consistent, just like that. He needs to stay there, just outside the off stump.
Yeah, better lines, better length. Perhaps just settling down after the first couple of nervous deliveries to start off with this morning. I just wonder if if the Lions have a number in their head where they think they might be able to declare at this point. Still got a very good score, 293 for 4.
Driven, gone.
Not given. Wait, there might be a discussion between the two umpires about that particular delivery.
Yeah.
You're not going to have a discussion about that. I just didn't see what happened. Let's just have a look at what they could be talking about.
Probably thinking of a bump ball, probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what they're thinking. It's hard to tell from that first delivery of what it is. Not out, not given.
Yeah, not given.
Yeah.
Yeah, the score remained 293 for 4. They would have been very happy, the WSB Western Province. It looks like a bump ball.
Yeah, it is a bump ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Umpire's got it right.
No. Actually, the umpiring has been very good in this match. Since yesterday, a lot of decisions that we thought may be out, and it looks like the umpire really made the right decision. So, credit to both these umpires. Yeah, I really like the length that Onkenyaku is bowling here Monday. It's been right on the money from the word go this morning.
Yeah, I thought both bowlers were quite good this morning. As you say, Onke picked up the wicket this morning as well on a very good length. So he's been able to find those lengths. Those ideal lengths, I think, in 4-day cricket, especially on this wicket where you bring in the batter forward. Once again, another good wicket. That's the length. That's the line as well. So very good so far from Onkenyaku this morning.
And you know what? If he got a wicket there, that was a no ball. And you don't want to see this after you worked so hard yesterday.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want. That's certainly the last thing you want is to pick up a wicket with a no ball. Especially on a day where you guys are probably going to grind, and you did grind yesterday for 260 for 3. And you want to take every chance you get.
Yeah, that was really a beautiful delivery. Kono Esterhazy there was well beaten by Onkenyaku's delivery. A bit of movement there, coming back to the right-hander.
Yeah, just coming back in. That was in the air as well. Yeah, that's it, coming back in the air. Still some swing. Conditions do suit some swing bowling, so if you've got the skill,
Yeah.
you'll be able to do something with this ball. It's still fairly new, just over 25 overs old.
Again, another good delivery from Onkenyaku. Very good probing over. He's got 2 wickets so far in this innings, and the score 294 for 4. And the chief destroyer is the captain, Dominic Hendricks, who's still on 117 runs from 323 deliveries. Just 2 slips and a gully once again for Onkenyaku. Bowling to Conor Esterhazen, the right-hander. Squared him up there, completely squared him up. It's Onkenyaku. And he got the leading edge and he's going to go to the boundary for 4.
Unlucky. Good bowling once again. Talked about his length and his line so far this morning, and he's been very good once again, challenging the batter down to the vacant third man for another boundary. 2 runs short of a 300 for the Lions now, getting closer and closer to another milestone.
Yeah, Conor Esterhazen off the mark with the boundary. Fortuitous boundary indeed. Onkenyaku really bowling well, squaring the batsman up, but luck is really not on his side. Just like yesterday, that really sums up how the WSB Western Province did toil the whole day yesterday. Not much going their way. On any day, that's a edge straight to any of the slip cordon there. But just look at that. Completely square corner Esterhazen there. It's Onkenyaku.
Last ball.
Again, another good delivery to end the over. That was over number 107, and the score is 298 for 4. The captain is on 117, and the new batsman in is Conor Esterhazen, who just went off the mark with a boundary in the last over. So he's on 4 from 10 deliveries. Monde Zondeki, 298 for 4. DP World Lions, what can they do from here?
I think just keep going the way they're going. There's still a lot of time in the game, of course. Yeah. Day 2, first session, so I don't think you change anything. I think you just keep going the way you're going and see how far you can take it.
Jody Lawrence will be bowling from the golf course end. Well punched by Dominic Hendricks for 1. He's really strong square of the wicket on the offside is Dominic Hendricks.
Yeah, I think he's got a good overall game in general. I mean, he's good when it's short. He can drive, he can pull. So he's got a good all-round game, I think, and that's why he's been able to accumulate runs in this 4-day competition in general throughout the years. He's always been around about the knocking for selection for higher honors, but never quite cracked it just yet. And also, there's Zubair Hamza also in the top 3 here, who's also been looking for a call-up, got a 50 in the first game against the Titans, and then also got a 50 yesterday.
Yeah, just looking at Dominic Hendricks' numbers, he's got 18 centuries so far in first-class cricket, and 51 half centuries. So that's good numbers there for Dominic Hendricks, the left-hand opening batsman for the DP World Lions. Just 1 run shy of that 300 mark for the DP World Lions, 299 for 4.
Ooh, he wanted to go. I don't know why. He was straight to the man at cover. Very bad judgment there by Esterhazen, but luckily for him, Hendricks sent him back. So no harm done.
Yeah, maybe a bit of nerves there from the youngster, Conor Esterhazen. But Dominic Hendricks was so quick to send him back there. There was definitely no run. He wanted to take a quick single. Talking about quick singles, Monday, I was very impressed with Dominic Hendricks running between the wickets later on in the day yesterday. Beautifully played there by Conor Esterhazen. And it's going to go to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I think Jody Lawrence might disagree with you that he might think he's a bit unlucky. That went just past to the left of the gully, down to the vacant third man once again. Yeah, maybe just cutting back and just squeezing him for a bit of room outside or something. He might have thought he had more room, but maybe a little bit tighter to his body than he thought.
Yeah. Jody Lawrence on his 17th over of the innings so far. He bowled 15 yesterday. He was definitely one of the quickest bowlers from the WSB Western Province. Driven straight to the bowler. Yeah, he loved to feel bet on bowling's corner estays, and you can see Monde, since he started, he's almost playing at every delivery that's being bowled by Jody Lawrence and Onke Nyaku so far.
Yeah, as you say, he does like to feel bat on ball, and he's an aggressive batter by nature. Likes to keep the scoreboard ticking on.
And to be fair to him, the platform has been set. 303 for 4 is the score now at the DP World Lions. The platform has been set so that he can play his normal game.
Yeah, for sure. The top 5 certainly did that, especially the Hendricks and Hamza and Manak.
Yeah, just talking about the upcoming T20 fixtures is the Proteas women versus England. And the first one will be played on the 24th of November. 2 o'clock will be the time to start the match at Buffalo Park in East London. Then on Wednesday, 27 November, 6 o'clock, Willowmore Park in Benoni. And then the final one on Saturday, 30th of November, 6 o'clock once again, Supersport Park in Centurion. A lot of cricket to be played this summer, Monday.
Yeah, a lot of cricket. It's just the beginning, especially internationally. Women's are playing against England, and of course there's a test match coming with that women's versus England. And not to forget this Proteas next test is coming up very soon against Sri Lanka. 2 test matches in that, and then Pakistan come over for a couple of 1 days and 2 test matches as well. So yeah, just the beginning of summer, and not to forget in January then we do have the SA20 coming as well. So there's a lot of cricket on hand. New bowler.
Oh, big delivery this. Oh. Monde, what's your take?
I have to see that again. Not too sure where that hit him actually. That's Nabe coming in to replace Nyaku. Right on medium, fast medium as well. Nah, outside or stump, bit high, yeah. Big stride as well. Easy decision for someone like a Murray.
Yeah, like we said earlier on, the umpiring has been really good in this match. Yeah, Mtiwekaya Nabe also bowled well yesterday. Down the leg side this time and easily clipped by Dominic Hendricks just for 1. Yeah, Nabe got bowled 16 overs yesterday and he got no wicket. And they scored 54 runs at the DP World Lions. Mtiwekaya Nabe. Dominic Hendricks on 119 from 326 deliveries. Conor Esterhuizen still on 8. The attacking Conor Esterhuizen solidly behind that one from Mtiwekaya Nabe. Not the quickest. And Conor Esterhuizen was solidly behind that one. Once again, 2 slips and a gully. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And fine leg. And fine leg is the only fielder patrolling the boundary.
Full again. That's not where he was intending to hit the ball. Esterhuizen, that is, got the inside half of the bat and long chase. It's a bigger side of the boundary. Like get 3 quite comfortably on that side of the field, especially because it's so big. So 3 runs there, but a bit unlucky for Nabe. Bit of luck for Esterhuizen in terms of where he was trying to hit the ball.
Yeah, he will take those runs. Conor Esterhuizen, he was looking for offside. And he managed to pick up an easy 3 there. And he moved to 11 runs from 17 deliveries. The score, 307 for 4. Not a lot of noise from the WSB Western Province fielders.
Is that
Well played this time by Dominic Hendricks. Just guides it down with soft hands to third man. And the score is 309 for 4 after 108.5 overs. It has been easy going for the DP World Lions this morning. Not much trouble down the lakeside this time from Mutiwa Kenabe. And that's the end of the over number 109. The score 309 for 4. Dominic Hendricks is on 121 and Conor Esterhuizen is on 11. Conor Esterhuizen, he'll have to fill bat on ball, and the platform has been set for him to play his normal attacking game here today. Overcast condition, the bowlers are tired. Oh, beautiful delivery by Jody Lawrence. I also think that one also come back a little bit to the right-hander.
certainly something still on the wicket. There's a bit of green tinge of grass on it, so it doesn't really break up. But if you look at that delivery, seam, jab back off the seam. We saw that from Pongwana earlier when it cut Fakude in half. So there's still something certainly in this wicket. It will be encouraging to the fast bowlers. But there's still a lot to work with in terms of this wicket assisting.
Driven this time around by Conor Esterhuizen. Slight misfield there in that cover region. And they will come back for the second to the substitute fielder. And that was Oliver Whitehead, the substitute fielder. 311 for 4. This beautiful shot there by Conor Esterhuizen. We spoke about this. He loved to fill bat and ball, cut it away for 4 runs. A bit of an opportunity there in that point region, but I guess it was he just hit too hard. Monde Zondeki.
Yeah, a bit short, a bit wide. With an offer here by Lawrence. And Esterhuizen, as you said, does like to fill bat on ball. He's not going to leave that alone, sorry. Opportunity to score, he will take it, and he does. So another boundary gone. All of a sudden, the run rate has picked up just slightly, just because of this man. Esterhuizen's come onto the wicket and decided he's going to play his natural game.
This time a bit straighter by Jody Lawrence. Could come back after being hit for a boundary. He bowled a bit short and wide, and Conor Esterhuizen was onto that one so quickly. And we saw on screen Dominic Hendricks having a chat with Conor Esterhuizen, maybe trying to encourage him just to continue play like that. You spoke about that run rate. It's 2.9 now. For most of the day yesterday, it was just 2 runs per over. This time on the leg side. And it's 4 runs. The fine leg fielder didn't move an inch. I'm not sure he picked that one up.
Yeah, attempted bounce up by Jody Lawrence this time around, pulled again by Esterhuizen very nicely. Well controlled as well. Yeah, very well controlled. Almost like he knew it was coming. So clearly very good on the short ball. And a very good over here for the Lions again. Scoring at a decent rate. Esterhuizen 21 of just 22 deliveries. Points gone back out to the boundary again.
This time a bit wider from Jody Lawrence to end the over. And by that we'll have commentary change Monde Zondeki will be replaced by the legendary Ken Boland.
Morning, Takalani, and good first hour for the Lions. 319 for 4. They resumed this morning on 268 for 3, so they've added 51 runs, if my maths is correct. Lost just the one wicket. Dom Hendricks marches on, 121 not out, and in this innings, he's gone past 1,000 runs against Western Province in 4-day cricket, just the third Lions batsman to manage that. The other two, those two legends of this century, Stephen Cook and Neil Mackenzie. But that's a decent delivery from Tiwikaya Nabe. Bit of bounce, and Hendricks trying to drive off the back foot.
Yeah, Ken, I was really looking forward to Kaya Fakude's batting today. I thought he's got a very good technique. He looks the part solid defensively. And I was really looking forward to how he will be able to go about his batting today. But unfortunately, the commentator's case plays his part, and he lost his wicket early on today.
Yeah, the frustration is that he'd done the hard work. He did the hard work yesterday evening. He was in for 35 minutes this morning. And just slightly loose shot, really. I'm not saying it was the wrong shot to play against Onke Nyake, just maybe the execution a little bit loose and caught in the gully. But he'll be frustrated because he got to 17 and he could really have moved on from there. Nicely hooked away by Dom Hendricks. There's no one at deep square leg. And another boundary for the DP World Lions captain.
Yeah, short boundaries, and Dominic Hendricks taking full advantage of that. That fine leg fielder once again didn't move an inch once Dominic Hendricks connect. And we saw Conor Esterhuizen coming in, started to be attacking. He's on 21 now from 23 deliveries, and now the captain joining the party.
And now chopped away square on the offside to that deep point. Before that delivery, I think I saw a horse bolting across the Wanderers golf course because Western Province, straight after that hook shot, put a deep square leg in place. The ball after the ball had gone through there for 4. And then a single to deep point. So Western Province, I guess the situation, 324 for 4, does force them to be a little bit defensive.
Yeah, nothing has gone their way also this morning. They've only picked up 1 wicket. They wanted maybe more, but only 1 wicket, and it's Dominic Hendricks, who's very difficult batsman to dislodge, and then you've got Conor Esterhuizen, who's a very attacking batsman. So 2 different style of play from these 2 batsmen here for the Lions, and it's going to be very difficult for the WSB Western Province to decide on how to bowl to them. One is very attacking, another one very difficult to bowl to. He's so good in leaving the ball outside the off stump.
Taken off. Great delivery from Tiwikaya Nabe. Conor Esterhuizen jabbing at it a bit outside of his body line. And a very good delivery, though. That took off. He's caught at second slip.
Yeah, good catch there by Michael Mpongwane. It slips. Tiwikaya Nabe, what a delivery. Just looking at the replay. It really took off, isn't it? And it was a comfortable catch in the end to get the wicket of Conor Esterhuizen. The attacking Conor Esterhuizen is gone for 21. The score now 324 for 5.
Yeah, Esterhuizen kind of had to play at that. It was just on and about off stump. But a very good delivery from Tiwikaya Nabe. And he's made the good breakthrough. And to see that replay again. Yeah, slightly outside off stump. It would have been a very good leave to be fair, if he had left it. And there we just see the match situation as we have morning drinks break. The Lions starting today on 268 for 3 have progressed to 324 for 5. Skipper Dom Hendricks is still there on 126 not out. And Western Province have just claimed their second wicket of the morning. Connor Esterhuizen caught in the slips for 21 off Mtiwe Kaya Nabe. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Welcome back to the DP World Wanderers Stadium, day 2 of this Cricket South Africa 4-day series match between the DP World Lions and World Sports Betting Western Province. We've just had the first drinks break of the day, and Western Province have just had their second success of the day. Connor Esterhuizen nicely taken at second slip by Matlali Pongwana off Mtiwe Kaya Nabe, and Esterhuizen made a bright 21 off 25 balls, but it's left the Lions on 324 for 5. And left-arm spinner Kyle Simmons is coming into the attack for the first time today from the golf course end. Bowling to Dom Hendricks, the Lions captain, still there on 126 not out. Bit lakeside-ish from Simmons to start, and they needed to be quick there, the two batters, because it was pretty much straight to Bongi Mfunawa, but he just knocked on the gather, which made the single quite comfortable in the end.
Yeah, he bowled 18 overs yesterday, is Kyle Simon, and pick up that wicket of Mohamed Manak, who really played well yesterday for his 64.
So another left-hander at the crease now, and Delano Potgieter. It's the first time in this innings that Western Province have had two left-handers to bowl at. The rest of the innings, it's all been left-hander Hendricks and a whole lot of right-handers.
Yeah, a lot of right-handers in the top order for the DP World Lions. Hamza, Manak.
And we have a left armer bowling in Carl Simmons. So all you left-handers, this is your time.
Yeah, he can bowl short and wide, Kyle Simmons, to the left-handers. It will be easy picking short boundary. We spoke about the square of the wicket.
Potgieter sent back by Hendricks. He's got time to make it back to his ground. No, eager to get off the mark. Yeah, it's a very short boundary to the offside for these two left-handers. We're on the third strip from the left.
Yeah, so far so good from Kyle Simmons, and that's the end of the over. Over number 112, the score 325 for 5.
Yeah, so there are 12 strips in the middle here at the Wanderers. We number 3 from the left, and just some exciting cricket coming up. The Proteas women taking on England, first of all in a T20 series, and there's the Proteas women's squad, and an exciting one too. Morrison Cup is being rested, but so much talent there, of course, led by the fantastic Laura Wolfert. Annika Bosch had a breakthrough at the T20 World Cup. Tasman Britt, so consistent. Nadine de Klerk, promising all-rounder. Annery Dirksen, bit of a breakthrough for her. Sule Lus, good to see her still going strong. Chloe Tryon. And of course, the hero of the World Cup, Nonkululeko Mlaba, the left-arm spinner.
Yeah, good to see also Elise Marimax back into the team. She was not part of that World Cup squad for the Proteas women.
Nicely driven by Dom Hendricks, straight down the ground. I don't think it's going to make it to the boundary. No, it's a good chase by the 12th man, Oliver Whitehead. But 3 runs for Hendricks takes him to 130. And yeah, Lise Marie Marks didn't go to the World Cup because it was played in subcontinental conditions in the Emirates, and she's a pace bowler. And the selectors understandably chose to go with an extra spinner in the leggy Seshni Naidu.
Yeah, that was a good shot there by Dom Hendricks. 328 for 5 is the score.
Now they're bringing the deep point in for Potgieter, which makes sense for the new batter at the crease. Yet to get off the mark, Potgieter, but he's only been there for 6 deliveries.
Yeah, just talking about that Protea squad once again. Seshni Naidu from the Dolphins, she's not part of this squad. I'm not sure if they've got the Under-19 World Cup in mind, and then they're trying to rest her a bit.
That's exactly it, Takalani.
Yeah.
She's going to be taking a bit of a break from international cricket for her matric exams. And then, yes, Under-19 World Cup early next year.
I'm really looking forward to that Under-19 World Cup for our ladies. So much talent in that team. Really a lot of good players. Seshni Naidu, Tiara Ramlakan, who plays here for the Lions, Faye Cowling. So much talent in that Under-19 squad. And I can tell you, Ken, in the next 3-4 years, our Proteas women team will be really strong. I can tell you that.
Nicely put away by Delano Potgieter. Nice ball to get, though, when you're on naught. Wide half volley. And he puts it away for 4.
Mtiwa Kayanabe is not the quickest. Juicy half volley there from Delano Potgieter to get off the mark, the all-rounder. Another attacking batsman from the Lions middle order. 4 runs and is off the mark. They scored 332 for 5. Dominic Hendricks, what an innings he has played. Ken, 130 now as we speak, guiding his team. The total already, it's a strong total that they've put in so far, the Lions.
Bit of bounce there again from Nabeba, nicely handled by Potgieter, and you just see him indicating there the ball taking off a bit. He got over it nicely there in the end of Tirakwaya Nabe's over. Yeah, Dom Hendricks has now gone past the 8-hour mark at the crease. What an effort it's been by the DP World Lions captain. And what exciting talent there is in women's cricket in this country. As you were saying, Takalani, you know, having covered a bit of the Women's Domestic League and some other tournaments, there are some really exciting players who are still at school.
Yeah.
I think of Karaba Miso.
Yeah.
Fantastic wicketkeeper batter. She still has to come through. There's a 16-year-old Lions batter. Guided away nicely by Dom Hendricks. And that's going to run away for 4 as well. We saw yesterday playing the spinner, he was able to play them quite a lot off the back foot. And that's because of the slowness of the pitch. He can go back and just wait for whatever is going to happen. And there you see beautifully guided to third man for 4. Swept powerfully this time by Dom Hendricks and put away for another boundary in very convincing fashion.
Yeah, top shot this by Dominic Hendricks. You call it yesterday, he was very good all around the wicket. Is Dominic Hendricks to the spinner. First, he came dancing down, and then later on, he started to play the spinners on the back foot this time around, playing a beautiful shot on the leg side, 4 runs. He's so comfortable now. He has batted for more than an hour this morning. He looks the part. 138 he has scored, and this is a big wicket for the Lions today.
More runs for Hendricks, this time in front of square leg. There is protection on the boundary though, so just a single. Just the name of that 16-year-old Lions batter who I think is a tremendous talent. Neo Molefe, really one to look out for in the coming years.
Yeah, I've heard about her, but I haven't seen her play. Yeah, the ones that I'm familiar with is Fouling Karabo Meso and Diara Ramlakan from the Lions team.
Yeah, Gemma Buerta from Western Province, very talented. Faye Tunnicliffe has now been added
Yeah,
to the Pro squad. She's a bit older.
It's always good to have all those older players coming into the side. I mean, we saw it in this match. Jody Lawrence, 34 years old. And that was the end of the over number 114.
So there we see the, this is the squad and the statistics from the recent series between South Africa under 19 and Ireland under 19 that was played in Pretoria. A couple of other names. Well, Takalani, you mentioned Diara Ramlakan there and Faye Cowling. Other names who I think are bright futures. Kayla Raineker.
Yeah, the captain.
There's Karaba Miso. Simone Lawrence.
Yeah, from the Titans.
From Northerns, a batter, yeah. Pulled away powerfully by Dom Hendricks over mid-wicket. Just one bounce, and that's another 4 for the diminutive opener.
Yeah, no need to move for the fielders on the leg side. The captain on the charge right now here, Ken, playing a captain's snooker. 345 is the score. Just look at that. On top of the bounce, it looks like he's waiting for this kind of delivery, and he's pouncing on them. He's on 143 at this stage.
Yesterday it was very hard going for the Lions in the morning session after they won the toss and batted. They scored just 60 runs in 27 overs. Very different story this morning. They've now added 80. They've added 77 runs. And we are into the 17th, 18th over of the morning. And it's been good to see Dom Hendricks change gears.
Yeah.
Having laid the platform,
Yeah.
he's now mindful that they've got the hand on Western Province's throat. It's time to squeeze, and he's really laying into these tired bowlers now.
Yeah, it's time to put the final nail in. Just to go back to yesterday's innings, first hour of the morning, they only scored 16 runs, Ken. Only 16 runs in the first hour. But today, yeah, it's a new day. The bowlers are tired.
Nicely cut away by Hendricks, looking for two. Deep point is in. The throw comes to Potgieter's end, but he's not as quick as Dom Hendricks, but he's quick enough. Makes it easily. Two more to Hendricks. He goes to 145.
Yeah, this is just a perfect example of Dominic Hendricks' quality and understanding of his game. Yesterday, he was not going to play that kind of a shot. The bowlers are tired. He's well in now. He can throw his bat at anything that's wide outside of that of stump. And it's busy collecting them now. It's on 145 runs. And he's just 5 runs away from that 150 mark.
And a quick single to cover for Noah. Does well with the quick release, but Potgieter is safely through for the one. So a definite lift here in intensity from Dom Hendricks. And to make matters worse for Western Province, the man now on strike, Delano Potgieter, the last time they came face to face with him was in the 4-day series final at the end of February, beginning of March last season, and they'll be sick of bowling to Delano Potgieter because he really turned that final around for the DP World Lions. He scored 81 in the first innings, having come in at 112 for 7 at one stage. He scored 81, and then in the second innings, he came in at 113 for 6 and made 155 not out.
Yeah.
And so he was someone who Western Province really struggled against in that final. They won't have good memories of him.
Yeah, very attacking all-rounder is Delano Potgieter. A lot of all-rounders in that Lions lineup. Fortain also playing well this season with the bat. Potgieter, you talk about him also.
Hendricks coming down the wicket this time to Simmons, who's now changed to bowling over the wicket. Yeah, I think that previous over of his from around the wicket to Hendricks wasn't a great one. He was very leg side. Bit short pulled, but good work by Mfunawa to cut that one off. And Bjorn Fortuyn still has to bat for the Lions, and you touched on it. He's made back-to-back hundreds in this competition this season, so no respite for Western Province, it seems.
And the platform has been set. I'm sure he will come into bat, all guns blazing. He will be very attacking. So no time to relax really for the WSB Western Province.
Now onto the cut again, but mistimed to Pongwana in the covers.
But really, I'm impressed with the experience of Dominic Hendricks. What an innings this has been.
That'll be 1 to the deep mid on. To end the over, Hendricks will keep the strike. He's on 147. and Potgieter for the total 349 for 5.
So if you are the Lions, Ken, which total will you be happy with? 450, 400?
Well, from here, I think 500. They presumably they're going to set their sights on maybe batting just once.
Yeah.
And then as this pitch deteriorates more, we've seen a little bit of variable bounce today already. Western Province will be hard pressed. But I just think there's no rush for them. They can bat all day basically. Perhaps have a go at Western Province late afternoon. Jody Lawrence is back and he's cut through the covers by Hendricks. There's certainly 2 on the go here as the deep point has to run a long way around to the very long boundary. And that means they can also take a third for the throw. And 150 for Dominic Hendricks. Wonderful milestone for the Lions captain. It's taken him 510 minutes. So that's 8.5 hours. And he's been there for 350 balls.
And that's also 350 for the Lions, 352 to be exact, 352 for 5. And Dominic Hendricks, wow, what an innings he has played for the Lions here today. 150 runs he has scored from 350 deliveries. A big no there by Delano Potgieter, sending the captain back. Still eager to take singles, is the captain.
Yeah, he's a very fit man, Dominic Hendricks. Whole day out in the sun yesterday, but he's found another gear now in the last sort of 15, 20 minutes.
Just one sleep for Delano Potgieter, gully, cover, middle of deep backward point.
Slashed hard by Potgieter. That might make it to the boundary. No, deep point gets across to it. And so just a single, in fact, for Delano Potgieter.
Earlier on, Monday was very critical of that position. I think now is the right time to have that deep point because Delano Potgieter and Dominic Hendricks, now the 2 left-handers, will be very attacking for the Lions.
Yeah, agreed. Western Province have to go into damage control mode now, try and limit the number of runs that they're leaking. That's better by Jody Lawrence, not so much width on offer for the left-handers.
353 for 5. Jody Lawrence has only picked up 1 wicket, that one of Joshua Richard. And Dominic Hendricks, 150 runs. And he's got the all-rounder Delano Potgieter with him. And he came in and he looks the part.
Better by Lawrence, 2 good balls in a row there.
Last delivery before the end of the over. And after this over, I will vacate the commentary booth. And Ken Boland, you will be joined by Mondes on the key.
Yeah, great to have the former Proteas fast bowler with us. Good into the over by Jody Lawrence. In the end, just 4 runs off it. It's 353 for 5. Dom Hendricks on 150 and Delano Potgieter on 5 not out. No one has made a double century for the Lions against Western Province in their in the CSA 4-day series history. High score is 194 by Quinton de Kock in Potch in 2012-13. Stephen Cook got 194 as well in 2017-18, and H.D. Ackerman 180 in 2004-5. Carl Simmons is going to switch back to around the wicket to Potgieter. Hello, Mondi. Simmons seems to be switching a bit now, unsure whether to bowl around or over. And, just a bit of a struggle for him at the moment.
Yeah, hello, Ken. Yeah, I think not exactly sure what he's looking for, to be honest. Not sure if the wicket is turning a bit. Perhaps if it's not turning, then he wants to use that angle of, we've got to slip in there for the left-hander going across the left-hander, of course.
Lofted to mid-off and gone and out. Yeah, he didn't get enough elevation there, did Delano Potgieter, trying to head out over the top, and he perishes for 5.
Yeah, well, we're trying to figure out his tactics of Carl Simmons. He picks up the wicket of Potgieter. Hendricks is still there. Again, outside those times, just full. He was trying to hit it over the top. And soft dismissal, you have to say. Very soft dismissal. Trying to be aggressive, but the execution wasn't there at all. Another wicket falls for the Lions.
It almost looked as if he kind of yorked himself a bit. It got too full on him and he couldn't get underneath it enough. Yeah, it's right up there, and that big stride he's almost too close to the ball.
Western Province won't mind, as they picked up another wicket this morning. So it was a slow start for them early on, but they've been picking up those wickets continuously ever since Fakude went out. It was 353 for 6. Mr. Hazen also scoring at a good rate and picked up the scoring rate, but he got out by Nave, and now Simmons picks up Potgieter. So good going here this morning for Western Province. They'll be the happy of the two sides, I would reckon. And in comes Bjorn Fontaine into the bowlers now. Bjorn Fontaine, of course, can bat. We know he can hold a bat. But Western Province will certainly be the happy of the two teams this morning.
Lately, he's been doing a bit more than just holding the bat, Bjorn Fontaine. He's coming off back-to-back hundreds, so he's been wielding it to great effect. But Mondi, is there a danger here with the Lions, understandably trying to push on a bit, trying to be positive, that they can actually undo a bit of the hard work they've done? Because if they bowled out for, say, 400, that's not really the sort of score they would have been looking for, was it?
Yeah, I think if they do get bowled out for less than 400, again, you've said Bjorn Fontaine has been in good form, but if they do, then yeah, I think they'll certainly be disappointed in that, because they had a very good start and a very good finish to the day yesterday. They were only 3 wickets down for over 250 runs, and you would have expected them 3 down for 250, over 250 to get more than 150, especially with Dom Hendricks still there. You'd expect someone to bat with him and to help him get along. And I would have thought maybe they would have been targeting something for over 450, 500, close to 500, the way they were going yesterday and the way they were going this morning as well.
Yeah, I think 500 will be their benchmark. 2 of the main leaders in this DP World Lions set up now at the crease. Carl Simmons to Bjorn Fontaine. Flamboyant drive straight up from Fontaine, but short cover stops it.
Yeah, he's clearly got a message of, well, he's going to play positive, and I think everyone else who's coming in has looked to play positive ever since Fakude went out.
It's kind of in Bjorn Fontaine's nature. Both of those hundreds have come with the Lions in a bit of strife, but both of them have been at pretty much run a ball.
You can see with the mid-off, just giving himself a bit of room as well, probably being told by the bowler. You can see that the batter is looking to be aggressive, so just give yourself a bit of room, a bit of time. That's the end of the 118th over. 353 for 6, and the wicket, of course, the chest went out of Potgieter. Maiden wicket for Carl Simmons. Yeah, very good over for Western Province.
Yes, I was saying the 2 of the main leaders in this DP World Lions outfit at the crease now. Bjorn Fontaine, of course, captained them to the CSA T20 Challenge title. He's led the Red Ball team as well at times, and out there with the Red Ball skipper, Dominic Hendricks. He's been captain of this 4-day side for a while now. Jody Lawrence to continue from the caller drive end. Slashed away again by Dom Hendricks. He's very strong there. The point has work to do, but does it well. And just a couple of runs for Hendricks.
Yeah, Western Province do have quite a few options for the captain here. George Linder hasn't used himself so far this morning, but he's got 2 spinners, of course, him, including Ann Simons, and he's got 4 seamers. I mean, he's able to rotate the seamers and give them a bit of rest after a long day yesterday out in the middle. I'm sure the bodies are a bit tired.
There are 2 men behind square on the boundary on the leg side. A fine leg and a man just behind square on the boundary. The deep point we've spoken about in this over already. 1 slip in place, there's a gully. So Western Province, understandably, being a little bit defensive. The match situation does demand that. Had to reach for that one a bit. Hendricks chopped to cover point for 1. He definitely looks pretty eager to get on with things, Dominic Hendricks, now. I mean, that was certainly the sort of delivery yesterday. He would have just left that alone.
Yeah, well, he's at 150 now. I think he probably sees it very, very well. But again, I think just the nature of how the Lions look like they want to play, it's almost like after lunch, there's a thought, maybe we're thinking about declaring it. It looks like the way they're playing, they've been very positive. And you talk about Dom Hendricks, the rest of the guys, Poortgete, Estays, and of course, Bloemfontein, have also looked to be aggressive in terms of batting. So I'm not sure if it's a sign that they want to declare after lunch, which would be a little bit surprising. But maybe, just maybe, the message is out there. Let's just push on and get as much as we can as quickly as possible. We're not going to declare, but you guys just play your game.
Would you declare Mondi? And if you would that be based on time or a number of runs?
No, I don't think I would. Not at this juncture of the game. There's not much weather that I know about that's around. If they are maybe preempting that, but I don't think there's any rain that's going to really make a big difference in terms of time taken away. I think I would certainly push on. Hit it nicely through the cover. Oh, misfield. Sorry, not through the cover, to the onside. Misfield trying to pick it up with one hand there. It's a comfortable 3 runs. Just from the mistake that the middle made. But no, I certainly wouldn't. I think after lunch I would still have a look, and maybe an hour after lunch just give themselves a bit of time and tell them maybe an hour if they are looking to be aggressive and to declare quite soon. Sometimes you play mind games with the bowling side. You make them think that you're going to actually declare, and then you don't. And then when they don't think you're going to declare, you declare. So yeah, maybe I might give it an hour after lunch, just depending where we are. But they look, so far, they are looking to be aggressive for sure.
12th man, Oliver Whitehead, was the man who just let the ball slip through his fingers there. I would just bat, to be honest. I think maybe if you haven't been bowled out by 4 o'clock this afternoon, maybe then have a dart at Western Province. They'll be very tired by then. But in an ideal world, the Lions would like to just bat once.
I think you were just talking about the double centuries as well by the Lions players that no one has gotten in terms of lately. I mean, maybe there's a conversation around tell Dom after lunch an hour we want to declare. So if you are looking to get a double 100, then maybe he needs to push on. Maybe that's why there's a bit of urgency in their batting at the moment, especially from his batting. The other guys are going to play their shots. That's how they play. But he's looked like he also wants to get on with the game. So maybe there is a message out there that maybe an hour after lunch we're going to give you to try to get you a double century. So just push along maybe.
I'm sure the double century is a landmark Dom Hendricks would really like to achieve. Full toss, put away, over mid-wicket for 6 by Bjorn Fortuin.
Staying aggressive. I do know spinners like to go after other spinners for whatever reason. especially when they're batting. You look at, it's been aggressive. Two Simmons, the minute he got to the wicket, and this time goes down on one knee. Big shot. Yeah, they do seem to be like they're playing like it's a message that they've been given. Certain urgency, certainly, since Easthuizen came to the wicket.
Well, it was a low full toss. I can't think of any match situation where Bjorn Fortuin would bat that back to the bowler. Hashamamla on the phone while he's watching his charges, the great man, Hashamamla.
I think he had made his mind up before the delivery was ball for Fortuin. Full tosses certainly. I don't know many people that want to go down on one knee and sort of slog sleep a full toss. And jet now, here we go again, another full toss. This time around, not on one knee, hits it over mid-on. It's a repeat of what happened in the previous delivery. This time, not a slog sweep though, this time. Stands up, hits it over mid-on for 6.
There's a short leg side boundary for Fortuin, but that's still quite long out there over wide long on. Spinner Simmons had just bolstered the leg side field before that delivery. To no avail, another low full toss deposited into the stands. So I was just saying about Dom Hendricks on the double 100. He had a near miss in his career back in 2018-19. His high score was 197 against the Titans in Benoni. Fortuin has slashed that one through the covers. Deep point will get across. They'll come back for 2. So yeah, I think Dom Hendricks would love, seeing as though he's already on 153. He'd love to get that double century on his record.
Yeah, I'm sure you would. Good opportunity for him to do that here today. Of course, he's going to need some support. They've lost a couple of wickets on the other end from Dom Hendricks. He's going to need the Fortuins and whoever's coming up after next, Moreki, Yusuf, Supamla, to stay with him if he's still there, if he's trying to get to that 300, to 200, sorry. And they've opened up the field here for Fortuin now. Long on, long off from the boundary. The point on the boundary, car corner, and square leg. Looks like a one-day game.
Except without the fielding restrictions.
Yep.
Good comeback by Simmons to end the over. Those guys you mentioned still to come in, Monde. Cody Yusuf is very handy with the bat. He's a very good number 9. Tepa Mareki, another guy who can certainly hang around, has played some valuable innings for the Lions. And even number 11, Luto Sapamla, is no mug with the bat. So 25 minutes to go until lunch, 373 for 6. Western Province will be pleased, though, that they've managed to fight back a bit on this morning session. They've claimed 3 wickets now in the last hour and a bit, hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, Lawrence to continue. He's into his 21st over, so a lot of overs on your feet. If I remember correctly, I think in the last game they beat Dirja with the Titans and the Lions. Kevin Bosch might have bowled 21, 22 on day 1.
He did have a very long spell,
Yeah,
that's
he
right.
did, yeah, he's 21 on day 1 after playing T20 cricket, so must have been heavier on the body. And Jody Lawrence hasn't played this much cricket, I don't think, in a long time. Hasn't bowled this many overs, haven't played a lot of club cricket throughout his career, but coming in here playing against some of the best that the country has to offer, and then bowling 21 overs into your first game, yeah, he's going to feel it.
Yeah, as a club cricketer, I don't know, 90% of the time you're playing one-day cricket. You know, it might be unlimited overs, but you're still only playing one day. How difficult, Mondi, is it for a fast bowler, say bowling 16, 18 overs on the first day? How does it feel when you come back on that second day?
I mean, if you're not used to it, then yeah, it certainly can take its toll on the body, I guess. Certainly going to be sore the next morning. That's why the ice baths are there for. ice baths do help. They don't solve all the problems, of course, but they certainly do help with your recovering. But yeah, if you're not used to it, someone like a Jody Lawrence who's not used to playing and bowling this many overs, certainly he's going to feel it. I'm sure he felt it this morning when he woke up. He's going to feel it again tomorrow morning when he wakes up after what you would think where Western Province are in terms of taking wickets. Might be a couple more overs for him left in the body, but yeah, he's certainly going to feel it. Bit of a massage and ice bath might help.
We won through point. Bjorn Fortuin. Were you a fan of the ice bath, Mondi, or did you just
No one's
see
a
it
fan
as
of that. Nah.
necessary evil?
It's a necessary evil. I put it that way. I don't know one person who enjoyed doing the ice bath, who looked forward to doing it. There were days, though, when it was really hot. Like when you played in Sri Lanka or in India, there were times where you actually looked forward to the ice bath, the West Indies at times, where you looked forward to the ice bath actually just to cool off. Not because you were sore and stiff, just because you wanted to cool off because it was so hot and humid. But yeah, in general, no, nobody liked it, especially in places like England. If you're there in May, June, you don't want to be doing the ice bath at all.
Nowadays, there's a dedicated masseuse who travels with national teams. I'm gonna put my hand up for that more than the ice bath.
Well, the masseuse has been around for a long time. I mean, we've been traveling with the national team, that is, with the masseuse since the early 2000s. The provincial sides, on the other hand, I'm not. Do they travel with the masseuse? The provincial guys? I know they travel with a physio, obviously, who might double up as a masseuse at times. I'm not sure if they do travel with a masseuse, but I know that the Lions certainly do have those facilities. Whether that's for home games only, I don't know if they travel with them though. But yeah, they certainly are around. Very useful.
Nice flowing dive by Tom Hendricks. He's got it past the diving cover, but the deep point will cut it off and they'll run two. Very long boundary Hendricks was hitting there too. It does mean though that there's lots of space for twos and threes out there.
Yeah, I just saw now because we spoke about the point again, not to hop on to the deep point again. Bjorn Fortuin just got to the wicket, and Jody Hendricks will probably want to bowl to Bjorn Fortuin more than he wants to bowl to Hendricks at the moment, who's new to the crease. And they had a point out again early on in his innings on the boundary, and he just dropped it short and took an easy single for one.
Frustrating, yeah. We've discussed this before. Especially for new batters, don't give them the easy one to get their innings going. We're going to see the return of the workhorse, the warhorse, Mtlali Pongwana. Very unlucky not to have taken a wicket in this innings.
Same field, square leg, fine leg, back onto the boundary, and then the point again to the big boundary. He's on the boundary. One slip, one gully. He's only faced 13 deliveries, 410. He only got one slip and one gully. Again, yes, he was aggressive to the spinner, but he hit a couple that were full tosses again. I think most people probably would have put those away. Almost seems like they've seen that the Lions have been aggressive and they're trying to score, and they've backed off instead of being also countering that with perhaps a little bit more attacking him and not have so many boundary riders, especially at the back end. It's 20 minutes before lunch. You have to pick up a wicket or two just before lunch.
Struck on the pad, but going down leg. Yeah, I'm with you. There's still a chance, that Western Province, despite really toiling, they can still bowl the Lions out for 400, 410, 420. And that's a good outcome for them, considering that the Lions were 350 for 4, basically.
Yes, for sure. Considering where they started this morning, putting them under 400 or 400, around about there would be a huge bonus, I think, for them. So they just become very defensive all of a sudden. This is to the new batter we're talking about as well. Oh, just might have just not seen it properly there, Nave, for a second. Was moving in the wrong direction for a split second, then finally saw it and then moved to his left.
Yeah, I think
No
the bowler
ball.
was
Sorry.
the bowler was getting very concerned there with the ball rapidly approaching the boundary and Nyaku running the wrong way, but he did well. This ball is now over 40 overs old, Mondi. Could that also have kind of forced Western Province to be a little bit negative? Obviously, we can't feel the ball, but it probably has gone a little bit soft.
Yeah, I get that the ball's obviously 40 overs old, it's softened up a little bit, but you got your two seamers bowling at the moment, and I think with the new batter, I'm just specifically talking about the new batter who's come in, who's only faced 16 deliveries. I think you'd want to be a little bit more attacking instead of being very defensive to him. If there's anyone you're likely to get out early on is the new batter, so you want to be a little bit more attacking to him, and I can understand if you want to be a little bit more defensive to a Hendricks.
Quick single to mid-off. Yeah, and also with that ball getting soft, it also makes scoring a little bit harder. So, for the new man, Fortuin, instead of just allowing him to hit through easy gaps, maybe strengthen the ring a little bit, have more people stopping one. So he's got to try and hit the ball over or through a narrow gap.
Yeah, not giving him that easy single. So if you put it outside off, and it's a good line, good length, if he gets his hands on that and he just drops it, that's an easy one.
You see Dom Hendricks was in quick single mode there. He was a good few meters down the crease as the ball was pushed straight to cover, but no run, and that ends Pongwana's first over in his second spell today. 379 for 6. You mentioned rain earlier, Mondi, and it's still very overcast at the Wanderers, but without really threatening rain.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it at all. It looks like the clouds are quite high, and you can almost see the blue sky just behind them. It's almost like it wants to creep out or break out, but it breaks out a little bit here and there. But yeah, I don't think rain's going to be a big issue. George Linder into the attack. He brings himself on just before lunch to the caller drive end, and he replaces Jody Lawrence. Just having a look at his field, also very defensive field. One slip, point out on the boundary, coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Square leg, car corner, and long on also on the boundary.
Hendricks heading towards that short leg side boundary. But the mid-wicket, Carl Simmons, keeps it down to just a single. The left-hander Hendricks heading with the turn to the short boundary. But Bjorn Fortuin will have a very long leg side boundary if he's going to hit with against the turn rather for him.
Got again quite a few boundary riders long off as well. So again, very defensive. Got to slip in there.
And an easy single for Fortuin to long off.
Again, the middle off to me should be again in the circle. I mean, you're giving him an easy single over there. If he wants to go over the top, let him go over the top and see what he does. But it just seems like they're just giving away singles and allowing these two batters to rotate the strike quite at ease here, quite comfortably.
Thoughts of a quick run, but decided against. Yeah, it's almost as if Western Province got a bit spooked by those 2 sixes that Fortuin hit. But to be fair, they were full tosses.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're bad balls.
that's what I was saying earlier, is that you open up the field to 2 bad balls, two full tosses, and ever since then, they've been easy pickings for them. In terms of rotating the strike, there again, that's a single. You would think with the left-hander turning the ball into the other left-hander, who's the better Hendricks, that the point should maybe be in the circle. I mean, some spinners don't even want the point sometimes. They want the batters to try to look for that single, look for that, and make a mistake if the ball's turning into them, or trying to maybe reverse sweep, or looking for that drop and run. But you've given him the whole offside open now to be able to pick in those singles quite comfortably. And even this, like 2 balls went to car corner. It was 2 full tosses. That was it. It's not like he was walking down the wicket or trying to play the big slog sweep. So again, yeah, as you said, they got spooked, and the mentality is still there that this batter has been aggressive. He hasn't really played an angry shot since then.
It'll be another easy single. Dom Hendricks back on strike. Well, it's the end of the over, so he won't be. And we also know that square on the offside is a real area of strength for Dominic Hendricks. And at the moment, it's just very easy for him to score there. End of the over, 383 for 6. And that was the 123rd over.
Yeah, it's a lot of overs. A lot of overs. Only the start of the 4-day competition as well. So the buddies are certainly going to feel it coming off T20 cricket.
Just the bonus point situation, which of course is decided after 100 overs for those who are following that detail. The Lions picked up 3.46 batting points. They were 273 for 3 after 100 overs. And they've kept Western Province to just 1 bowling point.
Coming back for 3, and they get it comfortably. It was with an offer. It was quite full by Mpongwana. Fontaine has obviously shown that he wants to be aggressive. He's been aggressive when the ball has been there to hit. Not quite where he wanted to hit the ball, but nonetheless 3 runs on it.
Yassine Valley doing the fielding there. We haven't seen too much of him in the field over these first 2 days. Sometimes it's happened. The ball just doesn't go to you in the field. Good drive. Fortuin set off a little bit late, but unable to pick up cleanly. So George Linder at mid-on.
A bit of a slip, I think, was the main problem. But good running once again by Dom Hendricks. Caught straight away.
Yeah, even though he hit it firmly to mid-on, he was on his bike immediately. Johan Fortuin trusting the call. Chopped into the. Now, was that one of those when you mistime the ball and it feels like you're hitting a brick? Johan Fortuin shaking his elbow. I don't think the ball hit his elbow, or did it?
That's what I thought, that the ball actually bounced off the turf and hit the elbow. Have a look here again. Yeah, I think it bounced off the turf and hit his elbow. Yeah, a bit of width and offer. I think it just jabbed back off the seam a little bit. That's what made him get the inside edge of the bat and bounce up and hit his elbow. It's very unique. Don't really see that very often.
Hit the most inappropriately named anatomical part of the body, the funny bone. Kills it dead. Hendricks straight away, very quickly through for the quick single. Yeah, you get hit on the funny bone. There's nothing funny about it at all.
Nah. It can linger on for for a little bit as well. It doesn't go away straight away. So you can see him, they're still struggling a little bit with it. And it just takes time. It'll be all right.
This time it wasn't the fault of a mean old fast bowler like Mondi Zondeke. It was self-inflicted bottom edge into the ground up onto his elbow. Again, Hendrick so strong on the cut. Just the one though. Heading towards the lunch break, just 7 minutes to go.
Changing field once again. Oh no, not changing the field, so fine leg. Going on from third man to fine leg.
Off the pad, but clearly down leg side.
Had a couple of shots, Pongwana, this morning, but so far, no luck. I mean, end of the 124th over. 390 for 6. The Lions are.
He's not shy of an appeal, Mtlali Pongwana. He was roaring a lot yesterday. Without any joy, though, the poor guy. He's bowled really well, and just one of those days, I guess.
Yeah, it happens. One of those days when nothing goes your way in terms of wickets. Bowled well because the economy's been highly economical.
He started with 8 consecutive maidens yesterday, which is quite remarkable.
Yeah, I've never heard of that before. That is very unique in any form of cricket. Oh, there he goes. Goes for the big one. There's a car corner out there. Put it down. He has put it down just before lunch. It would have been a prize wicket to get just before lunch. We're talking about Western Province looking for that wicket. Put down by Mfunelwa,
Yeah,
the substitute fielder.
He is a wicket keeper. So maybe one can forgive him, but that's a bad miss.
I'm just trying to figure out what the plan is by 14. I mean, that came out of nowhere. He's been very conservative over the last couple of overs. After getting those 2 full tosses that he hit over mid-on for 6, but then he's been quiet, and all of a sudden, came out of nowhere, just before lunch as well. There he goes again. This time around, better timing. That's gone all the way for 6. He's decided he's going to go after George Linder just before lunch. It's a great shot.
Superb shot. Maybe it's what you intimated earlier, Mondi, about messing with the bowling side a bit, just as maybe George Linder thought, okay, they're going to close up shop before lunch. Bjorn Fortuin, left-arm spinner himself, is, nah, I'm not going to let another left-arm spinner bowl at me.
It's good cricket. Get the single after that, 399, just one short of the 400. I think they might push for one more over after this for lunch. Yeah, they'll probably be able to squeeze in one more.
This partnership with 46 already, and Bjorn Fortuin has raced to 34 of those off just 28 deliveries.
Lots of with an offer. Tom Hendrick doesn't bite. No runs off that last ball. And a very good over there for the DP World Lions. 399 for 6 after 125 overs. And we'll be able to squeeze in one more over from Pongwana.
And things just seem to have brightened up a bit out there. There's still cloud all around us, but I think the sun is making more headway through the clouds.
Just being able to peek through. There's still, as you said, a lot of clouds around us. In front of us, doesn't look too bad. I don't know what's behind us, though, is the problem.
Yeah, always the problem. Yeah, the Wanderers, it could be an apocalypse going on behind us, and we wouldn't know.
Well, let's hope not. Last over before lunch.
Great to see a familiar face back at the DP World Wanderers Stadium, the former groundsman Evan Flint, who is now based in Cape Town.
Is he still based in, is he back in Cape Town now?
Yes, he's working as a pitcher's consultant for Cricket South Africa, and he's here as a bit of a working party looking at venues for the 2027 World Cup, which of course South Africa are hosting, and they're deep into the planning of all that. And I do know that there's quite a lot of refurbishment that's due to happen at the Wanderers, so he's the pitch consultant on all of that. Big swing and a miss, but Evan Flint was the groundsman here at the Wanderers for several years.
Yeah, of course, he started off didn't start off in Cape Town. I know he started off in Kingsmead, and then he went to Cape Town, and then he came here to Joburg. So now, obviously, as you said, working as a consultant. I'm assuming for all the wickets around the country?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, 14, I think he's got a different mindset right at the moment. He sort of went into his bubble again, and then all of a sudden, he's decided that in the last 2 overs before lunch that he's going to have a big go at everything.
Messing with the bowlers. I think your theory was spot on, Mondi.
Yeah, nothing on that. Yeah. Certainly looks like they're playing like they're going to declare. Don't think they will, though. Don't think they will at all.
I think it's just Bjorn Fortuyn's natural tendency, mid-off and mid-on up. Scoreboard very much in the Lions' favour. He's going to be aggressive.
Full this time, driven through the covers. It's going to go for 4. Half volley. And that's what pressure can do to a bowler. Just a bit too full. And he knows that Fortuyn wants to be aggressive. That's a 50 partnership as well. Come quickly. Most of it, 38 runs off it, coming off the bat of Fortuyn. And just tells you how he's gone about his business this morning. 38 of 33. Been really aggressive. It's a very good partnership. 403 now with that 4. Yeah, sort of come and change the flow and the tempo of the game here from the batting side of the DP World Lions. Last ball before lunch. Ooh, that's a bit of a hack. That's a one-day shot. That's a T20 shot that. The last ball of the over, having a big... Pongwana must be very disappointed and angry because he's bowled really well. Hasn't picked up a wicket. Unlucky once again there. And that's the end of the first session of day 2 403 for 6. Have a look at this shot. I think he thinks he's wearing white clothing. Forgot he might be wearing red clothing at the moment. So yeah, very good outing for the DP World Lions from Dominic Hendricks. Point for 10 has been very aggressive at the back end. He's got 38 of 34. Zubrai Hamza yesterday 77 of 111, and then Manak got 64. But the star of the inning so far, Dominic Hendricks, 161 not out. And Western Province, I think at some point would have been the happier of the two sides, but I think it's pretty even in the end. They've lost 3 wickets this morning, the DP World Lions, for just over 150 runs. And, I think they might be the happy of the two sides going into their lunch break. But we'll be back after lunch, and so far it's been a very good morning for the DP World Lions. Sorry.
Welcome back to DP World Wanderers Stadium here in Johannesburg. And it's day number 2 of the Cricket South Africa 4-day challenge match between the DP World Lions and the WSB Western Province. And later on, the news that we received from the middle is that the DP World Lions has declared, they managed to declare then 403 for 6. And the pick of the batsman is Dominic Hendricks, the captain. He scored 161 from 370 deliveries. And Zubair Hamza, 77 from 111 deliveries. And Mohamed Manak, 64 from 142 deliveries. Pick of the bowlers, it's Kyle Simmons, the spinner, 2 wickets. Onke Nyaku, he also picked up 2 wickets. I'm not alone with commentary, and I'm with former Proteas fast bowler, Monde Zondeki. Good afternoon, Monde Zondeki.
Yes, good afternoon to our viewers and to you too, Takalani. And as we wait to see what the Lions will do with the ball in hand. Very good with the bat in hand yesterday and this first session. Yusuf to start off, sorry.
It will be Cody Yusuf to start things up for the DP World Lions, bowling to Jonathan Bird. And he will be opening the batting with the experience of Eddie Moore. What's your take on the Lions declaring on 403 for 6?
Well, I think we sort of called it before lunch. Ken and I saw the way that the Lions were batting, especially at 14, and the guys were coming after that. They were being very aggressive. It looked like they might think about declaring. So I'm not actually very surprised that they did, given the way they were batting. But I am surprised that they did declare it so early in the game. I think maybe they've got the weather in the back of their mind with the weather coming this weekend. I'm not too sure, but time will tell.
Yeah, maybe you're right there, Monde Sondeki. Maybe the weather is a big factor in the DP World Lions' decision to declare at 403 for 6. And a great innings by the experienced Dominic Hendricks. But the WSB Western Province, they've got Jonathan Bird now and Edward Moore opening the batting for them. And it will be Cody Yusuf. Good start this by Cody Yusuf, bowling from the golf course end. And earlier on, we have play suspended for 30 minutes just after lunch due to lightning around the stadium. But the weather is pretty clear now. And it should be a good day for the bowlers, good day for the batsmen. So we're really looking forward to the contest between these two sides.
Yeah, Eddie Moore, Jonathan Bird, as you said, doing the batting for Western Province. Eddie Moore had been in good form this season. Also got a ton already in the 4-day competition. Jonathan Bird, young man who's played for SA 19, very promising, but hasn't quite kicked on the way some people thought early on in his career, but it's still very early on. Got a lot of time to live up to the hype and the talent.
Yeah, he's got 250s and 200s in his 11 matches that he has played so far. Is Jonathan Bird, left-hand batsman. Beautiful delivery that by Cody Yusuf, bowling across the left-hander.
Yeah, it's been a good start, good over, good lengths as well, making the batter play. You got 3 slips and a gully. And you got the runs on the board as well, over 400 runs when they declared the Lions. So they've got some runs to play with. Can take a few risks up front.
Oh, once again, beautiful delivery by Cody Yusuf, beating Jonathan Bird outside his off-stump, bowling across the left-handed of Jonathan Bird there.
Well, he's getting the ball in the right areas, and that's all you can do as a bowler. You control what you can control, and he's bowling really well. Good areas, challenging the batter. There's still certainly something in this wicket. Just keeping its line. Looks like it's coming into the left-hander, but holding its line quite nicely. Challenging line and length. It's good to see.
Yeah, 2 left-handers opening the batting for the WSB Western Province. Eddie Moore, Jonathan Bird. This time, down the leg side by Cody Yusuf. And that's the end of the over number one of the innings, and the score is 1 without loss. What's your take, Monday, on two left-handers opening the batting for the Western Province? Do you love it like that? Do you love left-hand, right-hand combination at the top? What's your view on their combination?
Yeah, I'm not too bothered. I don't mind if it's two lefties or two right-hand batters. It doesn't really make a big difference to me anyway. I know some people like to have that combination of left and right, but to me, I really doesn't bother me at all.
And we will have Tsepo Mureki. He will be bowling from Collet Drive End. He's been around the blocks for some time. It's Tsepo Mureki.
Yeah, played for Western Province, so he will know some of these players very well. Before he came up to the Lions, he was with Western Province just a few seasons ago, and he goes to Edwin Moore for his first over.
Down the leg side, just well clipped by Edward Moore, and they will come back for the second.
Leg buys that one. Just 3 slips, no gully for Morekid. He's got a short leg though. That's the difference between him and Cody Yusuf's field. They both had 3 slips, but Cody Yusuf had a gully, but Moreki, he wants the use of a short leg.
Yeah, Ken Boland was so strong on why the Western Province didn't have a short leg the whole day yesterday for the fast bowlers. Down the leg side once again by Edward Moore to get off the mark with the couple.
Just getting his line a bit wrong here when he's first over. A little bit too straight to the two left-handers. Also starting around the wicket, where Cody Yusuf did start over the wicket. I'm very much a proponent of starting over the wicket and then going around. But a lot of bowlers these days do like to start around the wicket. And that's what Moreki is doing. In
5 without loss is the score right now. The WSB Western Province. Once again, down the leg side and beautifully clipped by Edward Moore, and it will go to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, as we said earlier, in this over he struggled with his line. This time his length as well, 2-4 on his legs. Deserved to be hit to the boundary for 4. For a man who's in form, he's not going to miss out on those. It's 2 straight and 2-4.
Yeah, he's a good player. It's Eddie Moore. Averages over 14 first-class cricket. 17 centuries and 42 50s. And he has played 119 matches, 119 first-class matches. Very good player. Played 1 match for South Africa. I think that was against New Zealand, if I can remember.
Yes, it was that test match in New Zealand when, I think it was 2 test matches if I'm not mistaken, where it was during the SA20. A lot of our top players were not available to go on that tour, so the leftover players, if you will, the guys who didn't make the SA20 squads, they picked from those guys, and he was one of the guys who went over to New Zealand. Wasn't a very successful tour for South Africa, but he got a taste of what test cricket is like, and I'm sure he'd like to get back there again.
3 slips for Edward Moore. No gully in place. Yeah, just outside of stump this time around by Tsepo Moreki. Coming back strongly. Yeah, just talking about the SA20s and Edward Moore. He's been very good. Yes, you spoke about him not being part of the SA20, but with the Cricket South Africa T20 Challenge this season, he was really good with the bat. Maybe he's trying to make a name for himself so that he can be chosen for the upcoming SA20 and future SA20 competitions.
He has been good all around. As you said, the SA T20 competition earlier on in the season. He was one of the run getters there. I remember a game in, I think he was man of the match, and playing against the Titans up in Centurion. He got some runs as well to win the game for Western Province. That's the end of the second over, 9 without loss.
Yeah, I should be feeling confident. If you're scoring runs, you're scoring runs, and he's got the ability to bat long as well. 17 centuries, 42-50 in first-class cricket. And, he will be looking to this season's first-class season.
Yusuf to continue after a very good first over, I thought. It was very challenging for the batters. See what he does here.
Oh, wanted to cut there. It's Jonathan Bird, a bit of steep bounce from Cody Yusuf Monde on that delivery.
Yeah, it was a lot shorter. In the first over, I thought his length was very good. His lines also very good, but his lengths, I thought, were very impressive. It was bringing the batter forward this time around. A bit shorter. Bit of width as well. Goes flying to the keepers, and that's what happens sometimes here in the Highveld. When the ball's a little bit short, it flies to the keeper. The bowlers, tend to get a bit excited. You gotta keep bowling those lengths where you get the ball batter coming forward.
Yeah, 3 slips and a gully now for Jonathan Bird. Yeah, it will be important for the Lions to use the new ball well here, overcast conditions here at Wanderers Stadium. The weather is good. Yesterday it was really scorching hot, but today it's overcast. And let's hope the Lions and the Western Province can create a good contest here between bat and ball. Edged, well stopped there at Gully.
Back to his length. That's where he's been very good. It's only been 9 deliveries so far in his innings, but yeah, when he's pitched it up, he's looked very dangerous.
Yeah, it's Joshua Richards at Gully. Yeah, well stopped. Good fielding. And it's Cody Yusuf to continue once again from the golf course end. Yeah, just tuck through the leg side for a quick single.
Nice, off the mark, Jonathan Bird with that single.
And it looks like the Western Province are really committed to take quick single in this innings so far. That ball was just played straight to mid-on fielder, but he was off the mark so quickly, is Jonathan Bird.
Field's changed. 2 slips and a gully. Short leg for Eddie Moore. Clearly the short leg is for Eddie Moore specifically. As word around the country, he doesn't really like the shorter deliveries. Maybe that's why they do employ the short leg for him.
Yeah, a lot of analysis is being done to players these days. And the Lions has Prasanna on their cards, and he should be able to give them the data on how to bowl to certain players, and which is very good. And you are spot on, Monde. It's always 2 slips and a gully for Edward Moore, and a short leg in as well.
Yeah, just a little bit back of the length more than it was earlier in his first over. But nonetheless, 3 overs gone, 10 without loss.
And I know Monde Sunday, you like it fuller, isn't it?
Well, that's where he was very good. His first over beat the bat a couple of times with the fuller length. So yeah, that's why I prefer.
Yeah, invite the batsman onto the drive. 2 slips and a gully waiting for an opportunity to take a catch. They need to use those fielders. The run rate is pretty good, 3.3. Just 10 runs has been scored so far without loss by the WSB Western Province. Solidly behind that. Wanted a quick single, but he was sent back immediately.
Yeah, certainly no run there. Again, for Jonathan Bird, the field is slightly different. They've got a gully in for him, no short leg. So clearly there is a plan here. As you said, the analysis has been done on both batters, and clearly they do feel like Eddie Moore with a short delivery. They do need a short leg in there for him.
It's 3 slips and a gully for Jonathan Bird. 10 without loss is the score. Once again, solidly behind that is Jonathan Bird. Now, the good thing, Monday, is that the Western Province are really looking to score some runs. Yes, the Lions have scored a very big total, 403 for 6. When you look at that scoreboard, you don't want to be discouraged and start playing negative cricket. And it looks like the Western Province has plans already here today on how they should be playing in this innings.
Better length, that's where you want to be. Not easy to play on that one. It might have just had a bit of extra bounce in that area. I think we saw one earlier when the Lions were batting, and there was one that popped up from a length.
Another good delivery by Tsepo Mureki. Good over this by Tsepo Mureki.
Yeah, good over. I think just settling in now. That first over was a little bit wayward, a bit too straight, and sometimes too short and too full. This second over has been a lot better. Maybe just starting to find his rhythm.
Not a lot of foot movement from Jonathan Bird early on. The ball is hitting the inside part of the bat, not presenting full face of the blade. This time is driven and over the slip cordon for 4 runs.
It was full again, but width was the big difference this time. And Jonathan Bird went for it, got a top edge over the slips for 4. Bit unlucky for Mareki there.
Yeah, but I don't think he will mind this. I think that's what you want. You want your batsmen to be driving so that they can create opportunities to take wickets.
No, they won't mind at all. They're very happy if he's chasing one outside off stump there, the Lions. They've got 3 slips and a gully for that reason.
Oh, beautiful delivery. That one come back sharply from Tsepo Mureki.
Yeah, it's the end of the 4th over. 1 boundary in it, 14 without loss. Yeah, that's the last one there. Coming back with a bit of the angle, but there is a little bit of swing coming back into the left-hander from around the wicket. Much better over, I thought, for Mureki this time around. Very challenging for the batters.
Yeah, much better over. Created an opportunity there, but it went over the slip cordon for 4. And it will be Cody Yusuf now bowling once again from the golf course end. And they will be bowling to the experienced Edward Moore. Bowling across the left-hander. That's what you want with the new ball, isn't it, Monday?
Yeah, good line, good length once again. Just getting a bit of shape coming back into the left-hander. Got a short leg once again for Eddie Moore. Been good bowling here by the Lions. done a good job of keeping things a little bit challenging, especially when they find their lines and their length. Still a new ball, and there's still certainly something in this wicket for the bowlers, which is very encouraging for them.
Beautiful delivery once again.
Yeah, he's had a couple that come back into the left hand, and I'm sure Eden was very aware of that. But then this time, this one just straightened, didn't come back, left him and beat him again at all odds. Yeah, I just went away from him. Seam movement this time around. Bit of swing, bit of seam, bit of everything happening for the Lions. Just no wicket so far. Would be the only issue that they might have, but so far so good.
This time down the leg side.
I'll be looking for two.
Yep.
And they get it comfortably, very fine. That one that went down to fine leg.
And I think this is good contest, Monday. The bowlers are bowling well. The batsmen are looking to score runs. This is good advertisement of first-class cricket.
Yeah, it is. Nice and challenging for the batters. The wicket has something in it, and the bowlers are bowling the right areas.
Driven, but straight to mid-off. Not well timed by Edward Moore.
Just getting a warning there. Not a warning, sorry. Just maybe a reminder from the umpire that that front foot of yours is getting closer and closer to that no ball.
And one other thing, Monde, the bowlers has really made the batsmen play. The two openers are not leaving a lot. Yes, they love to fail bat on ball, but it's been right on the money from the two opening bowlers from the DP World Lions.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want, especially with that new ball. I mean, you scored 400 runs on the board. You can, with the new ball, be a little bit more attacking. Try to pick up some wickets. Yes, you might go for a few runs here and there, but wickets are gold, and that's exactly what you want. They've got a nice cushion with some runs on the board. Certainly made them play. Nice short ball, first one we've seen today. No ball called. Just got a warning just before that. It was getting close to that no ball line, and then the next delivery is a no ball.
Yeah, trying to test Edward Moore there. We spoke about the short leg earlier on. Surely they know something about him, but Cody Yusuf, he just needs to watch that no ball. Really, that's something I hate, Monde. Getting a wicket off a no ball. You should know better, Monde.
Yeah, I know. That's the last thing you want as a bowler and as a team is to pick up a wicket. All your good work gone to waste.
And that's the end of the over. Over number 5. The score is 17 without any damage. Jonathan Bird is on 5 and Edward Moore is on 8. I think both sides will be happy with the start here Monday. The bowlers bowled well. The batsmen are scoring runs. Good contest this between bat and ball.
Yeah, it's been challenging for the batters at times when the bowlers do get the ball in the right areas, but I think they'll be happy with the fact that no wicket is down Western Province. Don't think they'll be too worried about the runs at the moment. It's just about survival for now. What the Lions will want is the bowlers to continue to challenge the batters and kind of getting 3 slips with the gully. We'll like it to continue.
Driven down the ground. Thank you very much. 4 runs, Jonathan Bird.
Yeah, slightly overpitched. But once again, that's a great shot by Jonathan Bird. Right out the middle of the bat. good, nice stride forward. Yeah, half volley, but yeah, you still got to put those away. And then Jonathan Bird did that very well this time around. So 4 runs on the board for him. I think it's his first boundary, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this one was right in the screws. He was struggling with the one that was coming back to him. He was hitting the inside part of the bat, but this one straight off the middle of the blade from Jonathan Bird. Oh, beautiful delivery, but I think it was just going down leg there, Monday.
Yeah, good comeback. Better length again, not too full this time around. Again, I think a bit of extra bounce once again. There's an area there that I think can be troubling for the left-handers. Yeah, a bit of extra bounce once again, coming back into the left-hander.
Now, is the one that come back to the left-hander that seems to be a problem for the two lefties for the WSB Western Province? Oh, once again, it took off.
Yeah, extra bounce once again.
Definitely, there is still a lot in this pitch.
Oh, of course, yeah. As I said, there's something in it for the bowlers. It's always a nice contest between bat and ball if there's something in it for the bowlers and it's not too spotty. As long as it's not doing too much. Bit of extra bounce once again. He's found that area that has been challenging for the left-handers, just that area around where it's getting a bit of extra bounce, and that was once again in that area. He's come back nicely after that first delivery that went for 4.
It's time down the leg side. They should come back for the second, and once again, it's good running by the two openers. And the score now is 23 without loss. Jonathan Bird is on 11. Edward Moore is on 8.
It's a good contest.
He's been solid, Jonathan Bird.
Still like to see Moreke. I'm sure he's very comfortable coming around the wicket. I'd still like to see him coming over the wicket, just to create that angle going across the left-handers. Everything's coming back into him, and if it's a bit too straight, he starts it off, then he's able to push it onto the onside for a couple of runs, but just coming across him is where Yusuf has been successful too, with both left-handers beating him, going across the two left-handers.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think if you can bowl across, and then have the one that straightens, you can challenge the LBW. I think that should be a ploy for Tsepo Moreki, but that's the end of the over. Over number 6, the score is 23 without loss, and we'll have commentary change. Monde Zondeki will vacate the commentary booth, and I will be joined by Ken Boland. Good afternoon, Ken Boland.
Afternoon, Takalani, and afternoon to the viewers. And what an interesting afternoon lies ahead, starting with a bit of a surprise declaration for me. I can only think that the Lions have a long-term weather projection which perhaps suggests that there's a bit of rain over the weekend. Cody Yusuf continuing to Eddie Moore. Eddie Moore's you can see there, he's a big guy. He's got physical presence at the crease. He reminds me a little bit of a Graham Smith type guy. Likes to, you know, the body language is dominant, and certainly he likes to bash the ball around at the top of the innings. I've seen him play some almost baseball like type innings opening the batting. Quick single to point throw from Bjorn Fortuin. Has missed the stumps. I think they might have been home anyway. It was Mohammed Manak, actually. The youngster, Mo Manak, nice and quick across the field.
Yeah, the running between the wicket has been excellent from Jonathan Bird and Edward Moore to start things off in this partnership. They are looking to rotate the strike, and it's important.
And another one, even though Bird had to wait for the bowler to cross his path there. There's so much space in front of the wicket, you know, with all the close catches and mid-off and mid-on in line with the bowler, that it's a good way to score, good way to get your innings underway if you're an opening batter. Plenty of room to just drop and run.
And they've done it so well so far, not allowing the bowlers to dominate, taking singles, taking twos, keep rotating the strike and get the scoreboard ticking all the time.
This one tickled down the leg side now. Some work for Mareki at fine leg. But I'm sure Mondi Zondeki will tell you just, it does get a bit frustrating as a bowler where every ball you're lining up for a different batsman. I know they're both left-handers, but you might have a different line or strategy for each batter. You've got to change every ball. And I suppose you do start thinking about taking away a catcher to try and plug a gap. And then, you know, that's the first battle won by the batsman. There's a big hit by Eddie Moore down through mid-off. I don't think that's going to be stopped. So a boundary for Eddie Moore.
Yeah, good shot that by Eddie Moore, and it's small moments like this in the game where you rotate the strike, trying to frustrate the opening bowlers, and when they pitch it up like that, you take full advantage. And that's a beautiful, beautiful driven indeed by Edward Moore.
Two very different approaches at the top of the batting order, Western Province compared to the DP World Lions, who took 27 overs to get to 60. Western Province are halfway there already in just the 7th over. And 4 more.
Yeah, Edward Moore doubling up this time once again, driven down the ground, and they are taking full advantage of loose deliveries being presented here by Cody Yusuf. Just look at that full face of the bat, great foot movement, 4 runs.
Yeah, the first boundary was a bit of a stand tall and bash down the ground. That one was really just a push, very nicely timed. And yeah, Cody Yusuf just over pitching on that last delivery. We have a change of bowling for the DP World Lions. I guess something had to give after Western Province have raced to 35 without loss in 7 overs. Delano Potgieter is coming on, slower pace than Moreki or Yusuf, but he'll be looking to get some swing.
Yeah, definitely. 117 wickets he's got in first-class cricket. Delano Potgieter.
Not a bad start. Close to that off stump.
Yeah, but this is good start, this by WSB Western Province openers, isn't it? They're scoring runs, they're presenting full face of the plate, good shots have been played, singles have been taken. That's what you need from your openers.
Yeah, it just continues to lift their mood a bit. I mean, they took 3 wickets in the second half of the first session. More runs, nicely played by Jonathan Bird down towards the third man boundary. It will be hauled in, but they'll come back for 3.
And what it does also, Ken, is that it sends the message to your change room that there is runs on available in this wicket if you're playing well. So they start to feel ease when they see their openers batting so well, yeah.
Exactly right, Takalani, that the 2 openers, when it could be tough against the new ball, they've got away to a very good, brisk start. And as you say, that confidence and that momentum just starts to take root in the visiting change room. Well, that one came back a bit at Eddie Moore, but he kind of left it on length as well. He's okay.
Yeah, we've seen a few from Tsepo Moreki coming back to the left-handers. And Monde Zondeki was so strong. It was like, there is still something in this pitch. Definitely something in this pitch. But unfortunately, they haven't picked up a wicket yet.
Yeah, you can see there's still a greenish tinge to the pitch. And yeah, I'm convinced that if you get enough balls in the right areas here, you will get rewards still.
Yeah, good start this by Jonathan Baird and Edward Moore. The partnership is on 38 runs at this stage.
Nicely glanced away off his pads by Moore, coming back for two. Had to hurry a bit, but well judged in the end.
Yeah, well judged two there by the two openers. The score now is 40 without loss after 7.5 overs has been bowled.
Fantastic start. Just what Western Province would have wanted after you've conceded 400. Transferring pressure. Suddenly it's the Lions who have to do a bit of thinking about their bowling strategy and their field placings. Delano Potgieter's first over has cost 5 runs.
And like you said, they've already changed the bowler. So it's a moral victory to the batters. The bowlers only bowled 3 overs. And just look at the test squad for the Proteas that will be playing against Sri Lanka. Some good names there, Ken Boland, Temba Bavuma back.
Yeah, these two teams contributing quite a few players. Western Province have got David Beddingham, Tony DeZorzi, Dane Patterson, Kyle Verena in that squad from the Lions. There's Temba Bavuma, Karisa Rabada, Vian Mulder, Ryan Rickleton. So the traditional powerhouses of South African cricket, Johannesburg and Cape Town, providing a lot of players. As Tsepo Moreki has had a change of ends. He's from the Caller Drive end, golf course end. Oh, has he got a tickle on that? Bit of interest from the Lions, but not from umpire Sadumo. I do wonder if maybe it was a predetermined thing that Delano Potgieter, he's been taking the new ball in recent games, but maybe as a swing bowler, sometimes you just want the shine to be taken off the ball a bit before it really goes. So maybe they agreed that he would bowl, say, the 8th over, come on once the shine is off and Moreki can change ends. That one going away from the left-hander. He's certainly coming in with lots of energy and intensity, Tsepo Moreki.
Yeah, maybe you're right, Ken. Maybe it's the plan we spoke about. Somebody like Prasanna, he should be giving them detailed analysis of how they should be able to bowl in this pitch, to which batsman. And maybe that's the plan on how the Lions will be able to bowl in this wicket.
Yeah, Prasanna Agaram, the former Proteas team analyst, now part of the super team that the Lions have assembled. Head coach Russell Domingo, Alan Donald, Hashim Amla, Prasanna Agaram, and yeah, he's definitely one of the world's leading analysts. So he will definitely have all that information being fed to the players. And I think we can see the results out on the field, because the Lions have really proven a very good team in their home conditions.
Yeah, I did read one of his tweets 2 weeks ago when he was mentioning that if a certain player fail at international level, there should be some data involved when you send him back to domestic structure. He needs to improve here and there. And he was not specifically talking about the Proteas, but just cricket in general. And when I was going through it, I saw a lot of comments, a lot of good feedback from various former international players, current analysts as well.
Bowler interested as Jonathan Bird perhaps just playing around the front pad a bit there. But yeah, dead right, Takalani. If you get dropped from the national team, say, and come down to this level, you're obviously dropped for a reason. So there must be areas of your game that you need to work on, and there needs to be clear, communication on that. And yeah, I'm sure the team analysts kind of know the strengths and weaknesses of their players, certainly. Beauty from Chepo Mareki. That's a fantastic length. You could see Jonathan Bird a bit unsure whether to go forward or back, and ended up just prodding at the delivery as it whizzed past the outside edge. Great way to end the over. 9 gone, 40 without loss.
Yeah, good over that by Tsepo Mureki. Beautiful delivery to end the over. Just look at that. Left Jonathan Bird last minute, a movement away from the left-hander. And 9 overs has been bowled so far, and the score is 40 without loss.
And that was the first maiden over of the innings, so long awaited for the DP World Lions. They needed that just to quieten down the run rate a bit. Moore trying to fashion a shot square on the off side, but picks out backward point.
Yeah, with videos available everywhere, data available, it's important that analysts, domestic analysts, national team analysts share those data in terms of the weaknesses and strength of certain players. I'm sure it does help the performance of the national team as well.
Absolutely, and I guess a case in point in the Lions team is Zubair Hamza, who's had a taste of international cricket. He's had a couple of tastes actually. He got back into the team last season. Didn't go as well as he would have hoped at international levels. Come back down to the Lions, and has made a really good start to this summer. It's a good leave by Eddie Moore, and batted beautifully yesterday, Zubair Hamza, and scoring 77. But he'll be one of those guys who, with Prasanna and of course with Hashim Amla, the batting coach, will be working very hard on building his game up such that it can succeed at international level. And I'll just chat more about that after this delivery from Potgieter. Nicely put away, but not wide enough of mid-on. Good scramble there by Cody Youssef. So head coach Russell Domingo and his assistants have been very clear about their philosophy is to ensure that this team under their charge is not good enough just to win trophies at domestic level, but that the players are good enough to ensure they can succeed at international level. So all their game plans, all their strategies, all their approach to playing the game is built around international standard, best standard at international level. And it makes perfect sense. You know, Russell Domingo, so experienced as a coach at international level. Alan Donald, Hashamamla, great international players.
You can ask for more, isn't it? As a player playing for the Lions. And I think a perfect example is somebody like Vian Melder.
Good tight stuff this by Delano Potgieter. A couple of quiet overs. 2 maidens in a row, in fact, by the DP World Lions, so they'll be happy about that. Yeah, Vian Mulder, absolute case in point, and it's amazing what a little bit of backing can do to a player, can really make them blossom. And I remember last season, you know, this is Russell Domingo's second season in charge, but very early on in his first season, having obviously watched Mulder in training a bit, he said to me, he said, that is a hell of a cricketer. That is a really, really good cricketer. And so straight away, there was that acknowledgement that this guy has got the ability
100%.
to succeed at test level. Maybe he just needed to believe it a bit more, but we see how he's flourished lately.
Yeah, I think there was a time when he was playing for the Proteas, Vian Melder, and I thought maybe it's just a psychological thing. It has nothing to do with the technique. We always knew he's a very good player, very good bowler, but I think he was not that confident to execute his skills.
Dead right. The player himself has said that. The player himself has said that in his early days, I mean, he got pushed at a very young age, got identified as this next big thing when he was still at school. And while someone like Otis Gibson obviously believed in him, Vian himself maybe didn't believe in himself as much. And it's been a long, hard road for him to get back to that level. But fantastic that he's now doing so well and has another coach now who really believes in him, in Shukri Conrad. There is Russell Domingo, standing on the boundary edge, just below us. This has been a very good comeback with the ball by the Lions. They've now had 15 deliveries without conceding a run.
Yeah, that's what you need. Can keep the batters a bit quiet. Look at that run rate, 3.9. I mean, yesterday it was just 2 runs to the over almost the whole day.
And before this little run of dots, it was 5 to the over.
Yeah.
So they've brought it down really well. Oh, and there we go. The pressure has brought the false stroke. Play and a miss by Jonathan Bird.
Yeah, beautiful delivery that by Tsepo Moreki, bowling to Jonathan Bird. Almost induced an outside edge there. And, they are really bowling some dot balls here, creating some pressure. And that should be the way to go in this wicket. Stay consistent the whole day.
Straight to square leg. There we go. Jonathan Bird just a little bit frustrated and not being able to score for a few deliveries. Gets run on the pads and thinks, here we go, runs and hits it straight to square leg.
Yeah, that's the first wicket for the DP World Lions. Tsepo Moreki, Jonathan Bird, just clipping it straight to that square leg fielder, and it was very easy catch in the end. And that's the first punch by the DP World Lions, and the score is 40-1.
So Jonathan Bird departs for 15. He was there for 48 minutes, faced 37 balls, had a couple of boundaries, but we just see the old adage of building pressure. a few dot balls, a couple of maiden overs, some more dots by Tsepo Mareki, and that's all it took for the breakthrough to come. So a timely breakthrough for the DP World Lions, and Western Province are 40 for 1. As we see Yassine Valley, the very experienced batter, coming to the crease now. Valley is 35 years old, so he's been around. He's played 141 first-class matches, scored more than 7,600 runs, 16 first-class centuries, and that's what you want to see from your number 3, someone with that sort of solid CV.
Yeah, solid CV is needed, Ken. The Lions got the first punch that wicket of Jonathan Bird.
Luto Sapamla, the catcher at square leg. And there's a right-hander at the crease now, so Lions have created a little bit more difficulty for themselves, having to switch now between right and left. 2 slips and a gully for Valley as he faces Mareki.
Yeah, you don't want that to the new batter. You need to bowl tighter to the stumps. It's Tsepo Mareki, and that's the end of the over. Over number 11, the score is 40 for 1.
Yeah, we've gone maiden, maiden, wicket maiden. So really the DP World Lions, after shipping 40 runs in the first 8 overs, have pulled things back nicely. Now it's just a case of continuing to squeeze, maintaining this pressure.
Yeah, and that's what basics demand, Ken. If you're not getting wickets, try to create some dot balls, try to create some pressure. And they got the reward they deserve with the wicket of Jonathan Bird, the man with 2 centuries and 2 half centuries. This is his 12th match so far.
Fiercely cut by Eddie Moore, but on the bounce to Kaya Fakude at point. Doesn't hold back anymore. When he decides he's going to hit something, he throws everything at it generally. It's interesting what you were saying, Takalani, because it's almost counterintuitive that as a bowling side, when you strive to take wickets, when that's kind of like your focus, you tend to concede runs rather than take wickets. Lashed away through the covers by Eddie Moore. That's a very good blow indeed for 4.
Yeah, you spoke about how imposed he is at the wicket, but tell you what, that was really hit hard by Edward Moore. Just look at that. He really threw his bat onto that one. Beautiful shot indeed by Edward Moore, who moved now to 25 from 32 deliveries.
So conversely, just as I was saying, if a bowling side kind of focuses on keeping things tight and not giving away runs, the wickets tend to come more naturally.
Yeah, I'm sure that's where now, Ken, the bowling partnerships come into play, where you will have a strike bowler and another bowler trying to restrict the flow of runs, and by that you create some sort of partnership and you are able to get wickets and also trying to reduce the run rate as well.
Excellent point, yeah. Bowling partnerships, just as important as batting partnerships. Took it away down to fine leg for 1. Moore is coming back for 2. Quite a late decision. I think he might have ran himself out. Oh, umpire Saduma says no. Goodness, that was extremely close.
Yeah, we spoke about running between the wickets, between the two openers, and Edward Moore and Yasin Valley almost created an opportunity there. Just looking at the replay, throw was really strong there in the boundary, but umpire Sodoma really thought he was home safely there.
Chepo Mareki with the great throw from Farnega. I think umpire Saduma got it right in the end watching that replay. Eddie Moore, I think, just got home. But there's no doubt if this was a international game, there would have been a TV umpire referral there. That would have been a dreadful blow for Western Province to lose both openers in successive overs and to a run out of all things.
And I mean, Eddie Moore has really looked good. You want him to continue batting in this fashion. We saw what Dominic Hendricks did yesterday.
Yeah, I think watching the replay the second time, Eddie Moore did get home, only just. But it's another eventful over that ends with Western Province on 46 for 1. Popular spot there on the grass banks below the change rooms. Although we've only ever had 1 or 2 people there in this game. So come along, Friday afternoon. It's very entertaining stuff. There's some great cricketers on view here at the DP World Wanderers Stadium and some engrossing cricket.
Yeah, you were spot on earlier on 2 big teams here. The cricket has been good from both these sides.
Nicely tucked by Yasin Valley. He's got it very fine, and he's beaten fine leg away. It goes for 4. Delano Potgieter perhaps just picked it up a little bit late, but it was very well played by Valley.
Just using the pace of the delivery there, it's Yasin Valley beating Delano Potgieter.
And 50 up for Western Province of 75 deliveries. Western Province still 353 runs behind the DP World Lions first innings total. 403 for 6 declared.
And it is important, Ken, for the WSB Western Province not to look too far ahead in the game. 403 runs has been scored by the Lions. Just take session by session, hour by hour. Just keep scoring, and then as the day goes, you'll start to reduce that deficit and see what happens the next day.
Tease it 20 to 3, 24. You've changed the times. So we're going to have a bit of an issue in terms of time. Maybe do another 10 minutes, and then I do an hour and 10 for the next. It's cool.
Nicely put away again by Valley through mid-wicket. Just the one this time. Yeah, Taklani Western Province have made the good start.
Yeah.
And now it's important that they bat through to T, which we believe the time has been changed due to that half an hour rain interruption. Not so much rain as lightning.
Lightning interruption.
Straight after the lunch break. But yeah, that'll be their first focus, just to get to tee with 1 wicket down. Our producer Leah has just informed us that tea will be at 20 to 4. So we've still got over an hour in this middle session to go.
Yeah, Yasin Valley really came in and is looking to continue where Jonathan Bird left off. He's looking to rotate the strike. He's got 5 from 5 now. And that's also what you need from your number 3. Keep rotating the strike.
Oh, beauty by Tsepo Mareki.
Yeah, he has really bowled some palaces, Tsepo Mureki, today. That one beating Edward Moore, all hands up. He's been there for more than 30 deliveries. Just looking at the replay, oh, just look at that, left him in that last moment. We have seen some beautiful bowling from Tsepo Mureki. He's got one that straightens, one that come back, one that leaves the left-hander.
Yeah, wonderful bowling by Mareki. Around the wicket to the left-hander, it was angled into him. He had to play, and then it just nipped away to go past the outside edge. He survives, though. Yasin Valley on strike now, and important innings this for Valley because he's had a struggle so far this season, just 20 runs in 4 innings. So he'll be very keen to get a good knock going this afternoon. First time Potgieter, I think, has bowled to a right-hander in this innings. And you see the line was all a bit wonky.
Yeah, I should be able to swing the ball away from the right-hander. The ball is still new, overcast condition, not the quickest of the bowlers, but he should be able to use his skill set. This one down the leg side.
Past, it's beaten mid-on scrambling, and that'll run away for 4. So Yasin Valley's got away to a good start now. 9 without loss, or 9 not out. A couple of boundaries on there.
Yeah, a bit overcompensating by Delano Potgieter there. Leg stump, half volley, and just look at that. Just clipped nicely for 4.
Yeah, and there's not a huge gap between mid-wicket and mid-on coming across, so it was very well placed by Yasin Valley.
And I love how Yasin Valley has really gone about his business in this inning so far. He's been rotating the strike, and when opportunity presents itself to score a boundary, he has been really good. He's got very good technique. He's got 9 runs so far, and he has faced 8 deliveries.
Still overcast here in Johannesburg, but the clouds do seem to have lifted, and there's sort of a milky sunshine filtering through, so I think we should be all right for probably the next 3 hours or so before bad light could become an issue later on. Oh, that's wayward by Delano Potgieter. He's wasting this new ball a bit.
Yeah, I expected him to bowl outside that off stump to the right-hander. Maybe allow the ball to do something. We spoke about that away movement to the right-hander, but he's been bowling straight. He's been bowling down the leg side, not really asking the right questions. He's The ball is pretty new. He have to use it.
Outside half of the bat to Gully. The Lions do, of course, have another Proteas seam bowler in Luto Sapamla, who bowled very well in the four-day match against the Titans here a few weeks ago before he went up to join the Proteas T20 squad. He got 5 wickets in that match. And I'm sure Captain Dom Hendricks is perhaps thinking of bringing on Sapamla here at the Call It Drive end. 14 overs gone, 55 for 1.
Yeah, and I thought he bowled well during the T20 series against India, even though most bowlers got the hammering from the Indian batsmen.
Again, Moreki has beaten Moore outside off stump. That time it was a big drive by Eddie Moore, trying to impose himself on the bowler. And the bowler saying, well, try and hit the ball first before you try and impose yourself on me.
Yeah, good delivery that by Tsepo Moreki. Again, it's just a little bit of movement away from the left-hander. Tsepo Moreki bowling from the golf course end.
Moves around the crease a lot, does Eddie Moore. Just saw with that short ball, there were a few movements going on, but he was nice and solidly behind it.
He really moves a lot, a bit like Brian Lara there, Ken. Jumping around up and down.
Eddie Moore will thank you for that comparison, I'm sure. Third umpire Zube Salo is approaching the field again. I don't think it'll be a light meter. It seems a bit early for that. Oh, it's jinx. We're going to have a jinx break. Probably. Yeah, it's going to be an hour and 10 minutes since the start of this innings. So we'll be doing a jinx break after this over, and there'll also be a commentary change. I'll be joined by Mondi Zondeki. Testing Moore out with the short ball a couple of times in this over. Not surprised. Eddie Moore does like to drive. You bowl it in his half, he's going to be coming at you. But bowl it a bit shorter and it keeps him a little bit quieter.
Two slips and a gully. Point cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg, and also fine leg. So 2 fielders patrolling the boundary rope. That time around, Tsepo Moreki just straying down the leg side. He has really bowled well. He has asked questions bowling outside that off stump. Few deliveries coming back to the left-hander, Edward Moore.
Good leave anymore. You can see he's kind of getting into that channel outside off stump. But left it well in the end, and that is the end of the 15th over. 55 for 1, Western Province, in reply to the Lions' first innings of 403 for 6. Eddie Moore is on 27 not out. Yassine Valley on 9. Jonathan Bird, the man out for 15. And we will catch you at the end after the drinks break. See you in a couple of minutes. Welcome back to the DP World Wanderers Stadium, and also welcome back to Mondi Zondeke alongside me as Delano Potgieter is going to continue, a little bit surprisingly. 4 overs for 15 so far from the Call It Drive end. He'll be bowling to Yassine Valley on 9. To 4. But Sapamna's got across smartly at mid-on to cut off the runs.
Yeah, a bit too full to straight. I think the tactic here, since Moreki followed Yusuf from the golf course end, is I'm sure Moreki is going to take a break very soon. Obviously, bowled pretty much 7 on the trot, if you will. Either they swap Yusuf and he comes from the other end, where Puchit is bowling now, the Call It Drive end. Oh, again.
Right up there again from Potgieter and clipped away through square leg by Valley. It's going to be probably 3, 1 for the throw, very long boundary out there.
Yeah, again, 2 full on the legs. Just to the right hand, he seems to struggle quite a bit. He's about to shape back into the right hand and away from the left hand. I think he prefers to bowl to the left hander. But I do think maybe Moreki will take a break from the golf course end, maybe 1 more at the most. I would imagine, like you can see Sapamla warming up. So he might come from that end. And then Yusuf, only bowled 4 overs up front, might come back and replace Borgetta from the Call It Drive end. Either way, I think there's going to be changes coming up very soon.
Yeah, I'd like to see Sapamla brought into the attack sooner rather than later. I think this pitch could suit him. Better by Potgieter. Eddie Moore looked as if he might have thought of playing that one.
Well, I think sometimes what happens is, I mean, he's obviously a right-arm seamer who likes to take the ball away from the left-hander. I mean, that one looked funny enough, looked like it went into the left-hander, as I say that. But sometimes when he bowls to the right-handers, he seems to push the ball into the pads a lot. And that means sometimes maybe he's falling away at the crease. And to the left-hander, if you come around the wicket,
Slashed bottom edge down to fine leg.
yeah, and sometimes if you're falling away from the crease, if you come around to the left hand, if you fall away, you basically be running on. So your body basically straightens up because you know that you can't run onto the wicket. And that changes your lines. You become a better bowler to the left-hander. But his problem is to the right hand. If he falls away, he's going off the pitch, which is not a problem for the umpire, that is. And even some of his follow-through, it's a very short follow-through. He doesn't have a very long follow-through, which means and he's not really finishing his action or is really falling away at the crease a lot.
Oh, direct hit.
Not given.
Yeah, it's a very nice.
Wait,
I think it has been
It has been given. I was watching the umpire the whole time. I didn't see. It has been given, yeah.
Bjorn Fortuin and quick draw by Maria Erasmus. He had the finger up in a flash and put it down again. But Yassine Valley's gone. Oh, my word. We saw Eddie Moore take a risky run a little while ago. Full toss. Oof. You see, that's why we couldn't see the finger, because Maria Erasmus had it up next to his right ear, which, from our vantage point, is blocked by his head. But a very quick release by Bjorn Fortuin. Wonderful bit of fielding. And a fortuitous wicket for the Lions.
Yeah, from a full toss. Very unexpected. Got to mid-off quickly. Again, full toss, yeah. Mo Vadi hit it quite nicely, and when he bounced, perfect bounce too for the mid-off. So yeah, things turned around pretty quickly. They were very comfortable at the moment, Western Palmers. They were going along quite nicely, and all of a sudden, just one run out just changes everything. Next batter in, Daniel Smith.
And those things just tend to happen when you're a bit out of form. Yassine Valley, 20 runs and 4 innings. I guess the brain is a bit scrambled. Made a good start today, but then you do things like push it straight to mid-off and run. I wonder if that'll rub off a bit on Delano Potgieter, because he definitely seems to be struggling with something with his control here today. You could see after deliveries he's shaking his head, he's stopping in the pitch. Not enjoying great rhythm today, Delano Potgieter.
Yeah, and again, I guess the Titans, he also wasn't very good with the ball, especially in that first innings that I saw. But maybe the confidence is a bit low. I mean, that was a full toss too, by the way. And that one too. Not coming out the hand very well. Looks like he's pushing it away from the left-hander once again there, even though he's coming around the wicket. 59 for 2 after 16 overs. Western Province having just lost a wicket to Mo Vadi for a run out. I think we should see some changes in the bowling attack. It's a Pamela.
Yes, he's handed his cap to umpire Saduma. I would probably make a double change then as well. I would bring Cody Yusuf back on here at the quarter drive end.
I think they will do that. He's bowled 5 overs per hitter and hasn't looked very good at all. I think they're going to do that the next coming over. Pamela just coming off doing some duty for South Africa against India in the T20s that played in Centurion 1, and then the second one was right here. The one was on Friday.
And when he's managed to string together a few games outside of injury problems, he's been a very good performer for the Lions.
Also coming around the wicket straight away. Does enjoy doing that to the left-handers, coming around the wicket straight away. Quite a few bowlers do that in the modern game. Very few start off over the wicket, especially in one-day cricket. But surprisingly, a lot do that in 4-day cricket as well. Start around the wicket. seems to stick to going around the wicket throughout.
I can understand in limited overs cricket because you don't want to give the batsman width. Don't want to allow him to free his arms. Oh, it's a good piece of fielding in the gully in the end, but on the bounce to him. Well controlled in the end, I guess, by Daniel Smith, another left-hander.
Yeah, I don't think it's a tactical thing. I think it's more of a preference for the bowlers these days. I mean, yeah, certain batters you do certainly work out that he doesn't like coming around the wicket, especially if he can straighten the ball, which is a great ball for anybody around the wicket. But in general, there are some batters who prefer bowlers coming over than around. But I don't think this is tactical because I've seen him bowl to a lot of left-handers and he starts around the wicket to all of them pretty much.
Yeah, as you say, more just how he feels comfortable bowling to a left-hander. Yeah, traditionally the thinking, I guess, was that bowling right arm over to a left-hander, you were always angling the ball towards the slips and difficult for the batsman to judge what to leave and to play sometimes. Wrapped on the pads, but I think he's got outside off stump.
Yeah, I think height might have been an issue as well. Just back of the length, hitting over. Yeah, there we go. Umpire showing him too high. Yeah, to the point about coming. Having another look at the LBW shout. Yeah, definitely too high. And perhaps outside or stump. If you've got the ability to swing the ball back into the left-hander through the air, then certainly you should definitely, to me, start over the wicket because, as you said, sometimes you're not sure which ones to leave, which ones to play. And the ones that don't swing, sometimes you make a mistake of playing, and that brings the slips into it and the keeper. And the ones you're thinking about leaving, if it does swing back, then LBW or ball. So, yes.
Oh, and a bounce again to a gully. He's having a busy time there.
Yeah, he's playing at deliveries that I think he should probably leave alone at times, Smith. I think these are certainly going over the stumps. And we talked a lot about how well Hendricks leaves. That's definitely going over the stumps. There's no need for him to play that. We talked a lot about the bounce here at the Wanderers and how well Hendricks leaves. That forces the batters to go fuller and to go straight if they want to get him to play. I don't think Smith needs to be playing any of these.
Oh, that's Fuller and the appeal, and that is going to be out LBW. Luto Sapamla strikes in his first over. He got it right up there. And umpire Bongila Saduma has given his first LBW decision of the match. But the difference there, Monde, was how full that was.
Yeah, the length was the big difference here. We talked about how we should have left a couple of deliveries that were too short. This one, very full, very straight, and I think that's out. From our angle, it looks very, very out. And it's the first one so Doom was given that I've seen anyway, especially today. I don't know about yesterday, but today for sure he didn't give anything. But today, Smith is the unlucky one. LBW, Sipamla picks up a wicket in his first over. These Western Province at 59 for 3.
I don't think Daniel Smith can feel hard done by there. He kind of walked all around that, played around his front pad, and this is very full and very straight. Yeah, that's definitely hitting middle of off, if not middle and off. And yeah, Luto Sapamla has made an immediate impact. Daniel Smith goes for a 5-ball duck, and we have a debutant now coming to the crease in Bongi Funelwa. He's a wicketkeeper batter. He was the leading run scorer for Western Province in the 2022 Kaya Majola week. Made the SS Schools team. Was player of the tournament for that Kaya Majola week, a product of Rhonda Bosch Boys High School. Thanks to James King for all that information.
Yeah, Western Province, I think, are going to need all the runs they can get at the moment. 59 for 3. They're at a good rate, but just losing wickets quite consistently at the moment. Run doesn't help. Doesn't help at all. One brings two, as they say, and that certainly happened here. 2 overs, they've lost 2 wickets. Sapamla, last delivery. Good
End
start.
of yeah, very good first over by Luto Sapamla. Always nice when we call for someone to come on to bowl and they produce an over like that. And maiden wicket for Luto Sapamla. Amazing how quickly things have turned around here this afternoon. Western Province were 40 without loss after 8 overs and cruising. And then we just saw 3 maiden overs in a row by the Lions, and 3 wickets have now fallen. So 40 without loss after 8. The next 9 overs, 19 for 3. And it is going to be Cody Yusuf returning from the call at drive end.
Yeah, it's going to good couple of overs here for the Lions, and again, dot balls. Just being patient. Batters like to feel better on ball a lot of the times. Let's make them wait. Yusuf to Jonathan Bird.
And it'll be interesting to see if this little tumble of wickets causes Eddie Moore to bat a bit differently, whether he's going to try and restrain himself a bit, or whether he's going to try and turn the tide with some attacking play of his own. He's on 28.
I think I'll just keep going the way he's been going. I mean, he's still batting with the top order. I think that mindset usually starts to change when the batters, or the bowlers, sorry, come into bat with you, and then you decide maybe I should be more attacking to get more runs on the board.
Yeah, I do think it's important that Eddie Moore doesn't now get bogged down. He's got a debutant at the other end. It would be a bit unfair to expect Mfunelwa to get going quickly. He's going to be nervous. He's going to need time to get settled. And important that Eddie Moore is just ticking the scoreboard over a bit at the other end. Also takes a bit of pressure off the new batter. Drive! Big drive, and he's got him caught behind Eddie Moore. Oh, my word. Cody Yusuf strikes, and another wicket goes down for Western Province.
Well. Changing bowling on both ends. Picked up 2 wickets. One from Sapamla, one from Yusuf. And Eddie Moore, who's been the mainstay for Western Province so far in this innings, he's gone. Nicked off to the keeper, fuller length, good length by Yusuf. Good line as well. Oh, big outside edge. And they've lost their 4th wicket in a very short space of time. 60 for 4 now, Western Province. As you said, Ken, earlier, they were just 40 without loss a couple of overs ago. And they've lost their 4th wicket for just 20 runs.
Yeah, it just wasn't quite there, I think, for such a big drive. You know, maybe a more controlled push down the ground, less likely to get you into trouble, but he was going the big booming straight drive. It was by no means a half volley, and it just nibbled away from him. A really good delivery from Cody Yusuf. Let's give him credit as well. But I think this little passage of play has proven what we've been talking about, that if you bowl in the right areas on this pitch, create some pressure, then wickets will come. There's enough in the pitch to assist the seam bowlers.
Yeah, I think he just probably misjudged that length just a little bit. As you said, it wasn't quite the half volley. And this is why George Linder is out there. It's foolish. Going for a big drive and nicked off. Just maybe nipped away from him. And that's the advantage of bowling the fuller length on these sort of wickets that do a bit. That was the back of the length. Maybe he might have missed that. But the fuller length, yeah.
And maybe that's why Western Province beat the bat so much yesterday. Didn't get the edges. And the Lions are finding them. George Linder, very good man to have in a crisis and in great form this summer with the bat. 304 runs in 4 innings. He's got a big 100, 152, and he's got a couple of half centuries as well. And another left-hander.
I got quite a few in the top 6 Western Province. Beat Jonathan Bird, Moore, Daniel Smith, now George Linder. I mean, is that 4 in the top 6?
Yeah, and if Tony Dezorzi plays, that's another one.
It kind of goes back to the olden days. Western Province had a lot of left-handers. I remember Smith, it was Gary Kirsten. Neil Johnson, Ashwell Prince, JP Duminy. That's all in the top 6.
Yeah.
Herschel Gibbs was the odd one out, I guess. Right.
He often is the odd one out.
Yeah.
Herschel
yeah.
Gibbs.
Well,
Sorry, Herschel. Love you.
Jacques Callis was there too, though, by the way, right-hander. But yeah, he wasn't. Yeah, so we're going back to the olden days of Western Province.
Wow, what a batting lineup that was. When you
Yeah.
go through those names.
It was pretty difficult. Andrew Patek, I forget, left-hander, opened the batting. Names just keep rolling. When I first got to Western Province, Darren Bassage, left-hander, also opened the batting.
Yeah. Originally from KZN, I think Hilton College.
Yeah, I think, yeah,
Darren
for West from
Bassage.
KZN, yeah.
Oh, again, it's a loose drive, it must be said, outside off stump from George Linder. The practice shot is a lot better than the one he actually played.
Well, yeah, that certainly couldn't be left alone, especially for a batter who's just walked in. He's facing his second delivery. Yeah, played outside of it as well. Gerard Stradom, I forget, also another left-hander. Quite a few. They all can't play at the same time, obviously, but I
No
think you
room
get
for
the
the
point.
bowlers.
Yeah,
But no surprise going through those names that Western Province won a few trophies in that era. We'll chat about their bowlers after this ball. Yeah, Bondi, who were some of the bowlers you enjoyed sharing the attack with back in the
well,
day?
when I first got there in 2005, that is, it would have been Dawson was still playing, Alan Dawson, right arm skiddy, swung the ball away, short and skiddy, played for a very long time, obviously very successful for Western Province. Shah Willoughby, left arm seamer, swing bowler as well, very good swing bowler, very successful. Also had some stints for South Africa, and they Warwick Kleinveld, and then of course Vernon Philander. It was pretty much our attack. We rolled around those 5 guys that we used, and then Shah Langerveld.
Dug away, shoveled through the cover point area by George Linder. It's going to run away for 4.
Yeah, very full this time again for Yusuf. Looking for that fuller length, and this time around, George Linder in a much better position to play that shot, and he drives it to the boundary for another boundary to get off the mark.
Yeah, with yourself included, I mean, that's a really quality team, international batsmen, international bowlers. And yeah, it's interesting how many swing bowlers you had down in the Cape. It's something which has gone out of South African cricket a little bit. But do you think it's the conditions down there that encourage? I mean, Alan Dawson was a great swing bowler. Charles Willoughby, you mentioned. Charles Langerveld, I always remember back in the day, Stephen Jeffries, a left armer, big swinger of the ball.
I mean, I think just back in those times in general, because there wasn't so much one-day cricket in T20, I think if you look at where we are now in terms of our cricket, a lot of the bowlers are practicing the variations before they start practicing their stock ball. It's the slow balls, the back of the head. It's like 3 or 4 different slow balls, and it's holding the ball across the seam. There's so much because of T20 cricket that the skill level, I think, has gone down because of that. And in terms of swinging the ball, anyway, here's skill level in terms of slow balls and different types of slow balls. Back then, most guys had 1, 2 at the most, I would think, but we had 1. Now, guys have 3 or 4 different types of slow balls, and the ability for you to swing the ball because of all the experimenting guys do, I think has affected the swing bowling part aspect. I don't think it's a South African problem alone. I think it's certainly a world problem. I mean, top of my head, I'm just trying to think of the best swing bowlers in the world right now as you speak.
Mitchell Stark.
He's a promo, yeah, certainly him. That's probably him only in Australia. Yeah, for sure, in that attack between Hazelwood and Cummings, just him. South Africa, there is no swing bowler. Maybe a Burger on his good day certainly can swing the ball. He's got the ability, but that's about it I can think of right now, top of my head.
Oh, wonderful Yorker from Sapamla. I think it might be missing leg stump though in terms of when it hit him on the pad.
Yeah, I reckon missing leg stump. Just looking at the direction of where the ball went to after it had hit his pads, I think it was certainly missing leg stump. Yeah, missing leg stump. That's about another leg stump. If you put one down, yeah, then maybe hitting, but not that leg stump. I think missing. So Dumo's been pretty good today. I think that's also a very good decision he's made. There's been a couple of shots from his end, and I think he's made some really good calls.
Yeah, he's been under pressure. There've been a lot of appeals from his end, but he hasn't budged, which is good. Wow, what a snorter of a delivery that was for poor old debutant to get.
Called wide. You don't see that too often in forward cricket.
So a great observation you made, Mondi, about white ball skills maybe stopping the swing bowling development, and Merrick Pringle, another guy from
Yeah.
the Cape that you mentioned, and the current World Sports Speeding Western Province captain Buren Hendricks, also a swing bowler. He's here at the ground, but he's not
Yeah,
fit to play due to a hamstring strain.
when he first came on the scene, for sure, I think his injury might have affected him. I think he had a back stress fracture in his back. And when he came back from his injury, he sort of lost that ability a little bit to swing the ball. Oof, there's been everything happening in this over. There's a lot happening.
Poor old Funel, I wasn't sure where that ball was. Bounced back and hit him again. Just get through these tough early doors. Bongi Funawa.
I'm still thinking of swing bowlers from back then. I think Johan van der Vat certainly had the ability to swing the ball away from the right-hander. Where are we going? Titans up here? Delstain's part of that generation and moving into this one, I guess. Townsend? Name that obviously injury problems.
David
stopped.
Townsend.
Yeah.
Don't know, would I have called him a swing bowler? I'm not sure. He was certainly quite brisk. Yeah, I suppose shame the poor guy didn't play that much because of all the
injury problems.
problems he had.
I just remember him swinging the ball away quite nicely. Yeah, certainly, yeah. I think, but that's part of the problem. I certainly do think we work on everything else but the stock ball delivery.
Oh, ambitious cut shot by Funawa to end the over. 19 gone, it's 66 for 4. And Takalani Nechiava will be joining Mondi Zondeki.
Yes, 66 for 4. Western Province in a spot of bother. And we lost 4 wickets in a very short space of time. Lions certainly got their tails up. Bit of swing back into the left-hander. Still a lot happening here for the bowlers, Takalani. It's overcast and the wicket still has got some movement in the air and off the wicket.
Yeah, you were spot on since morning, Monde Zondeki. You mentioned it a lot of time today that there is still a lot for the bowlers that they can extract from this surface. And in the last 30 minutes, the WSB Western Province has lost 3 wickets out. Fantastic bowling this by the Lions.
Yeah, the Lions certainly got their tails up. 2 new batters at the crease. It's exactly what they would have wanted. Another 40 minutes before tea. So I want to pick up a couple and get into those bowlers as quickly as possible.
Yeah, the WSB Western Province lost Edward Moore for 28. Played a beautiful innings today. Then Yasin Fahali was run out by Bjorn Fontaine for 12. Daniel Smith, the wicket keeper, was LBW from Lotus Pamla for naught. And that really turned things around for the WSB Western Province, now they find themselves 66 for 4 Monday.
Yeah, and a spot of bother. I need one big partnership here just to get them back on track. I need someone from the top 6 to bear through. We saw that happening with the Lions with Dominic Hendricks batting through. And it would be nice if they could find someone in the top 6 Western Provinces to do that. And the man in form, George Linder, might be just the man they need for them to do that. Just to bat through and let everybody else bat around him, just like they did the Lions.
Yeah, I think tactically speaking, Monday, I think it all started with Tsepo Moreki with his 3 maiden overs. That's where the WSB Western Province started to flash at deliveries outside the off stump, and they started to lose wickets. Now they've lost 4 wickets in the first 20 overs in this innings.
Down to the man, that's 4. Bit unlucky. Yeah, it was a bit of width on offer, but we've seen that George Linder has been aggressive. From ball 1, he's tried to play deliveries that got width. This time around, back of the length. Bit of width on offer. Down to third man for 4.
Yeah, it's been fantastic with the bat. It's George Linder. 1 century and 2 half centuries already this season. And the WSB Western Province, they will want him to replicate those kind of performance. 403 was scored by the Lions. They need runs. They need them. And the difficulties is they've lost 4 wickets already.
End of the 20th over. 70 for 4, Western Province. At this point, you would certainly have to say that the Lions are far ahead of the game. Still early, though. We've seen many teams turning around. In upcoming fixtures, South Africa is playing on Sunday against England in the first T20, sorry. Should be a very exciting series and a long summer of cricket. And then on Wednesday, here in Centurion, and Saturday, the 30th. Sorry, in Centurion on Sunday, the 30th. And on the 27th, it's going to be in Benoni. So we look forward to some really, really good fixtures between South Africa and England in the T20 series coming up. And don't forget, there is also a test match coming up between those 2 sides. So it's going to be a long summer of cricket coming up in South Africa.
What a delivery that Mondes Ondeki from Lotus Pamela. Beautiful delivery indeed. He has bowled well. It's Lotus Pamela, 2.1 overs. He has bowled already a maiden over in that. And like I said earlier about Tsepo Moreki, I think the maiden overs really bring those wickets for the DP World Lions.
Yeah, they've all bowled well, I think. Besides Bweketa, who I thought was a bit off. I thought Yusuf was very good up front with the new ball. I thought Moreki was also very good. And Tsipamla has obviously been very good as well. Only bowled into his 3rd over, 1 for 1. Just Bweketa, who's been a little bit disappointing. I think obviously confidence is a little bit low. I guess the Titans as well in that game. I don't think he bowled very well either. But in overall, yeah, the Lions have certainly found those lengths a lot quicker than Western Province did. Which is a surprise to me, as I was saying to Ken earlier, that down the coastal regions, usually the bowlers down there do find those lengths quite quickly because of the need to bowl fuller.
Yeah, just to look at how or when did the wicket fall. The first one to go was Jonathan Bird. The score was 40. And the second one, Yasin Valley, 59 for 2. Then Daniel Smith, the wicket keeper, 59 for 3. Edward Moore, the experienced Edward Moore, 60 for 4. So really wickets falling in clatters here for the WSB Western Province. and they've got a very big total to chase in their first innings.
Better with an offer this time around, but again, inside edge. Mvunelo has certainly struggled just a tad bit from Sipamla's end. Still hasn't got off the mark. Has had a couple of plays and misses, a couple of balls that weren't timed very well. He's looking to get off the mark. He's certainly looking to play his shots. Just hasn't quite got there yet. Maybe just still a little bit nervous. The young man. Faced 11 deliveries and still struggling to get off the mark.
Still yet to get off the mark, Bongi Mfunelwa. But Lotus Pamla has really bowled well here, Monde Sondeki. The overall pack, the Lions pack, has really bowled well today, maybe except Delano Potgieter, but the rest of the bowlers, they've really hit the deck hard, let the ball do the talking. First few overs, they were not able to pick up a wicket, but once they got one, it brings another 3, and here they are, 70 for 4 at the WSB Western Province.
Oh, again, missing out. A short and wide, giving some width. Should have put that away, sorry. But missing out again, the Mfunelwa. End of the 21st over. Made an over that one, 70 for 4.
Yeah, and there will be the once-off test between the Proteas ladies and England. And the match will be played from Sunday, the 15th of December, to Wednesday, the 18th of December. And the start will be 10 o'clock. And the match will be played at Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein. Yeah, a bit of nerves there being shown by Bongi Mfunelwa. I thought that ball was there to be hit, isn't it? Just a bit of wood onto that delivery. It was so wide that if he gets anything, he's probably going to go for 4. But, yeah, I mean, the wicket that has fallen is really not doing good favors to Bongi Mfunelwa.
Another good delivery. Another good one by Yusuf. Challenging the batters all the time. He's putting good lengths and good lines.
Just looking at the replay from Cody Yusuf's delivery. Oh, just outside the off stump, inviting George Linde to drive on the up. And he's got the slip cordon waiting for the edges there, and that's the kind of delivery that Cody Yusuf is producing, beautiful deliveries.
Yeah. Very full this time around, but driven, no runs.
Just looking at Cody Yusuf's numbers. He has bowled 6.2 overs, no maiden, and he has picked up 1 wicket for 27 runs. And this time around, he's bowling from the collared drive end. But overall, as a pack, I think Monday, the Lions will be very happy with their work so far.
Yeah, so far so good from all the seamers. Again, I thought Potgieter struggled just a tad bit, but the other guys have certainly challenged the batters throughout their spells. I haven't seen any spin just yet, but why? Because the seamers are doing a very good job.
And there is still a lot in this pitch, Monday, that the fast bowlers are extracting from this pitch, a lot of movement. And the results are showing they've picked up 4 wickets in 21.4 overs. Just looking at the bowling card, Cody Yusuf, 1 wicket. Tsepo Mureki, 1 wicket. Lutos Pamla, 1 wicket also.
Looking for two. Went a bit fine, but good work by Sipamla down that fine leg. Just one off that delivery. And Cody Yusuf has some ball to Mfunela, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember him bowling to him at all. Might be the first time he's bowling to a right-hander in this innings, actually. Started off with two left-handers.
I will be under some pressure. It's Bongi Mfunelwa. The team has lost 4 wickets. The Lions scored a big total. He needs to do something for his side. Look at that Monday. 3 slips and a gully waiting. It's up to Cody Yusuf now. He needs to try and bowl good line, good length to create opportunity for the slip cordon.
Yeah, that's what happens when you've been used to bowling to left-handers throughout the innings. Is once to get onto the straighter side, onto the legs, and that's gone for 4. It's a very good shot for Mfunela to get off the mark. Eventually, 75 for 4 after 22 overs.
Yeah, leg stump. Look at that. Well played by Bongi Mfunelwa to get off the mark. Beautiful shot indeed. And I'm sure the Lions will not be happy with that kind of delivery. They would have wanted to put him under pressure, bowl a lot of dot balls, bowl some maidens overs. But once again, beautiful shot being played by Bongi Mfunelwa.
Left flag combination certainly worked on the advantages of Western Province this time around. Sipamla back around the wicket. It's been a while since he last bowled to a left-hander. He's going to go to George Linder for the first time in this innings.
Yeah, solidly behind that one is George Linde, showing why he's in good touch this season. He's the captain of the side. You were talking about Bjorn Hendricks with Ken Boland, that he is here at the ground, but he's not playing due to injury. They're missing a lot of players at the WSB Western Province. Yeah, the likes of Carl Verreynne has been selected to play for the Proteas against Sri Lanka. What a test match that will be Monday, Sondeki.
Yeah, we look forward to those. Wednesday, the 27th, is the start on the first test match between South Africa and Sri Lanka. 2 test matches. Next one is in Gqeberha. First one is in Durban. And South Africa, there's a lot to play for. Not only just winning the series, but also there's the championship. Test championships, that is, next year in England, that to play for. It's a very big summer for South Africa, especially in Test cricket.
Yeah, beautiful delivery that by Lutos Pamla, away movement to the left-hander, George Linde. Beautiful stuff indeed, yeah. He has come in, Lutos Pamla, and it's showing all his experience. Just looking at the replay there. A hint of away movement. Beautiful delivery by Lutos Pamla there.
Yeah, if you've got the ability to do that, coming around the wicket and take the ball away from the left-hander, then by all means, start around the wicket. Very dangerous delivery there to a left-hander. A bit too straight this time around, on his legs, picked up nicely by George Linde, and he's going to go all the way for 4. So just a little bit too straight this time for Pamla, erring on the straighter side, on the legs, and George Linde, in the form that he's in, is not going to miss out on that.
Beautifully played there by George Linde. Easily glanced there for 4 by the man in good form, the WSB Western Province captain of this match. As we see now, the slip cordon. The captain himself at first slip. Subir Hamza second. A lot of experience there. Yeah, and South Africa and Sri Lanka. The first test match, like you said, Monday will be played in Durban from the 27th of November. Yeah, will be played in Durban, the first test match. And it's really going to be a big series, this, for the Proteas.
Another one. Great delivery. Again, straighting from around the wicket, that angle. It's almost impossible to play that. I'm not sure how he didn't nick it.
Yeah, you're right, Monday. That's a very good delivery. Coming around the wicket is Lotus Pamla to the left-hander. Pitches and left him in that last moment, George Linde. And if he can have the one that pitches and straightens, then that's an opportunity there for an LBW. But so far, so good from Lotus Pamla. He has been bowling well.
He certainly looks like he prefers to bowl to the left-handers. Getting the ball to straighten a little bit. And I think if that was maybe a foot fuller, could have nicked him off.
Yeah, but he has come in, Lotus Pamla, and really ask questions to the WSB Western Province batters.
A lot of plays and misses. Another one. Fuller, straight, well, swung away a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
Just at the last minute. Beautiful delivery. There we go. Yeah, no feet movement. At front leg, didn't go anywhere near the pitch of the delivery. Went straight down, leg stump-ish, and he just threw his hands at the delivery.
Yeah, the Lions are really using the new ball well here. Beating the ball a lot, bowling good length, swinging the ball.
Should have put that one away. Again, short and wide this time around. Missed out on a few bad balls. Fuleno. I feel like he should have put this one away. Yeah, short and wide, exactly what you want with on offer, but no success. 4 slips. It just tells you that they feel like they can pick up a wicket anytime soon. The Lions, very much attacking fields.
No fielder in the deep on the offside for Mfunelwa, and it's a short boundary. He connects 4 runs. Yeah, that one was bowled well by Cody Yusuf, inviting the young man onto the drive, and he wanted him to drive on the up. 4 slips there waiting. And once again, we've been saying this Monday Zondeki, good thinking cricket being showed here by the DP World Lions. Just look at that cordon.
On the legs once again. Deja vu from the previous over. Got 2 straight, 2 full. Picked up nicely by Mfulenwa. And gone for another boundary.
Monday Zondeki, you need to explain this to me as a former bowler. The bowler produced very good 2 deliveries, and then all of a sudden, that kind of a delivery. Why?
I can't explain that to you. It's just cricket, I guess. You get the good with the bad.
Yeah, but Cody Yusuf has really bowled well. Maybe he went searching for a wicket there, and then it got the treatment it deserved from Bongi Mfunelwa, who now moves to 8.
Better delivery, good comeback. I think you might have just answered your own question there, Takarani. Looking for the wicket. Instead of
Looking for the wicket.
Losing a bit of patience, maybe. Just thinking maybe he can pick up a wicket, because Funela has played a few plays and misses. Sometimes they get the bowler thinking maybe I can bowl a little bit of a miracle ball, pitching middle, hitting off, make him play. Is probably what he's thinking. There we go. Those are your lines and lengths. Beating him outside off stump again. Nonetheless, that's the end of the 24th over, 83 for 4.
Yeah, good exhibition of swing bowling here by Cody Yusuf. Just look at that away movement to the right hander, just in that last moment. Really beautiful stuff by the DP World Lions after winning the toss yesterday. Dominic Hendricks elected to bat first, scoring 403 for 6 declared. Now they've got the WSB Western Province under the pump. 83 for 4 is the score right now.
There's a lot of luck going on in these last couple of overs. I've seen a lot of plays and misses. Western Province still trying to stay attacking. Certainly haven't let a lot of deliveries go. Not practicing a lot of patience in terms of their approach. They're also looking to score. And at times been successful, but at times been very close to picking up another wicket there for the Lions. A lot of plays and misses in these last couple of overs. A lot of action. Can't complain about that.
A bit straight at that time by Lutos Pamla. Yeah, you're right. A lot of play and misses from the WSB Western Province. And the good thing, Monday, is they are bowling tighter to that off stump. And the two batters, they have to play at them. They have to play at those deliveries. And you can hear on the field, it's a lot of us. It was very quiet yesterday when the WSB Western Province was bowling. It was very hot, but today it's a new day altogether. And the Lions really started well with the ball. And Lutos Pamla came in, started to ask some serious questions. But for me, the pick of the bowlers so far is Tsepo Mureki. Those three maidens created all the deja vus.
Short ball. I haven't seen too many of those in this innings. He's trying to take away those feet. Ball really well to George Linda Sapamla. When he's gotten the ball to straighten, he's been very dangerous from coming around the wicket from that angle. This time, just change of length. He's checking upstairs.
Yeah, we saw a short leg in place earlier on to Edward Moore. But I think that was the first short ball from Lutos Pamla in this inning so far. Two slips and a gully. Then you've got point, cover, mid off, mid on, square leg, and fine leg for George Linde, the captain of WSB Western Province. No short leg in place.
I certainly would have kept a third slip for George Linda, the way Sapamla has been bowling around the wicket, where he's got him to play and miss a couple. I think they got rid of the slip way too early. certainly if you can get a George Linder, then you're certainly getting closer and closer to those bowlers, and you got the four man out. If you can get him just before lunch, before tea, sorry, it'd be a huge wicket and a bonus wicket for the Lions. End of the 25th over, 84 for 4.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Monde. They've got runs on the board. The Western Province has already lost 4 wickets. And I expect Dominic Hendricks to keep attacking, keep getting those wickets and trying to put the Western Province under immense pressure.
Yusuf to continue. Same field as Sapamla, 2 slips, 1 gully. Except they've got a man in the boundary. That's square leg for George Linder now. I think you might see a couple of short deliveries coming in this over unless it's a double bluff. I've seen a couple of short balls that they've tried at him. He hasn't really had a go at any of them. Been getting under the deliveries. And now they've got a man out there, perhaps tempting him to try and have a go.
Yeah, George Linder is so strong on the leg side, Monday. Maybe that's why they've got the fielder there.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's why they set the fielder there. I think it's probably more for the short delivery that they're trying to double bluff him on. You certainly don't want to place a fielder in a certain position because of a bad delivery. That would be a bad delivery if you're bowling too straight to him the whole time. So he's been very good to the left-handers. He's starting it outside all stop, but sometimes holding his line and sometimes swinging back. I just think they're trying to play maybe a bit of mind games with him here, just making him think that the short ball is coming. Short ball does come. Not to George Linder, but that picked up off, I wouldn't say a length, but that came from nowhere.
Yeah, where did that come from? Cody Yusuf, beautiful delivery to Bongi Mfunelwa. Oh, pulling it short straight to the batsman. That's what you want to see. Made the ball talk a little bit, test the young batter onto the short ball. I'm sure he was not expecting that.
I'm not sure what the umpire is saying, because it didn't hit him on the head, though, did it? Yeah, well, I'm going to take a little bit of a break, I think. I just want to have a quick check from the physio if he's all good to go. That call was made by the umpire, by the way.
Yeah.
The batter certainly didn't call the physio, that is. Hit him on the hand and the finger.
Yeah, I saw him signaling to the umpire that he's okay, and I don't think he was hit on the head, but yes, was hit on the finger there. Bongi Mfunelwa. But that was a nasty one there from Cody Yusuf. Just looking at the replay once again.
I just took off the length.
It's really a nasty delivery there. But should be okay to continue. Bongi Mfunelwa, he has scored 8 runs from 21 deliveries so far. And he has played a few swing and misses. But he should be okay to continue.
After that delivery, they've got a short leg in the way for Mfunelwa. Still, 3 slips in a gully. Just a short leg is the difference. Yeah, well left this time around. He's had a few flashes outside off stump when the ball's been. Yeah, it's a good delivery. Well left though, in the end.
Maybe some mind games once again, like you call it, Monday. Short leg in. Cody Yusuf will be bowling to bowl full and straight, see or test Mfunelwa on his defensive shots.
Got him. Nicked him off. We talked about them looking for a wicket just before tea, and they picked it up. Mfunelwa was troubled by the short delivery previously in this over, and then the fuller straighter delivery. He's nicked off straight to the keeper, Western Province. In a bit of trouble now, 85 for 5. Yusuf picks up his second wicket. He gets the wicket of Mfunelwa, who's gone for 8.
Yeah, it's all about the tactics. And I can tell you now, the DP World Lions are winning the mental battle between these two sides. They put short leg in there to tell Bongi Mfunelwa they're going to bowl another short delivery, but this time around a beautiful delivery tighter to that off stump. He has to play at it, and all he can do is the ball taking an edge. And that's another wicket down for the WSB Western Province, and the score now it's 85 for 5, and they still trail by 318 runs.
Batting scorecard for Western Province doesn't look too good. Jonathan Berg got 15 of 37. So did Moore, by the way. They were 40 without loss at some point, but then they lost wickets. Yasin Vadi ran himself out, really. He headed straight to the mid-off and decided to take off. And then Tapamla was very good to Smith in that over. Had a couple of shots and eventually got him out. And then Bongi Mfunelwa just went out, caught by Esther Hazen behind the bowler, Cody Yusuf. A very good delivery. So George Linder's still there. Pongwana, another all-rounder. He comes in.
Yeah, tactically, the DP World Lions has been spot on. Those mind games, they are toying really with the WSB Western Province batters here. And you can see with the wicket column, already 5 wickets down, only 85 runs has been scored and still trailing by a mammoth 318 runs. And it looks like now, Monday, that declaration was a very good decision by the DP World Lions.
Short leg, same field. Pongwana off the mark straight away from ball 1. You can already see that he's walking at the batter. Walked across, took 1 or 2 shuffles. So already looking to change the length of the bowlers there in Pongwana as he comes on. That's the end of the very good over by Cody Yusuf. End of the 26th over, 86 for 5.
Yeah, just looking at Cody Yusuf's numbers, he has bowled 9 overs, no maiden. He has picked up 2 wickets for 38 runs at an economy of 4.2. He's the most expensive of the bowlers, but he's the one who has picked up more wickets so far.
Yeah, it's been very good. As we said, the seamers for the Lions have been really good. To Pamela to continue.
And you don't mind your strike bowler Monday going for 38 runs, and he has already picked up 2 wickets for you. You should be happy as a bowling team that he's picking up wickets. He's doing the job that he's required to do.
Driven. No runs. Pongwana's come in, looked very positive from ball 1. Saw him shuffle and walk at Yusuf from ball 1, got off the mark, and then once again a very good striker of the ball. Driven very nicely, but unfortunately for him, driven to mid-off for no run. But yeah, there is certainly a sort of I'm not going to get dominated attitude that seems to have. He's just only faced 2 deliveries, but he seems like he wants to come at the bowlers. Oh, it's gone for 4. Oh, it was short and wide once again. And for a minute, I thought that the point might have stopped it, but no, it's gone for 4. And again, I said, Pongwana looks very positive. He's come with a very positive attitude. He's looking to play his shots, and that one deserved to be put away, and he's put it away for 4.
Yeah, that's how he plays. He's not going to change, even though they've lost 5 wickets already. And the score is only 86 for 5. He really loved to feel bat on ball, and he's straight onto the attack from the first delivery. Already he's on 5 runs from just 3 deliveries bowled to him.
Better delivery. Good comeback by Sipamla. Might be the last over before he go have a sip of tea. And certainly the Lions will be the much happier of the 2 teams.
They've done well, Monday. Batted first, 4-3, declared. Now you've already picked up 5 wickets in just 1 session.
Oh, driven with power. Deserve to be driven. It was too full by Sipamla. Pongwana says, thank you very much, and that's gone for another 4.
Yeah, he's here to play. He's Michael Pongwana. Another beautiful stroke down the ground with a lot of power. Yeah, beautifully placed. Beating that middle fielder for 4 runs. The score now, it's 90 for 5. And Michael Pongwana is on 9. And George Linde, the captain, is on 15.
And he goes again, using his feet, walking at the bowlers, just trying to change their length and disrupt their length. So clearly coming here with a plan, Pongwana, and just trying to put the bowlers off, not allowing them to settle at a length.
Do you think it's the right ploy, though, Monde? He just came in, starting to hit the ball. He's not sure how the pitch is playing. He has lost 5 wickets already. Do you think it's the right ploy to go attacking from the word go?
I mean, yeah, it's a good question. I'm not too sure because it is just before tea as well. So it doesn't make a big difference if it's before tea or after tea. But yeah, I guess we shall see if it's a good ploy. But at the end of the 27th over, 94 for 5. And with that, we are going to go have some tea and we'll be back at 4 o'clock to resume this wonderful game of cricket. I'm back again on day 2 after tea, the match between Western Province and the DP Lions, the DP World Lions, sorry, and Western Province in a bit of trouble, 94 for 5. Not just a bit, quite a bit of trouble, a lot of trouble is what I meant to say, at 94 for 5, and just lost a couple of wickets just before tea. And batters in, Pongwane, who's looked really good and aggressive, and Linda, who's also looked aggressive, and then 94 for 5. With a huge deficit to make up, but it's still day 2, and still early on in the day. And with me is Takalani to talk about what's going to happen after tea.
Yeah, thank you very much, Monde. Big session between Alliance and T for the DP World Lions, picking up 5 wickets after declaring on 403 for 6. Really, the Lions has been good in this match so far. And the Western Province, they've got all their work cut out here. They've lost 5 wickets already. But betting for them, it's Michael Mpongwana, who looks very attacking Monday. And the captain, George Linde, we spoke about him earlier on. He's been in good form this season. I think this is big season in the context, big session in the context of this match. And, the Lions are already well ahead in this match. But if they can pick up few wickets here, before maybe 150, before 200 runs, they will be well ahead in this match. From the College Drive end, it will be Tsepo Moreki opening the bowling after the tea interval.
Going around the wicket again, straight away to the left-hander, 2 slips and a gully, square legs on the boundary and the fine leg. And Moreki hasn't bowled in quite a while. Had a long first spell, changed ends, but they changed ends pretty quickly. So he'll be quite fresh, having had a long rest between his spells.
Yeah, he bowled 7 overs before the tea interval. 3 maidens, and they pick up that 1 wicket for 21.
Bit too leg side-ish again, second delivery. Just 1 down to a square leg. I just want to see if Western Province are going to carry on batting the way they were batting just before tea. Pongwana, we saw, was very aggressive. George Linda also been aggressive from ball 1. I wonder if that's the message that is coming out from the coaching box, is keep playing the way you were playing before lunch, or maybe before tea, sorry, or be a little bit more conservative. I guess time will tell. We shall see how they go about the innings after tea.
Yeah, first 30 minutes after tea will be very crucial for these 2 batters, 2 attacking batsmen, 2 all-rounders in the side of Western Province. And they've got runs in them, man. You never know, Monday. Maybe they came back guns blazing and they put their side in strong position.
No runs on offer.
But once again, I think for the Lions, it will be about bowling dot balls. We spoke about this. These 2 are very aggressive batters. If they can string in few dot balls here, put Michael Mpongwana and George Linde under a little bit of pressure with some maidens, they might be able to create something, get maybe few wickets, and they will be in really strong position at the DP World Lions.
Oh, very good delivery. Picked him up, he's got him. Straight after tea, 4, nice and straight. Pongwana didn't have a choice but to play at it. I've picked up another wicket here, and a very good ball by Tsepo Moreki to pick up Pongwana, who was looking very aggressive and good. But he's gone straight away, first over after tea.
Yeah, good delivery that by Tsepo Moreki to Michael Mpongwana. Not much foot movement from the all-rounder, and what he can do is just to take the outside edge. And it's another wicket down for the WSB Western Province. Now, this is really trouble for the Western Province side. They've lost their 6 wickets. The partnership was only 10 runs.
you just wonder if they do bowl them out this evening, what will the Lions do if they do? We're still a long way from that. Carl Simmons certainly can't. Well, it's not Carl Simmons coming in, sorry.
It's Onkenyaku.
Yep, that is correct. Nyako coming in. So they've still got a long way to go in terms of got a long batting lineup. Nyako can certainly bat. Carl Simmons can certainly bat, coming in at number 9. So it's certainly not over yet for them in terms of their first innings. But the way that the Lions are bowling, you can certainly see a scenario where they bowl them out this evening.
Yeah, Michael Mpongwana was out for 9 after facing 9 deliveries. He hits 2 fours. And that was the 6th wicket for the WSB Western Province.
Moreki picking up his 2nd wicket. Tustu Senegali for Western Province. Sorry, for the Lions and Moreki. I'm a little bit surprised I haven't got a 3rd slip in there, the way they've been bowling today and how they've been nicking guys off. But Moreki, he goes to Nyako. It's been a tough day at the office for Western Province, certainly with the bat. Certainly won't want to be bowled out in 2 sessions. The Lions seems like they knew something about this wicket. They decided to declare after lunch, surprisingly, I think, to a lot of people. And
Yep.
seems like it was a very good decision to do that.
Yeah, it will be 2 contrasting performances really for these 2 sides if the Western Province can be bowled out in 2 sessions after the Lions batted the whole day yesterday and also a full session today. Really, it will really show who's the home team here. They understand the pitch very well. It looks like the WSB Western Province batters are really struggling here with hint of movement. And you call it very early, Monday, Zondeki, early on today. You said there is still a lot in this pitch. And the Lions bowlers really show it here today.
Yeah, not to forget these 2 sides earlier in the year, at the end of last season, did play in the final of the 4-day competition on this wicket, in this ground, where the Lions were victorious, but Western Province had a huge opportunity to win the game, had with the Lions in a lot of trouble, but the Lions were able to turn it around and win. But at this point, it looks like it's a very dominating performance by the Lions in the first two days, and not out. Thought he might have nicked that. Thought he might have got an inside edge onto that, but umpire says no damage done. Still, good bowling once again.
Yeah, good bowling, Lotus Pamela. Just going back to, just looking at the replay first. I was beaten. Yeah, just going back to that final between the Western Province and the Lions, it was Delano Potgieter, the all-rounder. First innings, he scored 41, played really well. And then in the second innings of that final, he scored 155 to put his side into a winning position. And they won the final by 99 runs in the end. And they are the defending champion. And just looking at the record between these 2 sides, Monday, last 4 matches, the Lions have won 3, drawn 1. So the Lions really played well against the WSB Western Province, and you can see it here on today's match.
Oh, again, piece to bat. Seen a lot of that from the Lions bowlers beating the bat of the Western Province batters. I think earlier on we asked, just talking about the Western Province side, about who's injured and who's not here and why it was Jody Lawrence who made his debut today. Just news from Western Province is Wesley Beja, who we saw do quite well in the 2020 competition earlier on in the season, and Abdullah Bayomi are both injured. So testing Western Province's depth, the bowling depth, of course, for this game.
Yeah, Lutos Pamela showing all his experience. I think Tsepo Mureki Monde has bowled well today. I'm not thinking of any loose delivery that he has bowled. He has asked questions throughout these innings.
Driven full ball, half volley, but no damage done. Yeah, we've talked a lot about how well the four, well, primarily the three seamers up front, and Puchete has struggled just a tad bit with the ball in hand today. But Yusuf, Moreki and Sapamla have certainly been very good.
Fortin hasn't bowled yet in these innings.
Yeah, I doubt you're going to see too much of him in this innings. I think the wicket is, the conditions, and the wicket is still going around. So if they do have a long partnership, a big partnership, which they need Western Province, and that's gone to the boundary. Bit of written off at this time around, short and wide, and guided down to third man for a boundary for George Linder.
Yeah.
Not just 99 now, one run away from 100 after 29 overs.
Yeah, poor delivery that from Lutos Pamela. It's a gift to George Linder. We spoke about him. He's been in terrific form. It was just too short, too wide. And, George Linder is not going to miss out. And the score is 99 for 6. And they still trail by 304 runs. As we see Tsepo Mureki continue from the collar drive end. He's been excellent with the ball. 3 slips and a gully for Tsepo Mureki.
Just again went away from the 100 with 6 down. Going at a good rate, Western Province, throughout this innings. Going at over 3 runs and over, just around the 3.5 run mark. But the problem is those wickets.
As we see the batting coach of the DP World Lions, Hashim Amla. Tsepo Mureki has been around for quite some time now. He's played for Western Province, South Africa A, KwaZulu-Natal under 19. And he has played 98 first-class matches.
That's a lot of experience, eh? 98?
And he's got 208 wickets.
Well, what's the average they're looking like? Yeah, just the one test.
Yeah, I think that test once again against New Zealand,
Yeah.
in New Zealand. He picked up 2 wickets in that test match.
Still challenging the batters. It's good to see. That's what has been very good about the overall attack from the Lions, is that they've made them play. They've been attacking and the ball was full of lengths, predominantly. Ooh, another one that takes off. Just taking off a length. I've seen a couple of those, and certainly today, that have taken off a length. Not sure if there's some cracks beginning to develop there, but there have been some taking off and making the batters very uncomfortable.
Yeah, how do you bet in this pitch?
There we go again. Similar to what happened to Mfunelwa. It did get him out in that over. Was Yusuf to Mfunelwa earlier on, just before tea.
Beautiful delivery that if it's not the one that took off, it's the away movement. As a right-hander, how do you bet against Tsepo Mureki bowling from the collar drive and bowling with so much control? Beautiful delivery to the right-hander Onkenyaku, the 30-year-old Onkenyaku.
Big shout, not given.
Yeah, Tsepo Mureki was so confident there. Big shout indeed to end the over. That was over number 30. We'll just look at the replay. Good delivery once again from Tsepo Mureki. He has really been magnificent with the ball. The whole Lions pack has been good with the ball, and they've picked up 6 wickets. And the WSB Western Province have 99 runs on the board. It's difficult to bet out there Monday right now. The Lions are really bowling well.
Well, yeah, but it is certainly the Lions are making it difficult. I think because they're challenging when the Lions and the lanes consistently bowling good areas, it hasn't been easy for Western Province, even though they are going at a good rate. One to get off the strike. That's 100 up for Western Province. The only problem is the wickets column, 6 down.
Yeah, it's a pitch where if you bowl well, you really make it very difficult. And I mean, we saw it yesterday early on when the Lions were batting. It was difficult to score runs, but the good thing is they didn't lose wickets. And here today, it's difficult for the Western Province, but they keep losing wickets in clutters. And I think that's the difference between these two sides here today.
Just looked awkward. Not sure exactly what happened. Just back of the net, might have just jabbed back off the seam. Yeah, got himself into an awkward position there, Nyaku.
Lutos Pamla and Tsepo Mureki are not bowling any freebies. They keep asking questions all the time. You've got 3 slips and a gully. I think that's good for the Lions. They need more wickets. They will be happy if they can pick up more wickets, more especially that of the captain, George Linde. And they've got point, cover. Just kind of in between mid-off and cover, really.
Again, no runs. Nyaku still stuck on not scoring a run just yet, still on the duck.
Yeah, from 11 deliveries that he has faced. Like we said, they are not bowling any looseness, are the Lions. So he has to work very hard for runs in this pitch. I mean, even George Linde is normally an attacking batsman. He's on 21 from 38 deliveries. But he looks solid, is on Kenyako.
Yeah, he does. He does. Certainly does. I do think, though, just looking at Sipamla, he does seem to the right-hander, just maybe not struggle, but his length is a little bit shorter. He certainly looks more comfortable to the left-hander. I think he prefers to bowl to the left-hander, just sort of back of the length to the right-hander more consistently, but to the left-hander is a little bit fuller, generally.
Yeah, he's very good. He was bowling across, the one that moves away, the one that straightens.
Jumping off the length once again. No runs on that one. And 1 run off that. Western Province 100 for 6, and after 31 overs.
Yeah, they still trail by 303 runs at the WSB Western Province. George Linde, just looking at the leading run scorers in the women's game. Sunet Felyulo from the Lions and Karabo Meso, the under-19 wicket keeper. Alexandra Kendler, also one of the top run scorers in the Hollywood Bets Pro 50.
I spoke about Sunet Felyulo earlier on, as 41 years old. I still say, reckon, I should still pick her. She's good enough, no matter the age, pick her. Moreki to continue. Gone over the wicket now, changed ends. I think it's the first time today I've seen him go over the wicket. To the left-hander and driven. Gone past the point for 4. Bit of width enough, was very full also. And George Linde gets another boundary.
Yeah, it's not going to miss out is the left-hander. He got a good stride in. Just throw his hands onto that one, past that point fielder for 4. And he moves to 25 from 39 deliveries. The partnership between the two, it's on 9, and Onkenyaku is yet to get off the mark. Yeah, just going back to that women's game Monday, I'm really excited about how things are going in the women's game. Last year, it was made professional. This season, sponsors like Hollywood Bets coming through. The Proteas women doing very well in the T20 World Cup, going into the final against New Zealand. Me and Ken, we were talking about the under-19 players, some of the players there, some good players. So it's really good. Our women's game has really been good in the past 2 seasons.
Oh, again, slashed, top edge, over the gully. That's gone for another 4. You're just pushing it a little bit at times. Moreki, when he's bowling to the left-handers, over the wicket, that is. And this time, again, short this time. Not full, but with an offer once again. Top edge for 4. Just falling away at the crease there a little bit. Moreki, I think, is going to come back around the wicket. That's where he certainly does look more comfortable. Coming around the wicket can sometimes straighten you up in terms of falling over, because if you do fall over, that's when you tend to run onto the wicket. Better.
And I think the England tour to South Africa for the Protea Women's Series against England is going to be massive for elevation of women's game in South Africa. 3 T20s, 3 ODI, once off test match. It's really going to be massive. The Under-19 World Cup next year in February, I think it will be played in Malaysia.
Yeah, certainly. When you talk about the women's game, they've made 2 finals in a row now in terms of internationally. So certainly growing, and a very good team that is so close to winning a World Cup.
When they don't raise my hopes so high.
Well, they're close. Haven't been quite there just yet. Last ball. It's the end of a 30-second over. 108 for 6.
Yeah, 108 for 6 is the score. And they're just looking at the leading wicket takers. And it's Humutso Rapoho, Faye Cowling, the Under-19 all-rounder. Nondumiso Shangase from the Dolphins. He's got 6 wickets. Faye Cowling, 7 wickets. And Humutso Rapoho is the leading wicket taker.
The wicket takers and leading run getters so far, both from the Lions, the top 2, and then one from the Dolphins, both sides, from batting and bowling. So Pamela to continue. Now for Nyakwa, they've changed the field. They've got a short leg in there, taking them out of the covers and put him in short legs. I'm assuming there's going to be quite a few short balls coming.
Once again, talking about the domestic women's game here in South Africa. 2 fixtures this weekend on Hollywood Bets Pro 50. The Free State woman will be playing the WSB Western Province in Bloemfontein. That will be tomorrow. And then once again tomorrow at Groenkloof Oval, it will be the Dolphins against the Titans.
Seen so Pamela again hasn't quite used that short ball, just making Nyaka wait, play and miss once again. We've seen a lot of that. A lot of plays and misses from the Western Province players. And again, I still say I think on this 2 right-handers to Pamela, today anyway, I don't know if this is normal for him, but his length is always just a little bit back of the length to right-handers. There you go, short ball. Been waiting for that one. Nyaku's been waiting for it. Plays it nicely, just guides it along down to fine leg for 1.
And he's off the mark.
Yeah. Eventually. Took him a while, but he got there.
Yeah, it took him 16 deliveries to get off the mark. He's the 30-year-old Onke Nyaku.
Someone in Joburg is available. Would they pay for the petrol and accommodation? Or you have to make your own way there? No, I was doing Colin's comments. Round the wicket to Pamela, to the left-hander.
And this is the log standing Hollywood Bets Pro 50 series. The Dolphins are leading the pack, followed by the Lions, then the Western Province, Titans, Knights, and it's the Badgers at the bottom of the log.
Not exactly sure what happened there.
And the quality of cricket that the ladies play, it's really amazing. I've watched a few this season already. Some good talents, and a lot of teams do have experienced players and young players, mostly under 19 players. You spoke about Sunet Felyunlo, who's 41 years old, and there is a lot of upcoming youngsters who can learn from their experience and bring it into our domestic cricket. So this is good sign for women's game in our country.
Driven nicely, but no runs off that one. That's the end of the 33rd over, 109 for 6. And with that, we are going to have a change in commentary. King comes in and replaces Takalani.
Tepa Moreki will continue from the call it drive end. And what a good four-prong, well, really three-pronged trio of pace bowlers the Lions have unleashed on Western Province this afternoon. Onke Nyaku on strike on one, 4 slips waiting there alongside wicketkeeper Connor Esterhuizen. It's a handsome drive by Nyaku, but straight to extra cover. Monday for Western Province to get out of this hole. I guess all they can do is hang in there and try and build a partnership, and the tail to just support George Linder, I guess.
Yeah, they haven't had one really big partnership. I think the first one was of 40 runs, and that's about it. We know that Nyako can bat, so can Carl Simmons, so they still got some batting to come. But yeah, they need 1 or 2 big partnerships here. And they'll remember Western Province that they had the Lions in trouble in the final of this competition a couple of months ago here on this ground. And Yusuf and Porchete, if I'm not mistaken, and the guys at the back end of the innings were able to really well for the Lions and keep them in the game. So perhaps they can tap into that and think that these guys can also bat. Nyaku's an all-rounder, so is Carl Simmons, and obviously George Linder's in really good form. They can just patch up 1 or 2 big partnerships here and buy some time, if you will. Maybe they can make a comeback and get something out of this game.
That's, again, a very nice drive from Onke Nyaku, and this time he's got it between the bowler and mid-off. Away it goes for 4. Well played, sir.
Yeah, overpitched there by Moreki. Nice half volley, but nicely played as well. Nice and controlled by Nyaku. Good stride in, head over the ball. It's a lovely drive.
Western, World Sports Betting Western Province will also draw a lot of confidence from what happened to them last week. They were playing against the Warriors at Newlands, batting first on the first day. They were 33 for 5. And then Eddie Moore and George Linder put on 191 for the 6th wicket. Bit of the outside half of the bat, but safely to ground. And then Kyle Simmons, who still has to come into bat in this order. And George Linder then added another 119 for the 7th wicket. So George Linder, took the score from 33 for 5 to eventually they made, well, he was out at 380 for 8. But Western Province ended with 464. So it can be done.
Yeah. Obviously a different wicket. I'm not sure if it played exactly like this one, but yeah, it certainly can be done. And as the ball gets older too, it doesn't do quite as much. So there's still hope here for Western Province.
Yaku likes getting onto that front foot, and he does it well. What's impressed you most about this Lions attack, Mondi? 6 wickets, we're a ball away from 34 overs.
I think they just found their length quite quickly. Just thinking about the first over I saw from Yusuf to the left hand as he beat the bat a couple of times, and his length and his lines were on point from ball one. And when the opening bowler is such a nice tone, a good tone for you guys, it certainly lifts the rest of the team, and the rest of the bowlers get influenced by that. So maybe it's very good in terms of the lines and the lengths. It's like everybody else, they'll give away some bad balls and have some bad spells, but in general, they've really been good with their lines and their lengths and understanding what this wicket does and where's the best place to bowl. And they've done that with good disciplines.
It's the end of the over, 113 for 6. It's worth reminding viewers that Western Province were 40 without loss after 8 overs. It took the Lions just a little while to find their bearings and find those consistent areas. But after that, it's been one-way traffic, really. 73 for 6 in the next 26 overs.
Yeah, it really feels like that run-out from Mo Valley was the one that started it. They were one down then, but Mo was on 12, and he was looking actually quite decent at the time. And then a full toss that he hit straight to mid-off, and he decided to take off, and that was the end of that. And then the wicket started falling from there. And talking about the seam bowling, Diren Pocheta comes in. He replaces Sipamla. What the Lions will be hoping, that's one down leg again. What the Lions will be hoping that he finds his rhythm and he finds his areas, because they certainly want to be attacking with the 4 seamers all around while these conditions are very much seam friendly. They really don't want to be using A410 just yet. But he's been the disappointing out of the 4 seamers. He's been the most disappointing, and if he can find his line and his length, it gives the other guys a bit of rest as well, and it allows them to attack with 4 seamers.
Slashed away. It's a little bit edgy. It's gone quite fine, but that'll be a welcome boundary for George Linder.
Yeah, that's where the problem has been, hasn't it, with Pocheta. Hasn't been able to apply pressure on one end. Has been bowling quite a loose deliveries like this one. First one was down leg. Next one is short and wide. So as a captain, you really can't place a feel for that. And they've tried with the point, obviously, going down to the boundary to try to protect him on the offside, as he has struggled. So they're recognizing that, the captain.
Ooh, it nearly snuck through. I think it was a bit unfair on George Linder, that boundary hit. I said it was a bit edgy, but watching the replay, I think he very deliberately played it very fine. As Mondi Zondeki said, there is a deep backward point in place, so he hit it a long way away from him.
So I think he thought the ball was going to maybe go away from him there, looking for some room outside off stump, but it kept coming at him there, George Linder. Tucked him up for any room.
Potgieter has generally been taking the ball away from the left-handers. Like that.
You can tell that he's not very confident. No follow-through whatsoever. As he delivers, he sort of turns around straight away. And that delivery again was full, but it was wide. Left alone by George Linder this time.
Yeah, I think Potgieter clearly struggling with something. His rhythm is, yeah, it's just not all clicking for him at the moment.
Better by Potgieter. 1 to that point on the boundary.
World Sports Betting Western Province still trail by 265 runs. Well, 285 actually. In fact, the scoreboard a little bit hard to make out the 8s and the 6s. Slightly gloomy weather. 285 behind, so a lot of work to do for them to get back into this game.
He's way out of his crease. He walked at him there, Nyaku, and that's the end of the 35th over, 118 for 6. And when you are 6 down, 285 seems a long way away to be of a deficit. It's got to play with the mental sometimes.
Yeah, break it down into smaller bits. Just try and be there at the next drinks break, build a partnership, take it from there. Nyaku's started quite well. He's only got 5, but he's looked quite confident.
Yeah, he's looked good, actually. Striking the ball quite nicely. I think his problem is finding a lot of fielders when he does find the middle of the bat. George Linder going along nicely on 34. Moreki to continue.
It is Nyaku's first game this season in the 4-day competition. Tucking Linda up there a bit. I was going to say earlier when we were discussing bowling around or over the wicket to the left-handers, that Chepa Moreki, I thought, has bowled really well to the left-handers today. And he's one of those guys who has that ability to angle it in and then just straighten it away from them.
Did try over for a couple of balls. Didn't really work out very well. In the same over, he went back to around the wicket. So clearly a lot more comfortable around the wicket. Can't understand why he went over the wicket, try to create that angle.
Linda throws his bat at a wide one and he's got it away through the gully for another boundary.
Yeah, once in a while he sort of pushes the ball, almost like falling over. I don't know if that's because of the wrist or the front arm's really not working very hard, but this one just pushing it. A lot of width and 4 runs.
It seems like George Linder has scored a lot of runs down through the third man area. Is there a case for a third man there? I mean, he's a very dangerous batter if you let him get going like this.
I think had he been playing it there from really good deliveries, I would say yes if he's guiding it down. But I think a lot of those balls that I've seen that go down there are balls with either short and wide, but width and off is predominantly been the issue when the Lions bowlers do sort of give him a bit of width and he's been able to free his arms. But when they've been really good with their lines and lengths, then there hasn't been anything that's going down to third man.
So bowl better is the message from Mondi Zondeke, as Linda gets a single to square leg. Onke Nyaku on strike now. He's a useful batter. He's considered an all-rounder. The fact that he's coming in ahead of Kyle Simmons says a lot. He averages 15.23 in first-class cricket. This is only his 10th match, so early days. He's got a higher score of 58, which is 58 not out, which is actually against the Lions in East London when Nyaku was playing for the Warriors in 2019-20. Moreki does these little steps at the top of his mark as he's coming into bowl. Nicely clipped off his pads by Nyaku for 1.
Yeah, he looked very good. Nyaku, as we said earlier, looked very compact. Certainly he's been fine in the middle of the bat. Only had 1 boundary so far, but yeah. So far looks very relaxed. Doesn't look like he's fazed by what's going on around him.
Yeah, he's got nice positive footwork. He gets a good stride and he comes forward with intent. Oh,
all right, no
field.
ball.
It's a no ball. Oh, my word. Sepa Moreki has nicked off George Linder down the leg side, but he's overstepped. I'm pretty sure there was an edge there, judging by the reaction of the Lions.
I wanted to ask you that. Are we sure there was a nick down leg? Yes, and I'm with you. I agree with you 100%. The way that the Lions did go up, yeah, it looked like it was quite a long way away from his pads.
And George Linder was walking off. He was on his way.
Oh, was he?
He knew he nicked it. Yeah. Yeah.
And the funny thing is, we were speaking about this just earlier about getting a wicket on a no ball and how irritated it is for a bowler to do that. And we've spoken about it earlier. It does happen. The Lions, sorry, come back and regret that, the DP World Lions, because this is a big wicket, George Linder.
Downing again and put away by George Linder for 6. Pretty fine on the leg side, and that'll rub salt and pepper Mureki's wound.
It's almost like he was angry at himself with that short delivery. Not at George Linder for not getting out, but the fact that he overstepped getting a wicket, overstepping. And next delivery, short. Direction wasn't very good. George Linder just sort of guides it along for a big 6. He moves on to 45 now. And that could be something that Western Province gets them kicking along, actually. Getting a wicket, not getting out, and thinking, oh, got a second chance here, we could use it.
You mentioned Valley's run-out as being a turning point, and that's a potential one as well. Linder caught off a no ball. I recall your discussion with Takalani Metsiava, and I was wondering if you ever committed the terrible deed of getting a wicket off a no ball.
I remember 2 incidences that had happened. One was against the Lions, actually, down in Cape Town. In a one-day game, I think it was Matthew Harris that nicked me off, and then that I nicked off. And then I was playing against Kent in a warm-up game. I was playing for the national team when we toured in 2003. I remember picking up a wicket of a no ball.
Not a great feeling, is it?
No, not at all. Not at all. And I think the one guy that I certainly can remember doing it very often, and that's the end of the 36th over, 132 for 6. Morne Moko used to get quite a few wickets off his no ball. Rabada as well, pretty common in today's game. Yeah, he gets quite a few wickets off a no ball.
I knew you were going to say that, yeah.
Well, those are the 2 guys that certainly stand out in my thinking, Rabada and Moko. We've got a history of doing that. Poitreta to continue. He's going to go around the wicket again to the left-hander. Same field, nothing changed. 2 slips in a gully, and the point still on the boundary.
Ooh, big drive, missed. We spoke earlier about how Potkita does generally take the ball away from the left-handers. George Linder living a little bit dangerously there.
Oh, he does like to play shots, George Linder, doesn't he? Got into 46, so the form continues. With a bit of luck, obviously, today.
Oh, the Yorker from Potkita, well dealt with though by George Linder. I was just going to ask you, George Linder, I think, is a fantastic cricketer, and of course he's played Test cricket and ODIs for South Africa. Seemed to be doing okay, did a good job, and then just kind of was left out and has never had a look in again. What do you think about all that?
Yeah, surprising because of what he brings to the table. He can bat, he can bowl, and he strikes the ball really nicely, especially in one-day cricket, where I think he probably could have been used more. I thought in the beginning it would have been him and perhaps before Maharaj became a consistent part of the one-day team, I thought him and Shams would have been the 2 spinners they would have used, especially him with his ability to hit the ball out the park. So it's very surprised. I do know that the last time he got picked, if I remember, he got picked to go to Pakistan. Well, they wanted him to go to Pakistan when they were still picking those big squads because of the COVID. And he pretty much reclined and asked if he could stay behind and play, because he knew going to Pakistan he wasn't going to play much. He was going to be sitting on the bench, and I think ever since then I can't remember if he got picked up after that. But certainly got the talent, and I'm a little bit surprised he hasn't played more. You think about Mutusami, who just got picked now to go to Bangladesh, and he did very well there. I mean, I don't think there's much of the difference in terms of talent. So yeah, certainly surprised.
little bit of a leading edge there. Back to the bowler, but safely on the ground. I like your call about George Linder for white ball cricket. I think he's particularly useful there because I think any time you can have a guy in your top 6, 7 who can bowl you many overs, it really strengthens the team. And he's a ferocious hitter when he gets going in limited overs cricket.
Yeah, I don't even think he'd make the top 6. Certainly not. Yeah, maybe squeeze into the top 7, but he might be 7 below. I mean, take your pick between him and Janssen, for example, who bats ahead of who, but the way Janssen's been striking the ball anyway, that's the end of the 37th over, 132 for 6. So yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't played, especially one-day cricket. I think he's a very useful cricketer in that sense. And it turns the ball a long way as well. And it is nice and taut. And he will give you 10 overs in 50-over cricket. He's not a part-time, he's a full-time spinner.
Nice to see some spectators in the ground enjoying the cricket. Yeah, and there's no reason you can't have Keshav Maharaj and George Linder playing in the same team. I suppose you do want a spinner who can turn it the other way in case you've got a left-right combination and short boundaries there, but you've got Aiden Markram. So,
yeah, variation, I think, is a big thing for people these days, especially in the shorter version of the game. So Hashem certainly did work for a couple of years when it was him and Maharaj. But again, as I said, I thought it could have been him and George Linder, as in him, George Linder and Shamsi at the time, before Maharaj became a permanent fixture in the one-day team. Because Maharaj, if you remember correctly, he started off in the test side and wasn't playing much one-day cricket at the time.
Speaking of people who've made themselves a first choice, Cody Yusuf back into the attack. Tidy start. At the start of last season, Cody Yusuf certainly wasn't guaranteed his place in the Lions team. Actually had to fight quite hard to get into the team. A couple of injuries, a couple of Proteas call-ups helped him along the way, but by the end of last season, he was a regular. He did such a great job for the Lions and also handy with the bat. And he's carrying that form into this season as well.
He's bowled really well today. They could make an argument he's been the best bowler out of the seamers. I mean, all three of them have been really good. And we talked about Porcheta, how he's obviously hasn't been at his best, but between the three, Sipamla and Moreki, you could certainly make that argument.
And he's got decent pace, Cody Yusuf. Not sure who's quicker between him and Moreki. Maybe Cody Yusuf, but certainly brisk enough.
Not sure what happened there.
Batter just not ready.
Yeah, perhaps. Well, yeah, clearly he wasn't ready, so he pulled away. If you've got the skill level, you don't have to be about 140 k's an hour to play for your country these days. I mean, I just watched India put Australia to the sword a little bit, and they were bowling in the mid-130s today. But the skill level was very good. You get the ball in the right areas more often than not, and you can make a name for yourself.
Well handled that by Onke Nyako. Got over it nicely. Got it to ground quickly. Yeah, I think it's important to point out that, and sheer pace by itself also is not necessarily going to see you excel. I mean, you can bowl 145, but if you're not bowling in the right areas these days, top international batsmen are going to put you away.
Yeah, but I hear exactly what you're saying, because 145 is not going to scare everybody, especially the best players in the world, but certainly does give you an advantage over the average person.
Nicely tucked. Wide mid on by Nyako. I think you two, yeah, there's been a misfield. So the 2 is easy. There might even be a third. There is going to be a third.
If you can bowl 145, it certainly does give you advantage. And sometimes they like to pick the guys who can bowl 145, and then they'll tell them you can work on the control later. But for now, we'll draft you in. because he can bowl quickly. So certainly a huge advantage. But again, I'm with you. The best players in the world will put you away, especially in very good wickets.
I think it has been a point of difference between these two teams, though, that this Lions pace attack has got a bit more pace in it than Western Province. And so they've got a bit more out of the pitch as well.
And you could still make that argument, even though they are slightly a little bit quicker. They probably, I didn't watch all of it yesterday, but they probably bowled better areas consistently than Western Province in terms of those areas that we're looking for, a little bit fuller and making guys play.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's the combination of that little bit of extra pace, but also bowling in the better areas more consistently. And I also think the pitch is maybe sped up a little
Is
bit
that,
more.
yeah.
So
You did say earlier in the morning, yesterday it was a bit slow, so things when you did bid the bat, it was a bit slow.
Oh, he's chopped it on. It was an attempted drive that became a bit of a cross-batted swipe, really. Bottom hand coming through. And George Linder has dragged Cody Yusuf back onto his stumps. Big breakthrough for the Lions and great relief for Tepa Mareki.
Yeah, that's going to be the man who's very relieved, actually. He was on 39 when he got out to Moreki for no ball, so he only added 7 runs, so not much damage done, as you said. He'll be very, very relieved, and he's gone on 46. The 4-man for Western Province, he's gone. And the partnership of 40 is eventually broken by the DP World Lions. So very happy team, the DP World Lions will be, and a very disappointed team, Western Province will be losing their captain.
46 for George Linder. 25 of those runs came down to third man. 8 fours and a 6. And a very handy knock by the stand-in captain of the World Sports Betting Western Province side. Kyle Simmons will no doubt come to the crease now. And we'll be looking to build on that little bit of a repair job that Linda and Nyaku were able to do. Can Western Province make it to stumps tonight without being bowled out? That's going to be their first goal.
Still got another hour, if the light allows. There's a lot of overs left. It's going to be tough, but we did say Carl Simmons certainly can bat an average of 29, just under 30, so very, very handy with the bat. Got a century, a best of 120 against the Lions, mind you, last season in Cape Town, though. So they'll be very aware of his abilities, Carl Simmons.
Yeah, he's going to have to bat well, though, very well, to see Western Province through the stumps. Onke Nyaku's going to have to stay there too and build on the good start he's made. 3 wickets now for Cody Yusuf. 3 for 41 in 10 overs. He's done a great job. Tepa Mareki, 2 for 48 in 12. And Luto Sapamla, the other wicket taker, also very good. 9 overs, 1 for 20.
Thinking about what the mindset is now of a Hendricks and a Joshua Richards. Are they thinking, oh, don't bowl them out? We really don't want to be facing at the end of the night. A couple of overs. It can be very tricky for batter to bowl, face a couple of overs before the end of day's play. Maybe wondering, maybe deep down thinking, please don't bowl them out tonight. We'd rather bat tomorrow morning.
Well, the captain is the opening batsman. He might just enforce the follow-on.
Yeah,
I don't want that
yeah.
tonight. Put them in again.
Yeah, I don't think it's his decision, unfortunately.
Yeah, the deficit is 268. So Western Province are a long, long way from saving the follow-on. No guarantee that the Lions will enforce it, though. Bjorn Fortuin into the attack.
Yeah, for the first time. Again, we spoke about how they prefer to be bowling their seamers at this point, but again, they're not happy Porkete at all. He only bowled, 2 overs in that spell, and he's already off.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we do know about Bjorn Fortuin is that he's probably going to be pretty economical. So rather than having runs leaking at the other end, get him to tie that up.
Yeah, I think the plan is certainly for him to hold up an end, and then the rest of the seamers, they'll just rotate from one end.
Oh, advancing down the pitch. Quick feet by Onkenyaku.
Generally not a very big turn of the ball, Fontaine also, just very accurate, as you said earlier. Bowls wicket to wicket in general. One-day cricket, that's how he gets a lot of his wickets, LBW, bowled, and he'll just keep it very simple. I think that's why maybe Nyako can use his feet to a bowler like him.
Cut, but can't beat Sapamla at point. Yeah, when Transvaal, the old Gauteng side, were the dominant force in South African cricket, the mean machine, they had a left-arm spinner who was a prolific wicket taker for them, Alan Curry.
Ah, former CEO, I know that name.
Correct. Also a left-arm spinner, and look, he and Bjorn Fortuin are very different bowlers, very different physiques, but similar in the way that they went about getting wickets. That Alan Curry also wasn't a great turner of the ball, but had wonderful control over flight and a lethal arm ball. Also got a lot of his wickets LBW and bowled, and caught and bowled batsmen deceived in the flight. And yeah, Bjorn Fortuin kind of the similar approach. As that ends his spell, we're going to say thank you very much to Mondi Zondeke and wish him well, as Takalani Nechiava will join me, and we will take you through to subs. Takalani's armed with an energy drink, a massive glass bottle of water, and what looks like a pretty strong coffee. He's leaving nothing to chance.
Yeah, thank you very much.
He makes it through the subs.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ken Boland. Yeah, I knew over this from Cody Yusuf. The Lions have really done well for themselves. They've picked up 7 wickets, 135 for 7, and the last wicket to fall was of the informed batsman, George Linde, the captain of the side. They are really, really in charge of this match so far. I heard you spoken about the follow-on that just shows the Lions are dominating. Just plays it on the offside there by Kyle Simmons. He's yet to get off the mark from his 11 deliveries.
Yeah, the timing could work out quite nicely for the Lions if they can bowl Western Province out, say, early tomorrow morning. Then they probably won't feel too worried about enforcing the follow-on. The bowlers will still be fairly fresh. But I do still think that they maybe want to make sure that Western Province bat last.
Driven down the ground. It's going to go all the way for 4. Beautiful shot from Kyle Simmons.
Yeah, just showing his ability with the bat. He's probably fair to say he's a bowling all-rounder, much like Onkenyaku.
Yeah, that's a good shot, that full face of the blade from the all-rounder, as you call him, Ken Boland.
Yeah, we've got more than 2 full days to go in this game, and so if the Lions get a first innings lead of, say, 200...
Good shot ball there by Cody Yusuf. I'm not too sure what's the weather prediction in the next 2 days. I guess that will come into play in terms of making the decision. And Dominic Hendricks and the Lions technical team will be aware of how the weather will play in the next 2 days. And if it was to me, I will impose the follow-on, not take risk. Take full control. They played well in the first 2 days of this match, and why not?
I'll tell you why not after this delivery.
This one was a bit wider from Cody Yusuf.
Because if Western Province get going in their second innings
Yeah.
and say make 400, then suddenly the Lions are faced on the final afternoon, say, with an awkward 200 to get or to even survive 2.5 sessions. We've seen a bit of variable bounce today already on this pitch. It has provided a little bit of turn. All those things could come into play, but I think you're right, the weather will be the main factor.
This time cut away once again by Kyle Simmons, and they will pick up an easy couple. Yeah, I think you also right, Ken Boland. I think you don't want to lose a match from a winning position after dominating for full 2 days.
Well, that's what happened to Western Province. The last time these two teams played in the 4-day final.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Lions first of all have to concentrate on the job at hand. They've still got two very useful batters to get rid of in Onkenyaku and Kyle Simmons. Still 3 wickets to get. Mustn't get ahead of themselves, mustn't release the pressure. I think
Beyond 14, bowling its second over of the day.
there was a period in that opening game against the Titans
Yeah.
where the Lions had been dominant.
Yeah.
And then I think it was the third afternoon, they just kind of let things slip a bit.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, and the Titans suddenly were kind of back in the game. Look, the Lions did then come right and they won fairly convincingly in the end. But there are just those little periods where if you take your foot off the gas, you know, good opposition can get themselves back in contention.
Oh, big delivery there by Bjorn Fontaine once again to Onkenyaku.
If there'd been DRS, it would have been interesting whether the Lions would have referred that. He was a long way down the pitch. But these days with DRS, those can get given out.
Yeah.
LBW, as long as he's not, there's a certain distance down the wicket where it won't be out. Forward short leg in place. Maybe that's why Nyaku came charging down the pitch a bit, a couple of balls earlier.
Yeah, we saw Dominic Hendricks yesterday using his feet against the spinners, dancing down the ground, and then later on he was on the back foot, showing his quality with the bat against any kind of spin bowling. And that's the end of the over number 41. The score is 142 for 7. Onke Nyaku is on 10 and Kyle Simmons is on 6. I think it has gone a bit darker, Ken Boland. The sun has been toying with the weather has been toying with us a little bit. Apologies there. Cody Yusuf to Onkenyaku. A beautiful delivery and well defended by Onkenyaku there. The delivery was right on the money from Cody Yusuf. He has bowled well today, bowled with some pace, bowled with some gas, and like Ken Boland, you were saying, I think that's the difference between the two sides. The Lions are just a bit quicker than the Western Province.
One of the differences, I mean, I think they've also been more consistent in hitting the right areas. and have bowled a little bit fuller.
Good shot this time around from Onkenyaku down the leg side. And a big chase there by Tsepo Mureki. And they should come back for the third good running between Onkenyaku and Carl Simmons.
Yeah, Nyaku's impressed me with a couple of nice drives. He's hit his willingness to get onto the front foot. Very positive footwork, but they're just showing that drop it short term, and he's also capable of getting the ball away in good fashion.
$145 for 7. Western Province still trail by 255 runs.
There's like a short backward square leg in place, just out of picture.
Down the leg side this time around, and just helped its way for a single.
It was definitely a catching position.
Yeah.
And we could see Cody Yusuf bowling it down on the leg side. The plan changes for Onkenyaku. Oh, no, it doesn't. It's just he's a right-hander. Field has changed over.
Down the leg side once again, and once again a beautifully played by Onkenyaku, and once again is the same results, 4 runs on the board.
Very nicely played. Onkenyaku, head over the ball, lovely balance, beautifully clipped away with good timing to, look at that, not much effort, just a turn of the wrists. And yeah, Onkenyaku has been impressive this afternoon. He may only have 17, but he's looking comfortable out there. And if he can make it through the stumps, he could lead a bit of a rear guard action here by the visitors.
Yeah, we've seen big partnership being made by the lower order batsmen this season. Oh, big appeal, Cody Yusuf, the umpire, turn away immediately as soon as Cody Yusuf appealed.
It was nice and full from Cody Yusuf, but maybe just sliding down leg. Yeah, definitely missing leg stump. Good ball though.
Yeah, good delivery that was from Cody Yusuf. Yeah, going back to that point, Ken, some lower order batsmen has really played well this season. Oh, beautifully. But didn't really time it. The technique was good. He was on the front foot, presenting full face of the blade, but didn't really time it.
I think the ball just nipped back at him a bit and got the inside edge, inside half of the bat, squirting away on the leg side. But just on your point about low order runs, it perhaps does speak to maybe the depth of bowling attacks at domestic level, that there may be 2 guys in every team who are really good and really testing and keep the batters under pressure, but they obviously can't bowl all day.
Yeah.
And then maybe the change bowling is not as good, or, also it might just be good batting wickets, and once the ball goes a bit soft,
Yeah.
it's a lot easier for guys to hang around.
And also maybe the lower order guys are just improving their batting.
That as well, Takalani, definitely. I mean, we see it in this Western Province side. Carl Simmons, at number 9, has got a first-class 100. Onkenyaku's looked very capable.
Yeah, Fontaine has played well. George Linde has played well. Carl Simmons has really played well. We saw Matthew Boast in the game for the Titans versus the Knights. Really played well also. So a lot of runs are being scored by the lower order batsmen.
Corbin Bosch as well, vital innings in that same game. He's made a couple of 50s this season already. In case you haven't heard, we did mention this game yesterday quite a bit. The other 4-day match happening this week between Titans and Free State Knights at Supersport Park.
Cut away by Carl Simmons, and it's going to be 4 runs targeting that short boundary.
Nice footwork there by Simmons. And late yesterday, the Titans wrapped up victory by 118 runs over the Knights, with the wickets shared around. Matthew Bose got 3, Corbin Bosch got a couple, and Tsepo Ndwanwa, the left-arm spinner for the Titans, got 5 in the first innings and another 3 in the second.
Yeah, good win that by the Titans. I think that's their first win this season. They lost against the Lions. Beautifully played down the ground. And it's going to be another boundary. This time is Carl Simmons. And the score is 158 for 7.
Yeah, the Titans had a draw and a loss before that. You're quite right, Takalani. They lost to the Lions, yeah. But that win has taken them to the top of the table in the 4-day series. 46.4 points from their 3 matches. Gauteng are just 10 points behind at the moment. So they've already got, they got 3.46 batting points and they've got 3 bowling points. So they're already on 6 points. They're up to 42.6. So they're less than 5 points behind Titans now. Obviously, if the Lions go on to win this game, they're going to go on top of the standings.
Just looking at the scoreboard there, multiply Titans scoring 307 in the first innings and 167 in the second. Well played on Kenyaku, but straight to cover for no run.
Handsome shot again by Onke Nyaku. Stood tall. Lovely back foot drive. Yeah, momentum multiplied. Titans only made 167 in their second innings, but that was more than enough. Again, a pitch there that got quite up and down.
Driven straight to mid-off.
Nothing wrong with that, of course. You want result pitches in 4-day cricket. And the Lions will be hoping this one deteriorates a bit now that they're well in front at the moment.
Yeah, maybe when you find time, Ken Boland, just break it down for us in terms of points allocation, in terms of runs, wickets, for the benefits of our viewers. I think the table is starting to get some shape now. Oh, beautiful delivery by Cody Yusuf, a hint of movement away from Onkenyak, who has been playing really well for his 17 from 48 deliveries, but this time around he was beaten by Cody Yusuf.
Yeah, and the hands were just drawn into a little push at that ball as it went away from him. Very good delivery. Do you mean the bonus point?
Yes, please, yeah.
Yeah, so bonus points you can get in the first 100 overs of the first innings, batting and bowling.
This time on the leg side and well clipped by Onkenyaku just for 1.
So the batting side, you get 1 point when you reach 150, nothing before that. And thereafter you get another 0.02 points for every run after that. So that means you get basically another full point for every 50 runs thereafter. Bowling side, you get a bonus point when you take 3 wickets. You get another one 5, 7, and then 9. So you can get 4 bowling points is the most you can get.
Thank you, Ken Boland. It's always a pleasure working with you in the commentary booth. Well bowled there by Cody Yusuf. Dug that one short, but Carl Simmons was well underneath that one.
And then it's 6 points in a drawn game. You get another 6 points in a draw game. If you win the match, you get 16 points. 16 points added on to whatever bonus points you earned in the first innings.
Thank you very much, Ken. Down the leg side. That position you spoke about, and it's a good catch. And that's the wicket of Kyle Simmons.
He was a little bit deeper than he was earlier, but still very much part of the plan there. And Carl Simmons can't believe it. He hit it straight to him. Sharp catch, though, well taken.
Yeah, what has impressed me, Ken Boland from the Lions, just looking at the replay, I mean, straight to the fielder.
He had a bit of work to do. He had to dive a bit.
Yeah, what has impressed me is how the plan and the execution has gone from the DP World Lions. A lot of times when a wicket falls, you can see what they were trying to do before the wicket has fallen. So the planning and the execution has been spot on from the Lions, and is in both aspects of the game. When they batted, they played well. When they were bowling, the plan has been executed perfectly.
And Kaya Fakude, the fielder there, very good catch. Lunging away to his right. It came quickly to him. But Carl Simmons has gone for a runner ball, 15, 3 fours in that. And Western Province are now into the real bowlers. 159 for 8. Tiwekaya Nabe comes to the wicket.
Yeah, Western Province still trail by 244 runs. They've only scored 159 for 8 at this stage. What a day this is turning out to be for the DP World Lions.
Yeah, I mean, I for one was a bit surprised they declared at lunch. They were still going very well, 403 for 6. But it's worked out perfectly for them. They've made huge inroads this afternoon. 8 wickets down, Western Province. And, yeah, one feels the Lions maybe had an eye on the weather, maybe knew that there was a storm on the way and didn't want to waste time in getting Western Province into bat. From what's happened this afternoon, we can see that 403 is actually a pretty good score on this pitch.
Yeah, it was that session just after lunch that the Lions really started to dominate. They pick up 5 wickets in that session after declaring on 403 for 6.
Interesting to see if Onke Nyaku changes his approach now, now that the non-batters are in with him.
Oh, beautiful delivery.
Short leg has come a little bit squarer now to Nyaku. He's the more traditional short leg position. Not trying to protect Tiwekaya Nabe. Happy to take the single with 3 balls left in the over.
And I think the Lions will be happy for that. Now Fortain can bowl 3 deliveries to Tiwekaya Nabe.
Just a slight delay as Nabi, I think, came out with the wrong equipment. He hasn't faced the ball yet, and he's already making changes to his personal protective equipment. But one has to be comfortable at the crease. Takalani, especially down there. Don't want to be worrying about other things while you're trying to keep the bowlers out.
Again, solidly behind that one. Mtiwe Kayanabe lunging forward nicely. Now it's one delivery left in the over. I'm not sure if he got contact with that delivery.
Seems he did, and he's lucky it didn't fly to a fielder.
Yeah.
Typical tail ender, he could only last 3 balls without having a wild hoik at the spinner.
Just looking at the few spectators here at the Deep-Hilled World Wanderer Stadium, enjoying the game, enjoying the contest between the DP World Lions and the WSB Western Province. Yeah, as Onkenyaku, Ken Boland, what do you do from here?
Yeah, I think Nabe has shown that he's probably not going to hang around too long. So I think Nyaku maybe just needs to step it up a gear. He's shown that he's got the shots all around the wicket. Maybe he needs to take a couple of bold steps, a couple more chances, just to try and gather as many runs as he can before Western Province are bowled out.
Cody Yusuf drop it short.
Just inquiring about what the hell damn shot were you trying to play there, on Kenyaku. I like the idea of it. Kenyaku trying to tap him over the slips, maybe.
Okay, few fielders in the deep now. Ken Boland, just one slip and a gully for Onkenyaku. You've got deep point, deep cover, long off. Another one that bite and spied like a cobra.
Every now and then from this quarter drive in, we've seen those deliveries. They're not that short. They're not full. It's not a bad length, but they do definitely rear up a bit. And that's what the Lions will be banking on. They'll be banking on that getting more pronounced in the last 2 days.
Yeah, do you think it's a good idea to have those fielders patrolling the boundaries, or it's good? They should be having fielders in catching position.
I like that they do still have fielders in catching positions. They've still got a slip, they've still got a gully. There's a man quite close in at mid-wicket, who you could call a catching position.
Yeah.
So it's saying, Nyaku, we think you're going to try and hit out, try and get some quick runs. So we're protecting the boundaries, but we're still trying to get you out as well.
Good shot, but straight to deep square leg.
It's one of my pet peeves when we see the situation of a set batter in with a tail ender and the bowling team stops trying to get the set batter out, just always wants to give him a run.
Yeah.
And there's no pressure on him suddenly. And I've seen it so many times that they go on to form a partnership with the tail ender because there's no pressure on him anymore. So it's good to see the Lions still trying to get Nyaku out.
Yeah. Just balancing the risk-reward, balancing the two. As we see now, 3 slips and a gully, and point and mid-off on the offside. That delivery was down the leg side, not what you want when you need a wicket. And that's another thing. We normally see bowlers changing the line and length to the Thailanders. All of a sudden, they start to bowl straight. If the ball was good enough to the top order outside that off stump, surely it's going to be good enough for a number 9 or a number 10.
Maybe they're not good enough to get an edge outside outside off stump. So you got to bowl straight so that when they miss, you hit.
Once again, down the leg side and well clipped by Mtiwakaya Nabe. And they should be comfortable too.
Yeah, they might have been able to push for a 3 there, but Onke Nyaku wants to keep the strike for the next over. That over's gone well for Western Province. 3 runs off it. Nyaku back on strike.
Yeah, that was the end of the over number 46. The score is 165 for 8. Onke Nyaku is on 20 and is joined by Mutiwekaya Nabe, who's on 4. The run rate for the WSB Western Province has been good. The problem is they keep losing wickets.
Yeah, they made a blistering start. For those viewers who haven't been with us from the early afternoon, they were 40 without loss after 8 overs. Jonathan Bird and Eddie Moore really got hold of the new ball. But the Lions then managed to find the right lines and lengths, bowled 3 consecutive maidens, and then suddenly the wickets started tumbling.
Yeah, Lutos Pamla coming back into the attack. Bowling to Onke Nyaku. He has bowled well. Lutos Pamla showing all his international experience here today.
Yeah, he's looked class, and that one stood up a bit, hit the splice of Nyaku's bat.
Two slips and a gully for Onke Nyaku. Then you've got a deep point. You've got cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg, fine leg. And you're right there, balancing attack and defense. Here are the Lions. Oh, using his feet there, walking onto that delivery is Onke Nyaku.
Yeah, very aggressive from Nyaku. Lutos Pamla is the sort of guy that you maybe don't want to let him just settle on a line and length because you'll just be there all day. Not as fast as Cody Yusuf or Chepa Mareki. So some batsmen do come down at him a bit.
Another good delivery by Lutos Pamla.
There is protection on the square leg boundary where Nyaku was aiming there, but it's a very short boundary on that side. If he'd made some sort of contact with that attempted pull, could well have got 4. But now it's three balls of the over gone. He now needs to start doing his calculations. Where can I get a single? How many balls can I leave him? Tiwekaya Nabe. There are 4 fielders in the ring, saving 1 if you count Gully.
Driven down the ground by Onke Nyaku. Should come back for the second.
After 5:30 now, which is the scheduled close of play, but with the delay for lightning straight after lunch. And still 23 overs left to be bowled. We're going to have the extra half hour claimed. The light, yeah, the whole ground is in shadow, which is normally not a good sign here at the Wanderers.
Lutos Pamla Yeah, it has also gone a bit darker, Ken Boland. But the umpire seems to be okay with the situation right now.
Well, they're having a little. Maria Erasmus walked in from square leg, and Abongile Siduma walked down from his mark as well, because Onkenyaka got hit. Quite a painful blow on the arm there. He walked away, he was rubbing it, he looked in quite a lot of discomfort. That will get the umpires thinking about the light.
Played on the offside this time around by Onkenyaku. And they will come back comfortably for the second run.
Well, that's interesting, because now it means Tiwe Kayanabe is going to be on strike for the next over. He could have just taken one and been happy at the other end, but the Lions will now have the start of this next over at the tail ender. And we're seeing Cody Yusuf will continue with pace.
Yeah, big 6 deliveries this from Tiwe Kayanabe to face. Cody Yusuf will be steaming in. 2 slips in the gully from Tiwe Kayanabe. Good delivery. Really squared him up there, and it's going to be a boundary for Tiwe Kayanabe, and he will move to 8 runs.
Cody Yusuf is chasing his third 5-wicket haul in CSA 4-day series cricket. He's got 4 for 63 now.
$169 for 8, $173 for 8 rather. On Kenyaku, it's on 24. He has really played well. Then Tiwe Kayanabe just trying to support. Oh, what a delivery that, right on the block hole from Cody Yusuf. It was quick, fast, straight.
Well played, Tiwe Kayanabe. He got a lot of bat on that, got his feet out the way, did the old sand shoe shuffle. And yeah, well done to Nabe. Watch this delivery again.
Yeah, you're right, Ken. That was well played by Tiwe Kayanabe. I guess he was expecting this kind of deliveries.
But hit wicketkeeper Connor Esterhuizen's gloves with a nice hard sound. Chatting to Dom Hendricks, the Lions captain, after play yesterday. Did say the pitch was quite slow yesterday. Seems to have sped up a bit today.
Oh, almost chopped it on there.
Yeah, he was in some discomfort there. That was awkward for the tail ender to handle. Did it bounce over the stumps?
It looks to be okay when he's playing on the front foot, but he struggled a little bit with deliveries that are short. Just look at that. Not comfortably behind that delivery.
Inside edge past the leg stub.
Another short one from Cody Yusuf.
Right, 1 ball left in the over for Cody Yusuf at Nabe. He'll want to make it count. Pfeiffer on the line here for Yusuf.
Another full delivery, and once again, well played by Mutiwe Kayanabe to end the over. That was over number 48. I would say well played Mutiwe Kayanabe. Cody Yusuf was really bowling quick.
He did very well, Nabe. He got a 4 off the over. He survived, and he's taken Western Province to 173 for 8. The deficit, 230 still. But the partnership is worth 14. Nabe's got 8. So he's hanging around well. The umpires are just, I think, maybe taking a measurement for the light, are they? Or just considering the light, Maria Erasmus. I think Abongile Saduba is helping Onke Nyaka regrip a bat. Looks like that's what he's doing. And now having a word with Lions captain Dominic Hendricks.
Yeah, they did have a chat before that, the two umpires. And I'm sure they were talking about the light.
I wonder if the umpires are telling Dom Hendricks he's got a ball spin.
Yeah.
If they want to continue. I've just seen Connor Estes and the wicketkeeper call for a helmet, which means he's probably going to go up to the stumps. And yeah, Luto Sapamla has just come back. He's just bought 1 over in the spell. And unfortunately for him, he was all ready to bowl again. He has to take his cap and jog off into the covers. Bjorn Fortuin will take up the attack.
Yeah, 173 for 8. And just for our viewers, the news that we can gather from the middle is that the umpires has told the captain of the DP World Lions, Dominic Hendricks, that he can only bowl spin due to light.
Which begs the question, who will he bowl from the other end? Mo Manak bowls a bit of leg spin, tidy leg spin.
And maybe he can also bowl himself also, Dom Hendricks. I've seen him bowl a few. But yeah, it has gone darker here at DP World Wanderer Stadium as we see Bjorn Fortuin bowling from the golf course end, bowling to Onke Nyaka, who has really looked the part. He's on 24 from 64 deliveries. He has really played well. It looks like he will just defend, not trying to use his feet to hit the ball down the ground. Just try and defend as many deliveries as possible.
Yeah, there's a deep mid-on in place. A long off who's about 15 meters off the boundary. Cow Corner's coming in. Might even be... No, he's coming into a mid-wicket. There is a deep backward square leg in place.
Beautiful ball there by Bjorn Fortuin, but they will take single and the score will be 174 for 8.
Nabe's got 2 balls in the over to survive. I do hope we see some leg spin from the other end, Mohammed Manak. And we know how tailenders can't help themselves against leg spin. So that'll be interesting if he bowls to Nabe.
Solidly beyond that is Mtiwe Kayanabe.
Yeah, dead bat, right in the middle. But I reckon Bjorn Fortuin wasn't showing him everything with that delivery.
Again, and that's the end of the over. Over number 49, and the score is 174 for 8.
And now the light meter has come on, courtesy of third umpire Zube Salo, has handed it to Maria Rasmus. Remember, they will only take a measurement. Well, they are now going off a bad light. Presumably, Dominic Hendricks has said, no, I'm not willing to bowl spin from the other end. And why should he? He doesn't want to give easy runs away. And yeah, it'll probably suit the Lions to come back early tomorrow. Bowlers refreshed, and they can try and get these last 2 Western Province wickets in their first innings.
Yeah, that should be the end of the day's play. The day that really belongs to the DP Wet Lions, Ken Boland.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything's pretty much gone according to plan for them. They began the day on 268 for 3, and they added 135 runs in 29 overs to that in the morning session. Dominic Hendricks, the captain, a magnificent 161 not out. And towards the end of that innings, we also saw Bjorn Fortuin hit 3 sixes and a very bright 38 not out. And then, somewhat surprisingly, the Lions declared at lunch 403 for 6. And Western Province made a very good start to their reply, reached 40 without loss in 8 overs. Jonathan Bird and Eddie Moore going great guns. You'll see there Eddie Moore made 28. But then the Lions came right, and the wickets started to tumble. George Linder had to do a bit of a rescue act. He was out for 46. Onkenyaka is still there on 25 not out. And Takalani, Cody Yusuf, the pick of the bowlers with 4 wickets.
Yeah, he really bowled well. He bowled quick. He picked up 4 wickets for 63 runs from his 15 overs. Tsepo Mureki, for me, he's the one who set the tone for the day for the Lions with the ball. That 3 maiden overs, Ken Bollard really changed things up for the DP Wet Lions. And just in 2 sessions, they were able to pick up 8 wickets. And the WSB Western Province can only score 174 runs for 8.
So we'll be back tomorrow morning. I don't believe there's an early start. I think they'll still be starting at 10 o'clock. Well, yeah, we went past 5:30 today, so there won't be any early start tomorrow. So we'll be back on air tomorrow morning just before 10 a.m. for the 3rd day of this very enthralling CSA 4-day series match. On behalf of Pitch Vision and Cricket South Africa, a very big thank you to our Pitch Vision crew and producer Leah. And we will say to you, thanks for watching, a very good evening, and we will see you tomorrow.